as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we do have time to recite and consider another prayer that's been given to us by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. This one, a request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the victorious one, completed the two accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. This includes us. And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, vaccines, and so forth, on this world's land of snows, on this whole world, on all worlds. Please pacify the harms of the four elements, the untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvest, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. And I'll repeat this particular verse again. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible cause, truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And this, once again, has been speech pacifying the fear of hunger and famine, given to us by Master Thangtong Gyalpo. And now we do have time, I believe. We have a third prayer given to us by Master Thangtong Gyalpo. This one, the words of truth pacifying the danger of weapons. And little bit from the backstory or colophon. Once, when there was uninterrupted fighting in Tibet and no one was able to reconcile the warring factions, Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo came to the area by his generating bodhicitta. Harvest became good, crops grew, the deadly fighting ceased, and everyone came to have a mind of loving kindness and received the perfectly arisen, blessed Vajra speech. Vajra speech of this prayer. Out the speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the words of truth pacifying the danger of weapons. Om Mani Padme Om. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya sublime, compassionate eye, looking one, wrathful, victorious Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature. Please pay attention to me, to us. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and flourishing of the 5 generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry up this ocean by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also, by letting fall a great rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura, from now on, may they never roam this region. Please also cause the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. And please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make fall a rain at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all inhabitants and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, by unbetraying cause and effect, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate guru, mind-sealed deity, and the rare sublime ones, may all of our pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. And again, that is Prayer Pacifying Danger of Weapons by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Now we'll do some dedication prayers, beautiful dedication prayers. First, to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And for the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. For Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious one. And then some verses from Nagarjuna's Jewel Garland. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. Excuse me. And to abide in samsara for sentient beings. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. And a verse to dedicate in the same way as all past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the Gambhya victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And a verse for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And now some to seal the time that we've spent doing these prayers. We'll seal the merits with emptiness due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I thank you very much for your heart, mind, attention this morning, this afternoon, this evening. May you have good rest of the day. Oh, and there's Venerable Sarah.
Hello, hello.
Hello, glad to see you and your prayer wheel, Venerable Sarah.
Sorry, I don't have my not hearing, so 1 minute.
Sure.
I am here.
We got you.
I am here.
Now we can't hear you, Venerable Sarah.
Hello, everybody. I'm having a little bit of trouble with the video. So just give me a little bit of time and we'll get that sorted out. Hello, everybody. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, now it's good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry, apologies for that. For some reason, my external mic is not working, so I'm going to have to use two screens. And this one, I'll use the mic on this one. I'll just straighten it up a little bit on the other one. That's a bit straighter. Okay. So hi everybody. So I'm on now for 3 sessions. Sorry, it was a little bit of delay working out the technicals, but here I am. So we can go. And here's the prayer wheel. Yeah, good. Starting the prayer wheel. Okay, so I'm going to start off by reciting the motivation, transforming a suffering life into happiness by Rinpoche, and then I'll mainly recite the Om Mani Padme Hum, and then at the end of the Om Mani Padme Hum, I'll recite the 3 prayers by Thangtong Gyalpo. That's my plan. So I'll begin with the Lama prayer, and just a moment to set the mind in a good place, remembering how fortunate we are to be able to do this practice together. So obviously having all the conditions come together where we can have a precious life and not just a precious life, but a functioning body and mind, intelligence, also interest in the Dharma, and having that with fully qualified, perfect teachers, and having the time to follow them, and being able to receive advice and being able to practice that advice. And then, of course, for us as Sangha, we're also able to receive the blessing of the ordination, and we're able to live in the ordination with others who have similar aspirations and intentions. So we can see that if the mind doesn't go into this kind of place, into this kind of movement, into this kind of path, in this direction, then it's very easy just to get stuck. like a piece of clothing in a washing machine or a dryer going round and round and round. Just endlessly round and round and round in samsara, just endlessly creating actions without understanding how to create those actions which are positive and how to avoid those actions which produce suffering. And also believing the whole thing, just feeling like everything is permanent and everything is exactly how it appears to us to be, real happiness, real pleasure, real I, real others, real good, real bad, real black, real white. So we've done this beginning as lifetimes. We've been sucked into this endless cycling. And now we have the fortune to have met with the perfect teacher who can guide each one of us exactly according to our needs. And then we're abiding in the instructions. And we understand what we have to do. We have the freedom to do it, even if it's not easy or there are many obstacles, but at least we have a clear idea. And this lifetime we can get started. So, as we know, in other realms, the lives are much, much longer. Sometimes they're much longer, like in the God realms. I think the first God realm, the life is equivalent of 9 million human years. But you see, nothing is accomplished. You're just using up any positive energy from the past. And then in the lower realms, where there's this immense suffering, just one day can be 9 million human years. And all you're doing is experiencing suffering. So here we have a lifespan which is limited, but with each second and each moment, we can create the causes for happiness in future lives, for liberation, for enlightenment. And most of all, we can help others. We can be of benefit to others. Our lives can be meaningful to help others. So therefore, this 3 sessions then dedicate all the non-sentient beings to this practice for them, and the virtue generated to dedicate for them. And particularly, we're thinking about the COVID, but then on a deeper level, we're thinking about the causes, the delusions in the mind that cause all sickness and suffering. And those delusions obviously also manifest out as wars, famines, depressions, economic difficulties, all the different sufferings that are experienced in the human realms and in all the other realms. So may whatever virtue we accumulate by reciting these prayers, motivation, taking refuge, repeating the words and aspirations of the enlightened beings, fulfilling the Guru's wishes, reciting powerful mantras, dedicating and so forth, may that all be dedicated. That every single delusion can be eliminated from the minds of all sentient beings, including ourselves, and may be able to experience perfect happiness forever. Okay, so I'm going to recite these words. And direct meditation on the graduated path containing all the important points by Dodi Chan Nelson Jimpa. essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma, scriptures, and organizations, principle of all those Aryas intending virtue. To the glorious Holy Gurus, I go for refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma. Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve the state of illumination and development, please bless me just like Chenrezig and Thangtong, to correctly follow the virtuous friend with pure thought and action. See whatever is done as pure, and accomplish whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body, with freedoms and richness, is difficult to find and easily perishes. The action and result is so profound, and the suffering of the evil-born transmigratory beings is so difficult to bear. And to therefore go for refuge in the depths of my heart, to the three rare sublime modes, Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, abandon negative karma, and accomplish virtue according to Dhamma. Independence from that, even though I achieve merely the high rebirth of deva or human, I'll have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara, due to being under the control of the unabandoned, disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, by reflecting well on the way of cycling in samsara, please bless me to follow continuously day and night the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method to be liberated from samsara. Independence from that, even though I achieve mere liberation, please bless me to see that there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my father and mother. In thinking I must fulfill the purpose, I turn away from the mind seeking the lower happiness of nirvana. Generate precious thought of enlightenment by equalizing, exchanging myself with others, and follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the 6 parameters and so on. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, even though experiencing the sufferings of samsara for a long time will not upset me. Please bless me by regarding sentient beings with extraordinarily unbearable compassion to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. By protecting my vows and samaya at the cost of my life, and I quickly accomplish the unified state of Vajradhara in just this one brief lifetime of degenerate times. And in Buddhism attitude, determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings, who are more precious than a wish fulfilling jewel, and shall hold the most dear at all times. So, and this is an important place to pause and reflect on the benefits of cherishing all sentient beings, and how other sentient beings wish fulfilling. So it's only by cherishing others, developing compassion, great compassion, bodhicitta, that we can achieve the state of enlightenment. So for that, in order to develop bodhicitta, not one single sentient being can be left out. In order to train the mind to be able to do this, we need sentient beings. We need those who harm us as well as those who benefit us. It's only by cherishing sentient beings that we can achieve enlightenment, and it's only by cherishing sentient beings that all the Buddhas of the past achieved enlightenment, and it's only due to cherishing sentient beings that there is a Buddha, the path, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Freedom from suffering comes by cherishing others. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, completely fulfilling all wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, completely fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. I give up my body, enjoyments, and wealth, and even all virtues of the 3 times, without any sense of loss, in order to accomplish the welfare of all sentient beings. By giving away all our past bound suffering, and my mind will achieve the non-abiding sorrowless state of omniscience. Since everything is given up all at once at death, it is best to now give it away, sentient beings. Having given this body to all beings to use however they want for their happiness, even if they constantly kill, criticize, beat me, and so on. Let them do whatever they like. Even if others play with my body, put me down, and make fun of me, since I've already given this body to them, why resist that? Let sentient beings do anything to my body that doesn't harm them. When anyone encounters me, may it never be meaningless toward me. Whoever generates a thought of anger or devotion by looking at me, may that very mind always become the cause to accomplish every success. May all those who say unpleasant things, harm me physically, or likewise complain about me behind my back, have the fortune to achieve enlightenment. May I become a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for those who have entered the path in all lifetimes, and a boat-faring bridge for those who wish to cross over water. May I become an island for those seeking an island, a light for those wanting light, bedding for those desiring bedding. May I become a servant for all beings who want a servant. May I become a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, actualize knowledge mantras, great medicine, a wish-granting tree, and a wish-granting cow for those beings. Like the 4 great elements, earth and so on, and like space. May I always be the means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, in every realm of sentient being, equaling the limitless sky, may I always be the cause of their means of living in every way until they attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, for as long may I remain, dispelling the suffering, transmigratory beings. Okay, and then take the crowd blown away. Crowd blown away. It's very hot in the body. So beginning with the refuge, right? visualizing all sentient beings around us. So all experiencing various different types of suffering in human form, and reflecting that since beginning of time until now, all sentient beings, including ourselves, be experiencing suffering endlessly. So there's not one moment break when there's no experience of suffering, whether it's subtle or whether it's gross. There's not one moment's break from suffering. And we've experienced every type of suffering. So right now, when we look at the televisions or we look at the pictures in the newspapers or iPad, and we see all these explosions, people who've lost limbs, people who've been burnt to death, people who've been shot, killed, maimed. In the war, like that, we ourselves experienced numberless times. Numberless times. We have been like those soldiers, and we've raped and pillaged, looted, stolen, and killed. And we have been the ones who have been stolen from and killed and raped like that. So no end to this until we eliminate delusions from the mind. So we have experienced this countless times as a human, and again we've experienced in the animal realm. We've experienced far worse sufferings constantly in the hell realms. We've experienced the famines and the starvations far worse in the hungry ghost realms, and the torment and fear. Numberless times we've experienced that. And we've experienced the jealousy and pride and so forth in the God realms that drives people to make these kinds of terrible decisions, to fight, to kill, and so forth. So we ourselves experience this, and numberless beings right now are experiencing it without break. So what is the solution? Well, we need to take refuge. And particularly now I can visualize in the space in front, Guru Chenrezig. So Chenrezig with one face, two eyes, very smiling, and then seated on the lotus sun moon disc, and forearms close to at the heart, holding the Vishkranti jewel, symbolizes all sentient beings held at the heart and cherished. Can you imagine? How is possible to kill and steal and rape and harm sentient beings when you hold them at your heart? Can you imagine? How is it possible? It's not possible. It's not possible. And then in the right hand, the crystal mala, reminding us to recite Mani Padme Hum, and in the left hand, the lotus. By the stem, so from the dirt, the deepest dirt, darkness of samsara, comes the beauty of enlightenment, awakening. Just as the lotus is born from the mud. So no matter how dark, compassion can take birth within it. That is our inherent in our nature. All beings possess this. No one is inherently evil. Nobody has to cause others to suffer. Nobody has to suffer. So we take refuge in Buddha Chenrezig, very smiling, radiant. I think that 3 spots of the holy body marked with Om Ahum, symbolizing Chenrezig, the essence of all Buddhas, has all the qualities that are enlightened body, speech, and mind, all the qualities of compassion, of wisdom, power, and perfect power. Chenrezig's holy mind sees everything all the time, sees all of us, understands our suffering, is attached by great compassion to all of us, and perfectly understands how to guide each one of us effortlessly, always helping effortlessly. And you should think that there is no difference between Chenrezig and our Guru. So, in essence, our Guru is the manifestation of Chenrezig in a human form. All our Gurus are this. They are Chenrezig, appearing in a human form, so they can communicate with us and teach and guide and show us how to advance along the path. So all sentient beings then also surrounding us. Suffering is beginningless, and it will have no end until you put an end to it. So therefore they're all looking at Chenrezig with great longing and faith, devotion, and think that Chenrezig is very happy and smiling. And then we lead all sentient beings and take refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. Give refuge to the precious Buddha. Give refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Give refuge to assembled Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We give refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, and others with infinite like space, give refuge to the precious Buddha. Give refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. Give refuge to assembled Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Give refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. Sentient beings and mothers with infinite like space. Give refuge to the precious Buddha. Give refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. Give refuge to assembled Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Give refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. So I think, you can try that. You can try reciting this when you watch on the screen some of these images now that you're seeing of the war. Whether it's people who are suffering, people who are being killed, weapons firing. And you can just try reciting over and over again this prayer. All sentient beings and mothers of infinite space. Give refuge to precious Buddha. Give refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. Give refuge to assembled Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Give refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. And then as you recite that, you see what feeling comes in your mind, that what refuge is, what a safe direction is. Just try that as an experiment. All sentient beings, my mothers, with infinite like space. Give refuge to the precious Buddha. Give refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. Give refuge to the assembled Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Give refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, with infinite like space. Give refuge to the precious Buddha. Give refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. Give refuge to the assembled Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Give refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhammakaya. So I remember I was at the stupa a few days after the war began, might just have been 2 or 3 days. And there were some people there from who spoke Russian. I think they were from Russia. And I think they're from Kalmykia. And they came up and they were talking to Rinpoche, and I know they felt uncomfortable about the war. And I just heard Rinpoche, he was giving advice to them. I just heard the very last part of the advice, so this is not representative of what Rinpoche had said. But it stuck in my mind because I thought it was a very powerful teaching, a reminder of the teachings on karma. And the few words that I heard, according to my karma, was, this is the ripening of past karma, and this is the past karmic influence of past karma, and this is the creation of future karma. So I mentioned last week, we do have to be extremely careful when we watch all these things about war, not to rejoice, not to generate anger and hatred. As much as possible to try and use this experience. And so what I'm suggesting is, if you have to watch, then, or I mean, if you are watching, to recite this prayer and see what feeling comes from refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite light space. Go for refuge, the precious God Buddha. Go for refuge, in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Go for refuge, assembly of gurus, imams, and beginners. Go for refuge, to charity of our minds, and Kaya. And now, what I'm going to do is recite the Immeasurable. I'll recite this for nearly an hour. And as we said, so these 6 syllables in reality are the manifestation of Chenrezig in the forms of the syllables. So you can think that light rays and nectars coming from the form of Guru Chenrezig in front enter into us, and they completely purify all negative karmas, imprints, all sufferings, all sickness. It's completely eliminated. So from ourselves, healing all those around us. You can also think that from the prayer wheel. So we've got 2 prayer wheels here, the hand one and the table one. So there's trillions of mantras. With each spin, there's trillions of mantras. I think from each syllable to those trillions of syllables, that rays goes out, healing oneself and all sentient beings. And also think that brings all the blessings of Guru Chenrezig into ourselves and all the things around us. They all become Chenrezig. And recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme. 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 Hi, Carol. So I was just saying, I'm doing 3 sessions. So I was just saying that when you think about the war and all the images that we're seeing on the screen now and in papers and on YouTube and all that, then when you recite this prayer, you recite Om Mani Padme Hum, and you reflect on these, Rinpoche said recently, this is the ripening of previous karmic imprints, and it's the creation of future karma to be experienced. And when you recite Om Mani Padme Hum and you think about those images, like I think yesterday there was a missile that they fired at train station, 4,000 people there had written on it for the children in Russian, and it landed in the crowd, and so many died or had limbs blown off. And when you think about that and you recite Om Mani Padme Hum, it helps to deal with the energy, because it helps for compassion to arise, because otherwise I think it's easy to get overwhelmed or to feel angry or to feel bewildered. Like, why? How can people do this? I mean, why? I mean, it makes no sense, yeah, to us. And then it's easy to get angry and think, oh, these people are butchers, they're cruel. And obviously, we're seeing so many of these images and they're being directed at us too. And then you could also just get kind of a bit, what's the way, addicted to these images. You know, I think some people, it's like they're adrenaline seekers, you know, this gets worse and worse and worse, right? The images get worse and worse, and then they get more and more, like it says, warning or disturbing. But I know that there are people who doom scroll and they just get like oh, you know, like this. It's a bit of it's almost like entertainment. So, or you can get saturated and stop seeing the brutality. So for me personally, I find that just reflecting on these images and but reciting Om Mani Padme Hum, it somehow it helps to channel that energy into compassion. Just like when someone's dying, instead of getting caught up in the emotion and the sadness and the kind of you know, because you're losing the grief, if you start Om Mani Padme Hum, it helps to channel that emotional energy into something positive. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just reciting Om Mani Padme Hum, and I'm just like non-judgmentally thinking about both sides and feeling like we just so much need compassion. Yeah. And just trying to send out healing energy. That's all I'm doing. And turning the prayer world across. So nice to see you. Send all my love. I'll be doing this for another 15 minutes, I think. Then I'll do the prayers. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami om mani bami. Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami. Mani bami om mani bami om mani. Mani bami om mani bami om mani. Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami om mani bami. Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami. Mani bami om mani bami om mani. Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami. Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami om mani bami om mani. Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami om mani bami om mani. Mani bami om mani bami om mani. Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami. Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami om mani bami. Mani bami om mani bami. Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami om mani bami. Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami. Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami om mani bami. Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami. Mani bami om mani bami om. Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami. Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami. Mani bami om mani bami om mani. Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami om mani bami om mani bami. Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami. Mani bami om 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 mani bami Nare bami om mani bami om mani bami om Nare bami om mani 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 bami Nare bami om mani bami om mani bami om Nare bami om mani bami Nare bami om mani bami om mani Nare bami om mani bami Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami Nare bami om mani bami om mani bami om mani bami Nare bami om mani bami om mani Mani bami om mani bami om mani bami Mani bami om 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 mani Nare bami om mani bami Nare bami om mani Mani bami Mani bami om mani bami Nare Nare bami Nare bami om mani bami Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Nani Padme Hum, Mani 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 Padme Hum. Nani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Yeah, so I just think that from the holy body of Guru Chenrezig in front, the nectars and light rays come, as well as from all the trillions of syllables on Mani Padme Hum, which are the manifestation of Chenrezig holy mind. Nectars and light rays come, they absorb into ourselves, and they absorb into all sentient beings around us. And they purify all the sufferings and sickness, along with all the causes and delusions in the minds of sentient beings. And then they bring all the blessings, the holy body, spiritual mind of Guru Chenrezig, perfect compassion, perfect wisdom, perfect power. I think that everyone transforms into Chenrezig and recites the mantra. The whole environment becomes Chenrezig's pure land, free from suffering. There's only compassion existing in the mind of sentient beings. No, not possible to harm. So I'm going to start by reciting the prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo against war. And this is the colophon. When war raged in Minyak Kam, and it looked as if there was no end in sight. No one was able to pacify the warring factions. The great yogin Thangtong Gyalpo arrived. He generated bodhicitta, and by merely reciting these verses and scattering flowers, quelled the anger and jealousy in the minds of the warring factions, so that the conflict came to an end. All came to have bountiful harvests and enjoy prosperity, auspiciousness, and peace. Yeah, so what other weapon do you need? So this is the prayer of truthful words to pacify the fear of war. All Mani Padme Hum. Victorious Maitreya, sublime and noble Avalokiteshvara, ferocious King Hayagriva, Jetsun Tara, and the rest. Buddhas, the mere sound of whose names dispels all fear. Compassionate sources of refuge, please grant me heed. And please listen to me. In this time, when individuals experience an oceanic surge of negative karma and jealousy, the age of fivefold decadence and strife, as intense suffering, fighting, and quarreling oppress us, pray burn it all in the fires of your compassionate wisdom. Shower the nectar of love upon those who fan the flames of hatred. bless them to recognize one another as parents and thereby usher in auspiciousness and happiness. May the mischievous elemental spirits that enter the minds of sentient beings and instantaneously transform their hosts into warring titans never hold sway in this region again. May all who have died in battles, fighting, and wars immediately give up their indulgence in destructive actions, cause and effect, and having taken birth in the pure realm of Sukhavati, lead all to that same Buddha realm. May all beings have long, healthy lives, be free of quarrels and strife, live according to the 10 virtues, and experience timely rains and bountiful harvests. And may the auspiciousness of the environment and beings increase exponentially. May these pure, vast prayers be accomplished through the compassion of the Guru, Yidam, and the three rare and sublime ones. Suchness, which is by its very nature utterly pure, and the appearance of things, undeceiving nature, cause and effect. Yeah. So there again, it talks about jealousy being behind these wars, and you can see also in the Sutra Golden Light, it talks about the kings can be satisfied by the land that they've been given to rule over. Then all these quarrels and wars will cease, and there will be peace in the world. Okay, so the next one is the prayer to dispel famine, and again the story, because we do have the situation now where food and other resources are becoming more expensive and will become more expensive and more difficult to find, as well as the fact that there are regions in this world where people are dying of starvation. So this aspiration prayer was made by the realized master Thangtong Gyalpo in the presence of the Gyalpo Rinpoche in Lhasa, it's a famous statue, at a time when Tibet, particularly Kham, was struck by a great famine. The power of this prayer saved the Tibetan people from sufferings brought on by hunger and thirst. For at that time, the noble Avalokiteshvara poured down a rain of grains from the sky. So this is called an aspiration prayer, composed by the master Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo in the presence of the Gyalpo Rinpoche in Lhasa, known as the Vajra words that radiate cloud masses of nectar-like blessings. So it doesn't say in this prayer, but I believe what happened is that the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, he filled the bowl, the begging bowl, the alms bowl of the Gyalpo Buddha, the sacred image of Buddha in Lhasa, Jokam, the central temple, which was brought by Princess Hong Chen, which is said to have been made during Buddha's time and blessed by the Buddha. So he filled it with grains and made this prayer. And due to that, grains streamed down upon the land in Tibet, and famine was finished. So actually, more recently, when I was in Singapore, and we needed a lot of money to build a new center. Rinpoche advised students to fill the bowl with jewels and offer to the Jokan, the jewel Buddha, and we did that. And plentiful money came to build the temple. And still, it's a very affluent center. Probably the most affluent center in the whole organization. Okay, this is the prayer. First, you generated a supreme mind of unsparsable awakening, firmly set upon the liberation of sentient beings and their infinitude. Then you perfected the two accumulations. O compassionate, victorious one, you whose love embraces being bereft of any protector in these degenerate times, protect them without fail. For these beings plagued by hunger, thirst, difficulties, and suffering, release upon the world and the land of snows a rain of all the pleasant things the senses can enjoy, including jewels, food, wealth, grain, and bedding. Pacify harm among the four elements, untimely wind and fire, for inauspicious rains and waters. Let grains, plants, harvests, and the like mature fully, just as in the golden age. Through the strength of aspirations such as these, inspired by loving kindness and compassion, may sicknesses, weapons, and famines be thoroughly pacified, and beings enjoy long life, good health, well-being, and happiness. Through the power of the compassion of the victorious ones and their heirs, and the infallible power of the interdependence of causes and results, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and flourish, and all beings swiftly reach unsurpassable awakening. Yeah. And then finally, we will do the prayer for against sickness, specifically COVID, but all sicknesses and diseases. So again, the colophon. Once an epidemic was spreading from one person to the next at the great monastery of the glorious Sakya tradition. Whatever the mantric masters tried, effigies, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so on, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the master Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo performed the refuge prayer, which begins sentient beings in number as vast as space. Then recited a number of mani mantras and said the following, and said, following the teacher's words, these aspirations become reality. At that time, the entire epidemic immediately ceased in dependence upon the performance of this prayer. Thereby it became renowned as a speech radiating cloud-like blessings, entitled The Prayer That Saved Sakya from Disease. And this is the prayer. May all the diseases that disturb the minds of sentient beings and which result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illness, and elements, never occur throughout the realms of this world. May whatever sufferings arise due to life-threatening diseases, which like a butcher leading an animal to the slaughter, separate the body from the mind in an instant, never occur throughout the realms of this world. May all embodied beings remain unharmed by acute, chronic, and infectious diseases, the mere names of which can inspire the same terror as would be felt in the jaws of Yama, the Lord of Death. May the 80,000 classes of harmful obstructors, the 360 evil spirits that harm without warning, the 404 types of disease, and so forth, never cause harm to any embodied being. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbances in the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results. May these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they're made. Okay, so then dedicate with bodhicitta. So, Jesus' merit, precious supreme thought of bodhicitta, which brings so much healing and benefit to this world, and which is so much needed. Even for people to hear the word bodhicitta is so much needed. Immediately arise in our own minds and hearts, and the minds and hearts of all beings in this world, particularly the spiritual leaders and the political leaders. And may that which has arisen not decline but increase more. And then may all our gurus, particularly Honas, Rinpoche, all our most precious holy teachers who are guiding us, have long, healthy lives, all the holy wishes be fulfilled. And the Sangha, may everything be auspicious, harmonious, to spread and uphold the teachings in this world, all those, both the ordained Sangha, lay Sangha, or those who are practicing valid paths, enlightenment, have whatever they need, have all the conditions. And then finally remembering that we ourselves, the prayers, mantras that have been recited, the motivation, the sentient beings, they also, and the actions, all completely lacking any intrinsic existence. Yeah, may all be auspicious. Day be auspicious, night be auspicious, all day and night be auspicious, may all be auspicious for the three vast harmonies. So I wonder who's next. Maybe Venerable Rubina. Sometimes she's...
Hi, Venerable Sarah. Yes, it's Venerable Rubina that's next. So if you need to go, we can just wait a few minutes for her to come. Be just fine.
You know what happens? She suddenly pops. She suddenly pops up. She's not there, and then suddenly pop. Hi everyone.
Very true, very true.
It's fine for me to leave and people can just recite when you put me home. So I've done 3 sessions. And thank you very much.
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. So we'll just, okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I'm here. I'm sorry I'm late.
Welcome, Venerable Rubina. We're glad you're here.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm here. I'm here, everybody. Thank you so much. It must be Venerable Sarah in Boda, who was here before. Happy to see you all. And thank you, Patty at Chenrezig. Hello, Patty. Everybody. Okay. So here we are again, gone like a dream, like a second ago, isn't it? Time goes so quick. And then I think about memories, memories, we say we have memories, but memories are like pictures in the mind, and they don't have a short or long sort of time. They're all just like a picture. They have no sense of time. It's kind of curious. Anyway, never mind. I just had that thought. So here we are again since a week ago, and there's 24 hours of these amazing things we're doing all over the world. I'm not surprised that it will have to have benefit. There's no question. Every thought counts, And the thing to keep remembering, we wonder how our mind, by having prayers, can help the world. But what we've got to remember too is our mind having positive thoughts energizes all the holy beings who have the power to help things. It's not just our thoughts, but it's the power that energizes, it's dependent arising, energizes the minds of the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas, the Dakas and Dakinis, it says in our prayer, So it's like a big fat, we're all in it together. Our wanting and requesting creates the cause for us to be able to benefit in the future. And our wanting and requesting energizes the holy beings to do their job, to benefit sentient beings. And it energizes the merit of the sentient beings who have the karma to be helped. So it all helps, you know. There's levels and levels and levels and levels of helping sentient beings. And we all do what we can, one step at a time. Have some confidence. Never give up. As His Holiness says, the Bodhisattvas think in terms of eons. This enthusiasm. Without enthusiasm, we all collapse, you know. Have to have enthusiasm. So here we are, thinking again, visualizing Chenrezig in front. I mean, Chenrezig is there. All the Buddhas are there. All the Buddhas, their minds are pervading the universe. You've got the Dharmakaya, which is the mind of the Buddha, fully developed mind, which is our potential. A fully developed mind, unhindered by any, utterly unhindered. And there's nothing there, you know. There's no delusions left. So nothing stops the mind from pervading the universe, seeing everything that exists, and having infinite empathy with every being as if they were oneself. This is the weirdest one for us in this world of individual beings. You know, the assumption of an individual separate being, which is exactly what Buddha argues with, is the assumption of this universe that we live in. The assumption of our views. It's the assumption of a separate individual beings. This is the final thing to go, you know, the sense of separateness. This concept of subject-object, that's gone finally when we're Buddha. So imagine the Buddha's mind. Buddhas, plural, but same Dharmakaya, but billions of forms of the Buddha, billions of Rupakayas, the form body. And then in those Rupakayas, we've got the Nimanakaya, which is the emanation body, the one like behind me. This supreme Nimanakaya is the form of the Buddha. But there can be millions of those. The Dharmakaya manifests in any form it wants to benefit sentient beings. The dog around the corner could be the Buddha manifesting. This is not meant to be cosmic, it's meant to be literal. As the Tibetans say, we don't know who anybody is, so don't judge. So there's, and then there's the Sambhogakaya, the subtler form, the subtler light body that's visible by our subtler mind, and the Arya Bodhisattvas. When you realize emptiness, you can see the Buddha in this form, you know. This is the one we're visualizing. This is mainly from Tantra. They're just these different manifestations of different qualities of the mind. That's all they are. It's just psychology, you know. So here it's the manifestation in a peaceful aspect of love and compassion. Chenrezig, compassionate-eyed one. There are many forms of Chenrezig. In Highest Yoga Chapter, there's a form of Chenrezig, Gyalwa Gyatso. There's wrathful forms of Chenrezig, like Hayagriva, this wrathful aspect of Chenrezig. Different forms for sentient beings, to suit sentient beings. So Chenrezig, he's got this light body, white light body, sitting on a multicolored lotus. On the lotus is a sun disk and a moon disk, which represent wisdom and compassion. He's holding in his first two hands in front, in the prayer mudra, he's holding a wish-fulfilling jewel. The left and right, the left held aloft, each hand, the other two, one holding, the right hand holding a crystal rosary and the left holding a white lotus. An antelope skin over his right ear indicates his peaceful nature. Peaceful is the best way to help sentient beings, sweetly, nicely. That helps, that works. But there are tough-minded sentient beings and peaceful doesn't work for them, so you've got to have wrathful. That's Hayagriva's job, for example, wrathful compassion, tough love. Depends on the sentient being's needs, and all the Buddhas can manifest in any one of these for the sake of sentient beings. So, you know, Lama Yeshe, for example, I always saw him as wrathful. He was short. He was a few inches bigger than me, but I always thought he's about 10 feet tall, you know, scared the life out of me because that was what I needed. But someone else I know only ever saw sweetness. He only ever saw gentle and sweet. So these lamas, who are the manifestation of Buddha for us, they do what we need. They manifest in a way that we need. So kind, so helpful. So Chenrezig, the manifestation of the Dharmakaya, the manifestation of our Lama's mind. Our Lama is just this human, you know, our Lama really is just is our teacher, our spiritual mentor. That's just the Nimanakaya. It's like the Shakyamuni Buddha at the time of the Buddha. If you were living in India at the time, you know, we see statues now, we go, oh, there's the Buddha, you know. Excuse me, put yourself back in India 2,500 years ago and you had to see all these, you know, the place had so many sadhus, all with the little yellow robes walking around. You couldn't tell one from another because Buddha doesn't need a body, so you can't tell who's a Buddha. That's ridiculous. We're not clairvoyant. So you'd have to do your checking. This person back then, he says he's enlightened, I better check. Same now, exactly the same now, no difference. the human person in the form in front of us that we can see and hear, that looks like and sounds like us, that is the manifestation of the Dharmakaya. That's the way to think. And all the blessings and all the realizations will come quickly when we see like that, you know, because we're receiving teachings directly from the Buddha. Think like that. So this is Chenrezig in the subtle light body. Radiant, beautiful, manifestation, embodiment of love and compassion. That's it. Wanting only to benefit others, having the wisdom to know how, the wish to do so, and the power to do so. This is the Buddha's mind. So now we visualize sentient beings. No, we haven't finished with Buddha yet. So now we visualize, because this is called the symbolic being. It's not the Buddha yet, it's just imagining. And now we actually invite all the Chenrezigs in the universe from their pure lands and throughout the universe. We invite them all to come and absorb into our visualization. This is inviting the wisdom beings. So from the Hung, there's white Om at Chenrezig's brow, a red Ah at his throat, and a blue Hung at his heart. The energy of enlightened body, speech, and mind. And this light beams go out and hook to all the 10 directions: north, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, and up and down, all directions. And hooks the energy of all the Chenrezigs, actual Chenrezigs in their pure lands. And hooks the energy, and all this energy of all the Chenrezigs come back with those beams of light, enters into the Hung of our visualization, and they become non-dual. Zahung Bam Ho. Now it's Chenrezig, the embodiment of all the Chenrezigs in the universe. How amazing. And now the sentient beings in the form of friend, enemy, stranger, no fourth category. So right in front, eyeball to eyeball, the ones you have aversion for. And, you know, that can easily be whichever, you know, the other football team, the other side of the war, the ones you don't like, the ones you think are the problem. Automatically, we have aversion for them. They're the troublemakers. The mean person next door, your ex-wife. Objects of aversion. Right in front, eyeball to eyeball. To the left, your beloveds, those who fulfill your attachment's needs. To the right, all the strangers, the objects of indifference. To the right, in front, as far as the horizon goes, above, to the left, to the right, behind, and below. The whole universe full of these so-called strangers. So what are these three categories? Remind ourselves. They're absolute truth for us. Why? Because we see them through the lenses of the three poisons. This is the world. This is the universe. All beings do the same. And we think it is absolute reality. We see the beloveds through the lenses of attachment. They fulfill my needs, so they're divine and I adore them. We see the enemies through the lenses of aversion. They don't do what I want, so I don't like them. And we see all the rest, we don't care, because they neither harm nor help us. We should be shocked by this, but this is what the universe does, because we're all driven by the three poisons. It's the universe. Monkeys and dogs, all the beings of the universe do the same. So here we're trying to take off those glasses, remove those lenses and see them separately from ourselves, and realize, yes, there are people who are evil, and yes, there are people who are saintly, and yes, there are people who are boring. This is true, not wrong, but this is not the point. We see them all equal from one point of view, that they wish to be happy and don't want to suffer. First, we have to see that, and then we will proceed to learn how to want them to be happy, and how to make them happy, and how to stop them suffering, which is love and compassion. But they're all the same from that point of view. They're not all the same from the point of view of evil and good. Some are evil and some are good, there's no doubt. But that's not the issue here. They all want to be, they're driven by the wish to be happy and driven by the wish not to suffer. All of them. So we want to help all of them. So now we take refuge together. Every one of us, all reciting together. Imagine this wonderful prayer, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha, Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. And we think together, all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. And we rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. That's a Sakya way of saying it. I think our Gulukpa Lamas don't say it like that. So these different ways of saying things is very nice. You get a different take on things. You know, I've got some Sakya Lamas and I've got Kagyu, Nyingma, and they talk differently, and it's helpful seeing things from a different perspective. So now we imagine Lama Chenrezig sending these beams of light from his brow, from the white Om, penetrating our brow, and particularly penetrating the brow of all the beings who've got this as a result of the pandemic, all the suffering that still continues to happen in waves throughout the world. But of course, everybody else who's suffering. And just look at the world, all the embodied beings, their particular kind of suffering here. You know, some disembodied beings have other kinds of suffering, which is, yeah. So there's white beams of light entering, filling us completely and annihilating, instantaneously annihilating all the pain of the body, the pain of the suffering, which is the result of harming in the past. So all the sickness, all the COVID disappearing, all the Omicron disappearing, all the Delta disappearing, all the new variations disappearing, all the pain, all the animals. Always think of the animals, they haven't got doctors, you know, some lucky animals get a doctor, most don't. They just live there with their limbs bitten off in agony. All this pain disappearing, and all the causes, past killing and past harming with the bodies, all this, it hasn't yet ripened, all this annihilated by this radiant white light filling as we sing the mantra a few times. And also remember, because we're just by saying the mantra, we're blessing our own body and mind, because our wind energies are connected to the mind, and that's our subtle body. Even just thinking the mantra purifies your mind and purifies your body, the subtle body. And anyone who hears it where we are, all the creatures who hear it, all the spirits, all the beings, and then the sound pervading the universe, we think, blessing all the sentient beings, invoking the Buddhas to benefit sentient beings, inviting them to please benefit sentient beings, take away their pain. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Visualizing strongly, wanting sentient beings to be free of suffering. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now as we continue, Lama Chenrezig continues sending this white light, totally energized by compassion, wanting only to relieve the sentient beings of their suffering. As we would say the verses, these verses from the mouth, from the mind of this Thangtong Gyalpo. These aspirations, may, this is intention, may this happen, may that happen, I want this, I want that, that's intention. It's the meaning of karma, starts with the mind. May all the diseases that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and in temporary conditions, the karma is the main cause, the seed is there, and then the temporary conditions like the rain, and the rain is the one that then triggers the karmic seed to ripen. The karmic seed needs the conditions to manifest. Such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher needing an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. This is what happens in wars. Look at it, those pictures in the paper. This group, this family walking across the road, and then boom, in a second they're dead, no time to think. We don't want to die like that. That's why it's best to die knowing you're going to die. It's best to be ready, because we're not ready, so we've got to be prepared. So be glad if you've been told you've got cancer or sickness, because now you can prepare for death. This is the one. To die suddenly, fine if you're a bodhisattva, but it's too risky otherwise. But this is, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Like those people who are executed, had their hands behind their back, knowing they were going to die, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. All these sentient beings, we've never heard of these. Your doctor doesn't tell you that you got harmed by one of the 80,000 interferers or the evil spirits or the bhutas. So all of these, obviously are beings existing in other realms who, like all of us, are driven by the delusions and who, due to karma, harm others. So we can be harmed by beings in a subtler form and a grosser form. It's like that. They're the temporary conditions that trigger the karma we have. A person can't harm you if you don't have the karma to be harmed, but they harm you because you've got the karma. So the karma is always the first cause. Keep remembering that. Everything in the universe, every moment of happiness, any moment of suffering, first cause, your past action, then temporary condition that triggers it. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of the law of cause and effect, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are due to, from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. And remember, if we have that, do not take it for granted. It's like a miracle. It's because if you pass non-killing, non-stealing, non-harming, non-lying, and all the rest, it's ripening as good health and well-being. Do not have hubris about it. Do not forget it for 1 millisecond. Oh, aren't I lucky? No, you worked hard to get it. So don't waste it. The only reason you want good health is so you can work on your mind and become a Buddha and benefit others. Don't forget that. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of the law of cause and effect, may all these prayers and aspirations and prayers and dedications be fulfilled. May it happen. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. As we continue to visualize Lama Chenrezig sending these powerful radiant beams of healing white light from his brow to the brow, our brow, and the brows of all the suffering people in the universe, all those with COVID, as a result, not just having the disease, but as a result of it, the families, the destruction, the people dying, and all this, and the suffering, and all the money it's costing, all the residual results of it, all the environmental results of it, all of this. And all the other suffering in the wars and the dramas, being beaten up by each other, being raped, being attacked, being harmed by bodies, using our bodies to harm others. And purifying all the karmic causes of all the past seeds that haven't yet ripened, getting them before they ripen. These light beams filling every being in the universe, up, down, to the left, to the right, below, behind, in front, and above. All of them. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So if you imagine sending beings full of this white light. So imagine it's purified. Imagine it's purified. Imagine it's purified all the 4 ways that karma ripens, you know, imagine. So first of all, the results as the experience similar to the cause of killing, for example, is that you get killed or you die young. So imagine all the past karmic seeds haven't yet ripened as that, purified. Then the environmental result of killing, for example, killing, is that, you know, you get sick, you are weak, and the physical world harms you. It's exactly what it is, you know. And the tendency to keep killing, think of that one, that's the most important, that's purified. And the lower realm rebirth, that's purified. Imagine. All of these 4 past karmic results, of the 4 results, totally purified, full of this blissful white light. And that's just from killing, not the others. Harming with our bodies, stealing, for example, you know, being poor, people taking from you, or sexual misconduct, you know, misusing our bodies based on attachment, harming others based on attachment to, you know, to bodies. The environmental result of that, for example, is the environment stinks and is filthy and smelly, you know, and revolting and yucky. The experience is similar to the cause of sexual misconduct, which is harming with our body, is, you know, your relationships never last. People cheat on you, people leave you. Things like that. So now we visualize Lama Chenrezig sending so compassionately from his throat red beams of light, laser beams of red light from the red R, penetrating our throats, filling us completely. And this time purifying all the karmic results now, the 4 results, the result, the lower realms, and the tendency to lie, the tendency to badmouth, to abuse people, the tendency to rabbit on about nothing, the tendency to criticize behind backs, disharmony, creating disharmony, finding fault behind backs, you know, we do this all the time. Then the environmental result, you know, the environmental result of speech is that the elements don't work properly. There's disharmony of the elements. Too much water, too much rain, not enough rain, too much fire, not enough fire. All the elements unbalanced, the elements, you know. No pleasure places, everything's harsh and ugly. So abusive speech, for example, the environmental result is you're born in a place, you live in a place where nothing grows, literally live in a desert, you know. All this, everything we experience, environment, as an experience, as a tendency, every one of these, every millisecond, first cause, our past action. This is what we have to remember. It doesn't appear to us like this. It appears to us to exist from out there. It appears to us as existing from its own side. It appears to exist as bad luck and good luck, nothing to do with me. That's the result of ego grasping, the root delusion. It's not true. Everything's our karmic appearance, as Lama Zopa says. Everything, every millisecond of what we see and hear and taste and touch and smell is our karmic appearance. You have to remember that. That's the fundamental. It's the basis of all the Buddha's teachings, the basis of practice. And it's helping us realize emptiness. It's very powerful. And the basis of incredible compassion for sentient beings. The red light filling us, totally purifying all the present karmic results of speech and then all the past causes. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of this red light, all the karmic results, all the seeds from speech purified so they don't ripen. How amazing. for all sentient beings. And now we visualize Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sending from the blue home of his heart, blue beams of light that penetrate our heart, every being, and fill us completely. Purifying, of course, the root of the problem, the mind, the delusions, the misconceptions, the neuroses, the afflictions, the disturbing emotions. All of these words referring to the stuff that's in our mind that makes up stories and misrepresents the world to us. That's how they function, and this is why we suffer. All of this gone, eradicated. The root delusion, ego grasp, the root delusion, ignorance that clings to the inherent me, inherent you, inherent this, inherent that. And the attachment that as a result, and the aversion and all the other dramas, gone like a dream. They have no basis in reality, which is why they can be removed from the mind. And what removes them is wisdom, seeing things as they are, that conquers the fantasies that see fantasies. That's how it works. Full of this blissful blue light, all sentient beings, and taking away all the fears that come along with the delusions. The delusions are rooted in fear. All gone, liberated. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So now again, we say these verses from our heart, these aspirations, these wishes. And again, we visualize the white light from Lama Chenrezig's brow, the white Om, blessing every one of us, removing all the pain and suffering of the bodies, which is the result of harming in the past, and then removing all the karmic seeds that haven't yet ripened. Got to get ahead of the game as we say these verses from our heart. And all the diseases that sadden the mind, destroying in beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. And don't forget Lama Chenrezig sending the white light. Don't forget that. See it all the time as we're saying the verses. Purifying suffering sentient beings. Like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Have I lost my way again? Harm suddenly. I don't remember it. I'm so sorry. All these years of saying it in my mind's as thick as a post. Where were we? Harm suddenly. There it is. The 424 diseases and so forth. Shows my mind is scattered as well. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Again, just thinking the white. This time now we imagine Lama Chenrezig sends the three lights together, and what this does. So imagine, this first one, what we imagine is we've achieved liberation. This is like the wisdom wing, if you like, sort of roughly. We've achieved our own liberation. We've achieved our own nirvana. We've cut the root of delusions, nirvana, cessation of suffering and its causes. But there's more we can do. So with the, we add this wisdom to bodhicitta, the outrageous levels of practice of the bodhisattva path. The power of all this removes even enables us for the subtlest imprints, the subtlest, like they talk about how sometimes the examples they use, like, you've removed the garlic from the jar, that's you've removed the problem, and now you've still got the smell left over. So this level, the subtler one of removing the obstacles to omniscience, they call it. the knowledge obscurations, they call it. This is when we become Buddha, removing even the subtlest imprints. Imagine this. So the three lights together, all sentient beings, white to the brow from the red, from the white Om, red from the red R, blue from the blue Hong, body, speech, mind, all sentient beings coming from Chenrezig into us and all sentient beings, removing even these subtlest imprints, even the subtlest imprints, helping us achieve omniscience, Buddhahood, as we say the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now imagine. Now we imagine the lotus that Lama Chenrezig is sitting on dissolves into the moon disk and the sun disk, and they dissolve into his body. And then he very happily comes and sits above our crowns. Everyone in the universe sits above the crowns, facing the same way as each one of us. And now very happily, he dissolves into white light and absorbs through our crowns. And then we imagine the energy of the Lama, Chenrezig's body, speech and mind, and the energy of our Lama's body, speech and mind, merge with our body, speech, and mind. Union, oneness, as Lama Yeshe would say. They become the same. Imagine this. Every being. And they will become Chenrezig. So now imagine all these trillions of Chenrezigs from above, below, behind, in front, behind, underneath, to the left, to the right. They all absorb into us, enhancing even more brilliantly our Chenrezig nature, our true nature. This potential for Buddhahood is what defines every living being's existence. Essentially, every mind, by definition, our real nature is our potential for Buddhahood. That's what we are. That's what defines us. Not our humanity, not all the things we identify with. I'm male, I'm female, I'm fat, I'm thin, I'm intelligent, I'm ugly, I'm an animal, I'm a dog, whatever it is, none of that. They're just temporary packages. Our true nature, our actual nature, is the mind perfected, free of delusions and full of goodness. Buddha. That's what Buddha has found. That's our true nature. So now it's manifest. Now it's manifested. So now we imagine that we expand to fill the universe. Vast, clear, blissful, radiant. No thoughts. No thoughts. And now relax. And now think, we'll do the 4 immeasurable thoughts. Think, think, think. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings could abide in equanimity, free of attachment, ignorance, and anger. May they abide so. And then the brave attitude of the Bodhisattva, this courageous attitude of the Bodhisattva. I will make this happen. Please, Lama Chenrezig, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings could have were free of suffering and its causes. May they be free. I will make this happen. Please, Lama Chenrezig, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings could have happiness, including of enlightenment. May they have, and its causes, may they have them. I will make this happen. Please, Lama Chenrezig, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were never parted from higher rebirths and liberation's excellent bliss. May they never be parted. I will make this happen. Please, Lama Chenrezig, bless me to be able to do this. So we think, for the rest of the day, whether it's a night or whatever it is for us, having this attitude, it's the brave attitude of the Bodhisattva. The wisdom wing is all this hard work, internal, ripping out the delusions, seeing your own nonsense, owning it, having courage, being responsible, growing strength and courage and self-confidence. And now with the Bodhisattva path, we become insanely confident, courageous, confident, never to give up, never give up. Think in terms of eons, never give up. One, helping in the way we can right now. Two, the long term of working on ourselves step by step to become a Buddha, and then never giving up helping others. Having the wisdom to do so, the compassion to want to do so, and the power to do so. That's it. Every time you see suffering, don't get angry, don't get depressed, just reaffirm your courage to never give up. Recognize it's the fruit of the past actions, recognize it in yourself, and think, I will never give up. Never give up. That's it. What time is it? Who's there? Hello, Venerable Carol. I better dedicate quickly. I didn't dedicate. Sorry. Yeah, dedicate. I'm so slow. I forget half the time. So dedicating. We are dedicating, thinking all these seeds we planted, may we nourish them from this moment forward so they do ripen exactly as we aspired, exactly as we intended. And may all our holy lamas, all the examples on this planet who are showing us the way, His Holiness Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, your own lamas, may Geshe Dagpo in San Francisco, all of our lamas, may they live long, long lives and continue to shine as examples on this planet of what's possible. That's it. Thank you, dearest Venerable Carol. Goodbye. Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you,
Bye, sweetheart. Bye. Thank you. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. I'm Carol Jampachutso, and I'm, as Venerable Rubina said, in the San Francisco Bay Area at Seichen Ling Center. So it's 7 a.m. here. I know people are joining from all over the world, and it's wonderful to have you here. Welcome to people in the Zoom room and to everyone who watches on YouTube and will watch later. And big thanks especially to Venerable Damcho, who organizes the schedule, to IMI, all the monks and nuns who participate, and especially to Chenrezig Institute, who makes this happen with their constant behind-the-scenes support. So thank you so much. And before we get started this morning with this session, I thought we could just do a little centering to just to focus the mind a bit as we set our motivation. It's just nice to have a quiet moment. So whether you're on a cushion or a chair, just feel yourself kind of planted. If you're on a chair, it's good to have your feet flat on the floor. And then in terms of posture, just check your spine and make sure it's straight but not stiff. So we can this sort of anchors our body. And then just doing a quick body scan. We'll start at the crown of the head. Just relaxing the corners of your eyes, your cheeks, your jaw, your chin. And then relax your neck and your shoulders. Make sure they're down, relaxed. When we do this body scan, we bring the attention to each part of the body to to release the tension that's there. Because sometimes it's just, we don't even realize the shoulders are up. We don't realize the jaw is tight. So just relaxing as you bring your attention to each area of your body. And then to kind of relax your diaphragm, just take a deep breath, breathing in slowly. Hold it for a second or two and then slowly exhale. And as you exhale, just imagine letting go of all the distractions on your mind, all the things you have to do today or tomorrow, whatever, maybe something that's bothering you from today, just put it aside. Just rest with the mind clear, just focusing on the breath. Taking a second breath, holding for a second or two, and then slowly exhaling. This time, just letting go of any tension in your chest, belly area, tension in your body. Just feeling yourself relaxed, the mind alert. Then taking a third breath, holding for a second or two, and then slowly exhaling. Just allowing yourself to experience the breath, whether it's the sensation of your breath at your nostrils as you breathe, maybe the rise and fall of your chest or belly, wherever it's more prominent. Just rest your attention there. And then continuing with the body, just relaxing your hips, your thighs, your calves, your ankles. And your toes. So just feeling the body relaxed and the mind alert. Just watching the breath. Breathing in and breathing out. And then just bringing to mind the motivation for being here, for doing this practice. Remembering this bodhicitta, this wish to attain enlightenment, to benefit all sentient beings. And just thinking, just as I wish to be free of suffering, so does every being. It's just, we all wish to be free of suffering and to have happiness. And then recognizing that the way to lasting happiness is through this path laid out by the Buddha. To do no harm and to be of benefit if we can. And just thinking, if I do this just for myself, I leave all the suffering, everyone else behind. I can't even feel joy knowing that this is happening. So just developing a wish that I might attain enlightenment, to benefit others, to benefit everybody in the best way. When we try to help in ordinary ways, sometimes it's beneficial, but a lot of the time it's not, because we don't have this Buddha wisdom, this omniscience, this understanding, and this bodhicitta heart, this mind of enlightenment. So we really need, if we want to help, this is the best way. So just remembering that, thinking that I'm sitting here and doing this practice for all sentient beings. So with this thought in mind, we can do this. Recite this motivation or just reflect on it as I recite it. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So just thinking in this way with this wishing bodhicitta at this point, at least for me it is. I have to make it, to exert some effort to have this thought of bodhicitta. But with continual practice, with this effort that we make, we can enter the bodhisattva path where that mind is just the essence of our being. So just aspiring to that spontaneous bodhicitta. And then before we recite this mantra of Chenrezig, this Om Mani Padme Hum mantra, let's do a little bit of visualization, just imagining yourself sitting in a meadow, a lovely green place with your friends and family to either side, and then going off in a big circle, all sentient beings in human form, everyone just seated in a big circle, comfortably, very peacefully and harmoniously, just extending out to the horizon. But nobody feels crowded or upset, because there in the center of this circle is Chenrezig, this Buddha of compassion, just radiant white figure with 1,000 arms, just looking out at all sentient beings with this heart of compassion, this wish to relieve all suffering. And just visualize that as we recite the mantra, rays of light radiate from Chenrezig's holy body, just radiating out to all beings. And these rays of light come to the crown of your head. Just begin filling your body with this energy of compassion so that we can really transform our minds to this mind of compassion, putting aside the delusions, the negativities, the self-cherishing, and just embracing compassion and loving kindness. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. So to really help transform our minds, we can do a little purification practice. First, where we can generate this, we reflect on this life, on the the things that we've done that have been harmful, and reflect on them not in a judgmental sort of way, but in a way of realizing just the futility, it's our own suffering, basically. When we give harm, there's no benefit to us, there's no benefit to others. So just seeing these actions, maybe these words, these thoughts, and regretting them. Just imagine it was, we missed an opportunity to be of benefit, to benefit others, to benefit ourselves. And so we generate regret. It's as if we had swallowed poison. We want to get rid of this. So the antidote to that poison is this kind of practice, this recitation, this taking to heart this mantra. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. And so we recite this mantra so that we can really generate this kind of compassion, to experience this compassion of Chenrezig, this really strong wish to eliminate suffering. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, 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 and then again, in our minds, just reaffirming our refuge, our taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. The Buddha, the path he showed, the Dharma, the precious teachings he gave, the Sangha, all those who practice this way of the Buddha, who achieved Buddhahood in this method, the Aryas, all these great beings. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. So when we think of this kind of taking refuge, we can think of the Buddha as being like, we can think of ourselves as being ill because we're suffering. We can think of the Buddha as being like the doctor, can treat us. The Dharma as being like the actual medicine to cure us. And the Sangha as being like the nurses and support staff, everyone who's able to help us when we're ill get better. So thinking in this way and really just aspiring to this this path of the Buddha, these teachings. Not only to hear them, but to understand them by reflecting on them, meditating, so that we can really put them into practice. So now just imagine that your body's completely filled with this radiant white light from Chenrezig, and everyone else, every other being has experienced the same thing, just completely filled with this compassion, transforming the body, speech, and mind into this compassionate energy, wishing to relieve the suffering of others and being freed of suffering ourselves, because it's when we transform the mind away from the delusions, from the negativities, from giving harm, having destructive intentions, that we really experience this freedom from suffering when we transform into compassion, into this loving kindness. So just thinking in this way and making a determination or a commitment, a strong wish not to repeat these negative actions, to really watch our speech and not to speak harmfully, and watch our thoughts very carefully so that harmful thoughts are stopped immediately, so that we hold this compassion, this loving kindness in our hearts, and that we just watch so that our thoughts, our words, our actions reflect this compassion, this mind of compassion. So now just imagining that Buddha Chenrezig emanates thousands and thousands of bodies, each one coming to the crown of each sentient being. So that we have the Buddha on your crown, melting into light, and just entering your crown, filling your body with this compassionate energy. So just feel transformed. And with that thought, that visualization, we'll do the actual prayer. It's Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So on this final repetition, let's just again bring to mind this motivation of bodhicitta, just thinking that may this prayer be realized in the best way to help all the suffering beings, every single being. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis and guardians, the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just taking to heart this prayer, seeing it as completely effective, really transforming the minds of all sentient beings, freeing them from suffering, having this power. And in our hearts, just dedicating for everyone suffering the effects of COVID all around the world, just over these past years, the difficulties, the people who have been lost, those who have died, those who have long-term effects. And just sending out this prayer to heal and to benefit for everyone who's suffering in Ukraine now, in Russia, and all the effects of this horrible war, these unjust actions, just thinking to dedicate for their benefit, for the end of the suffering. And let's just dedicate with bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And just remembering emptiness, samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect, independent arising, are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. Oh, sorry, I think I went too far. I wanted to do this this other dedication of the Bodhisattvas. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality well, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And then for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So this is the dedication prayer for Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Just dedicating as strongly as you can and keeping this thought in mind, this bodhicitta. You can keep it present. It just is so powerful to transform all that we do, all that we say, and all that we think, just having that thought present. So thank you so much for joining. Venerable Celiana. Ciao, Bella.
Hello, Carol. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. It's very, very nice to see you, dear.
It's nice to see you too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care. Ciao, ciao. Bye.
Oh.
So first of all, I'd like to thank all the people at Chenrezig Institute that have been helping us for 90 weeks now, 90. And so thank you very, very much for all your support, your dedication for supporting us in this really good commitment that we have to fulfill the wishes of Lama Zopa Rinpoche and His Holiness. And then it's very nice to make prayer for the world, for all the situation that we are experiencing now. And this is to remind us that everything is so impermanent and everything is changing day after day, moment after moment. So there is no certainty at all in samsara. Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much to Venerable Damcho that has been supporting us all this week and try to organize these slots of prayers. Ok, ho ringraziato il centro Chenrezig per il supporto e il sostegno che ci stanno dando già da 90 settimane. Questa è la 90esima settimana che noi stiamo facendo questo maratone o staffetta di preghiera, e siamo i monaci dell'Istituto Mahayana Internazionale, IMI, che è l'organizzazione dell'FPMT di tutti quanti i monaci e le monache non himalayani. Quindi sosteniamo e facciamo queste preghiere proprio per pacificare, per alleviare le sofferenze che ci sono nel mondo, ovunque, non soltanto per la situazione delle malattie, ma tutti i tipi di sofferenza che tutti quanti gli esseri viventi soffrono. E questo è un modo anche per ricordarci dell'impermanenza e della morte. Non c'è assolutamente niente di certo nell'esistenza ciclica, nel senso che ci sono continui salite, poi discese, poi si va su e si va giù, c'è questo continuo altalena di gioia e di infelicità e così via. Dobbiamo ricordarci che effettivamente non c'è assolutamente alcun tipo di certezza nell'esistenza ciclica, nel senso che anche quando una persona è ricca e famosa, questo non vuol dire che lo rimarrà tale, non vuol dire nemmeno che una persona che ha successo continuerà ad avere successo, non vuol dire che una persona che ha un lavoro stabile, boom, all'improvviso finisce. particolarmente la nostra vita è assolutamente imprevedibile. Da un giorno all'altro le situazioni possono cambiare immediatamente e l'unica cosa certa che abbiamo è che moriremo. Di sicuro moriremo e al momento della nostra morte non c'è assolutamente niente che potrà essere di aiuto al nostro momento del trapasso. L'unica cosa che ci potrà essere veramente di aiuto è il tipo di attitudine mentale che noi abbiamo coltivato durante la nostra vita. Quindi cerchiamo di portare alla mente la giusta motivazione per la quale noi siamo qui a fare la maratona di preghiera. In particolare pensiamo di cercare di generare una buona motivazione che sia valida per tutta la nostra esistenza, non soltanto adesso che siamo qui seduti a cercare di sviluppare amore e compassione. In particolare dovremmo cercare di generare una fortissima compassione per tutte le persone che causano dei danni, per tutte le persone che causano dei problemi agli altri, persone che danneggiano, perché in quel momento lì non stanno facendo altro che creare situazioni di malessere per se stessi e per gli altri. Abbiamo questo corpo umano grazie al fatto che nelle vite passate ci siamo impegnati nel proteggere la vita degli altri, nell'aver praticato la generosità e in particolare abbiamo praticato la pazienza, e questa è la cosa che ci può veramente aiutare a ottenere realizzazioni e a praticare il sentiero in una maniera sincera. Quindi ricordiamo che noi abbiamo questa esistenza umana grazie alla gentilezza degli altri. Grazie alla gentilezza degli altri nel senso che è proprio grazie all'esistenza degli altri che abbiamo potuto praticare la moralità, abbiamo potuto praticare la pazienza, la generosità e ancora adesso, grazie all'esistenza degli altri, possiamo sviluppare amore, compassione e ancora praticare la pazienza, particolarmente verso tutte le persone che ci causano dei problemi, verso tutte le persone che noi etichettiamo come nemici. Perché proprio in quel momento in cui ci fanno sorgere una mente negativa, ci danno l'opportunità di riconoscere questa mente negativa e generare veramente il sentimento di rinuncia a non voler essere intrappolati nelle emozioni distruttive, nelle emozioni disturbanti. Vogliamo veramente lasciare andare tutto questo e entrare in contatto invece con quella che è la natura chiara della nostra mente, la natura fondamentale della nostra mente, che è la gentilezza, amorevole gentilezza. Quindi portiamo alla mente anche di fronte a noi gli oggetti del rifugio, che sono appunto il nostro guru, Buddha, Dharma e Sangha. Sono effettivamente ciò che ci protegge, nel senso che se noi facciamo sì che la nostra mente diventi Dharma, ovvero coltiviamo le azioni motivate da amorevole gentilezza, quindi azioni che non danneggiano gli altri ma che danno del beneficio agli altri, in quel modo noi stiamo praticando il Dharma, in quel modo la nostra mente è nel Dharma, è in quel modo che noi proteggiamo noi stessi e gli altri dalla sofferenza, quindi con la fortissima determinazione a non farsi intrappolare dalle emozioni disturbanti e con la profonda fede e fiducia nel nostro Lama, in Buddha Sakyamuni, nei suoi insegnamenti e nella comunità spirituale che ci sostiene in queste pratiche, dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio visualizzando di fronte a noi Chenrezig o Sua Santità Dalai Lama o Lama Zopa Rinpoche, oppure Buddha Sakyamuni o Thangtong Gyalpo, che è una manifestazione di Chenrezig, e dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio. Ricordiamoci che prendiamo rifugio effettivamente nelle qualità che noi realizzeremo una volta illuminati. Quindi ci affidiamo a queste qualità dentro di noi affinché vengano nutrite sempre di più, affinché noi stessi diventiamo il nostro vero rifugio. Immaginiamo che dal cuore di Chenrezig, di Sua Santità Dalai Lama, infiniti raggi di luce vengono a toccare noi stessi e tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi intorno a noi. Così purifichiamo completamente tutte le impronte mentali negative, particolarmente generiamo e coltiviamo così le nostre attitudini positive. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente e Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente e Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Quindi ora, mentre recitiamo il mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, pensiamo a questi infiniti raggi di luce che purificano completamente il nostro corpo, parole e mente da tutte quante le impronte mentali negative. Il mantra di Buddha Chenrezig, il mantra delle 6 sillabe, purifica le impronte mentali negative che abbiamo accumulato attraverso le varie azioni negative di corpo, parole e mente, come l'aver ucciso, aver rubato, aver mancato di rispetto ai propri maestri, ai propri genitori, ancora aver mentito e aver generato sentimenti di malevolenza nei confronti degli altri. E quindi praticamente purifichiamo così la gelosia, l'invidia, l'arroganza, la malevolenza, la bramosia e l'ignoranza. E così nel recitare il mantra delle 6 sillabe è un modo per sviluppare le 6 perfezioni: perfezione della moralità, la perfezione della pazienza, la perfezione della generosità, la perfezione dell'entusiasmo nel compiere cose positive, la perfezione della concentrazione e della saggezza. È detto che appunto recitando 1000 mantra Om Mani Padme Hum il nostro corpo viene benedetto e l'aria che tocca il nostro corpo poi tocca gli altri esseri viventi vengono purificate il loro karma negativo semplicemente per il potere di questo mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani per me, 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 mani per me. Oh, money for me, 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 oh. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money. Money for me, oh, 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 money. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money. Money for you, 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 money. Oh, money for you, 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 money. Money for you, 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 money for you. Oh, money for me, oh, money for me, oh, money for me, oh, money for you, money for me, oh, money for me, oh, money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money for me. Money for me, oh, 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 money for me. Money for me, oh, 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 money for me, oh. Ora recitiamo la preghiera effettiva di Thangtong Gyalpo. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti, dalle malattie, dai Buddha e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, e come un macellaio che porta nel stesso macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuti ai disturbi causati ai quattro elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con il potere dei dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gradi, dalle malattie, dai Buddha e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo, possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie infettive, e poi sempre ci sono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai quattro elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano stati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere dei lachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti gradi, dalle malattie, dai Buddha e degli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa, qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che portano ad essere macellato, separare il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono essere incarnati, essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati ricollocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti essere incarnati o essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai quattro elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei dachini, dei protettori dei dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza e infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora continuiamo la nostra recitazione con la preghiera per pacificare la paura della carestia. Adesso un sacco di esseri viventi stanno sperimentando tutte le sofferenze riguardo alla carestia, il fatto di non trovare cibo, di non avere abbastanza soldi per avere il cibo. Immaginiamo anche tutti quanti i bambini in Africa che muoiono quotidianamente proprio per la mancanza di cibo, perché hanno acqua non potabile, non hanno le medicine. E poi tutti quanti gli altri esseri senzienti, non soltanto gli esseri umani, gli animali, gli insetti che muoiono a causa dell'inquinamento. E non soltanto in questi universi, in tutti gli innumerevoli universi che ci sono, gli infiniti esseri che stanno soffrendo. Noi siamo sempre Chenrezig, che manda infiniti raggi di luce a tutti quanti noi. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Mani per you, 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 mani per you. Om Mani Padme Hum. Avendo generato la mente che aspira alla suprema e più alta illuminazione per liberare veramente tutti gli infiniti esseri viventi, tu, il compassionevole vittorioso, hai completato le 2 accumulazioni. L'assemblea dei condottieri Buddha, Bodhisattva, ascoltatori, Pratyeka Buddha, Guru Ida, Dakini, guardiani del Dharma, delle 10 direzioni, divinità della ricchezza Yaksha, signori dei tesori insieme ai loro seguiti. Pensa con amore agli esseri viventi di questi tempi degenerati, che sono privi di protettore, quindi al fine di proteggere veramente questi esseri incarnati, che sono tormentati dalle sofferenze, dalla fame, della sete e della povertà, fa sì che cada una pioggia di tutti i piaceri e trenti necessari, gioielli, cibo, ricchezza, cereali, biancheria e così via, nella terra delle nevi e in questo mondo. Per favore pacifichi i danni causati ai 4 elementi, viventi inopportuno, fuoco, siccità, piogge, inondazioni e così via. E per favore fa crescere i cereali nelle colture, che i raccolti siano copiosi, che maturino e aumentino come durante l'era del completamento. Per il potere di aver fatto intense richieste con profonde suppliche, con la forza dell'amore e della compassione, possano l'era della malattia, dei combattimenti e della carestia essere pacificate e possiamo possedere una lunga vita, felice e libera dalle malattie, per la grande compassione dei vittoriosi e i loro figli, per la forza dell'infallibile verità che causa l'effetto possano gli insegnamenti vittoriosi diffondersi e aumentare, possono gli esseri viventi raggiungere rapidamente la completa illuminazione. Per la pagina delle parole di verità che pacificano il pericolo delle armi. Pensiamo a tutti quegli esseri che sono vittime della loro ignoranza e del loro odio e che causano dei danni agli altri pensando di poter ottenere la felicità. E questo non fa altro che aumentare la sofferenza e l'insoddisfazione. Quindi cerchiamo di generare infinita compassione per tutti quanti questi esseri che causano sofferenza agli altri e per tutti quanti gli esseri che stanno soffrendo adesso e sono vittime appunto di questa sofferenza, che stanno sperimentando il risultato del loro karma, e noi stiamo sperimentando il risultato del nostro karma, qualunque situazione ci troviamo. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime, trascendente, che osserva tutto, vittorioso e agriva, erato, tara completamente pura e così via. E solo sentire i vostri nomi elimina tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio della natura della compassione, per favore prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti nel tempo dei litigi e prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa, i conflitti, lotte causate l'esplosione del grande oceano di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano, tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare e di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre, così possono aumentare felicità e buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che, entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno, lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di un'asura, d'ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra, d'ora in poi abbandonino il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di beatitudine e condurre tutti gli altri in questa terra pura. Per favore fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati e che muoiono abbiano una lunga vita senza malattie e possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù. Fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti, affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti, per la realtà ultima che è pura per natura. Causa ed effetto sono infallibili poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, e per la compassione del Guru, divinità sigillo della mente, dei rari sublimi, possono queste pure e estese preghiere essere realizzate. Quindi ci impegniamo ora nelle strofe di dedica a realizzare bodhicitta, possa la preziosa Suprema Bodhicitta sorge in chi non l'ha ancora generata, possa la mente che è stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescere sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, causa ed effetto e origine indipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le benedizioni di riconoscere il significato e pensione di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Poi per i malati, ovunque ci siano molti esseri malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Poi sigilliamo i meriti con la vacuità. Per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e del futuro, accumulati da me da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti, all'esiste la loro parte, possibile che sono completamente vuoto, esiste la mia parte, ottenere uno stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto, esiste la sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti, esiste la loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto, esiste la sua parte, da sola che sono completamente vuota, esiste la mia parte. Poi dedichiamo ancora per la lunga vita di Sua Santità Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo. Incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del giocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa e immaginata, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onori i tuoi supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri, tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Quindi abbiamo così completato la nostra sessione. Abbiamo così completato la nostra sessione di Chenrezig, di Thangtong Gyalpo, del pacificare dal pericolo delle armi, della carestia, delle guerre. E quindi ora lascio la parola a Venerabile Damcio. Le persone italiane che vogliono continuare a seguire potranno avere una prossima sessione alle 19, poi alle 19:30 e domani sera alle 9 condurrò la meditazione di Vajrasattva sul sito organizzato dal centro di Napoli. Quindi ci si può vedere anche domani sera alle 9 di sera con la meditazione di Vajrasattva. Ok, Venerable Damcho.
Hello. How are you, Venerable Ciliana?
I'm very well, thank you.
Yeah, not too bad. The lighting was quite good when I came in, and the moment I sit down, the clouds seem to cover in. So I'm just moving. Yeah, that looks better. People can see me now. Good.
Yes, but you have that kind of the light behind you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was quite bright earlier, so I thought, oh, I don't need any lighting here. But there you go.
You know, today I was listening to the teaching with Geshe Tashi on Mahmud, you know. Then in the end, at 2 o'clock, I mean, India time, I don't know, is it Italy time is 2 o'clock. And, you know, he had to stop because they didn't have electricity there because of the storm, and probably they said that the monsoon are starting. It seems a little bit early, but anyway. So are you okay? Everything okay with you?
Yeah, I'm keeping all right. I'm quite happy and content.
You are in Leeds?
Sorry?
Are you in Leeds, right?
I'm in Leeds, yes.
Okay.
So I just got the schedule out. I have two more. I just had 2 more write-ups for events come through, so I just have to go through them and then add them to the system. But then I can take a little breather and go, it's Easter.
So, Easter, you don't have to. Okay, good.
Do you know what I mean? And then have a few days, you know, quiet over Easter. And then it's just staying on top of everything. You know what it's like. You know, once you had, try to stay on top. Otherwise, you're always chasing your tail.
Yes.
And everybody thinks, you know, as monastics, we have an easy life, but actually,
yes, right.
You know, it was quieter before.
Anyway, thank you very much, Damcho, for everything you do. You know, just like you have to have so much patience, you know, in doing this. Thank you very, very much.
Maybe that's why, you know, why I've been dealt this karmic card to enhance my patience.
Probably. But this is kind of easy, you know, compared to having the enemy there, you know, and then the enemy
True.
just like,
I mean, for us, really, the big enemy is being procrastination, isn't it?
yes,
Falling
yes,
back
yes.
and do nothing, and suddenly you have all this
Yes,
big amount
I
of
think
work to do. And then,
exactly.
yeah, no, but yeah.
Mm.
Anyway, lovely to see you. And thanks
Nice
so
to
much,
see you
everyone
too.
who
Take care.
supported you.
Ciao, ciao,
Okay,
ciao,
take care.
ciao.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
So let's have a quick look who's with me here. Hello, Lucia. Hello, Aldo. Hello, who's that? Patty.
Glad to see you.
Lovely to see you. Jeannie's here. Hello. I take it, Jeannie, you're looking after us right now. Irene is here. Lovely to see you all and everyone who is on YouTube. Sorry, I haven't checked who might be out there. So, but I have a feeling of the regulars, Anna, Fernando, so, and everyone else. So lovely to see you all. Okay, so this is just going to be a quick, short session, this one. So half an hour we have. So let's not waste too much time with my waffle. So that's gonna come a bit later. So we'll just take a moment to take a few deep breaths. Just think about your own motivation for being here. What is it that we want to get out of this session? Not just for ourselves, but also for others. And how can we achieve all this? We acknowledge what the main purpose is for us to be on the path. Acknowledge our community, our teachers, the ultimate goal. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose past is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor, never displeased an excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings. Thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. Okay, so we set the basic focus of us being here. So how can we be of benefit to other sentient beings? We can do this through the 3 levels of motivation. Again, as a good guide to set us up. The morning, lunchtime, and afternoon, or early evening, just to check what do we want from the day, how do we fare throughout the day, where can we tweak, how can we readjust, and how do we compare morning and afternoon, and learn our lessons from that. Today, in the here and now, while I'm alive, as much as possible, to the very best of my ability, understanding, training, and skill and resources, I will not harm any living being. Today, as much as possible, I will benefit other sentient beings in whichever way I can. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. All the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. Okay, so how can we again elaborate slightly on this? And again, paraphrasing, taking a few lines from the Mercedes Sosa song, Solo le pido a Dios. Asked only that I'm not indifferent to suffering, that I'm not indifferent to injustice, that I'm not indifferent to war, that I'm not indifferent to deception, and that I'm not indifferent about the future. So if we visualize in the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, at development initiations, we feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. Anyone following us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you're most closely associated with love and compassion. If you do not feel comfortable with engaging in the visualization of deities or engaging with deities, just visualize a clear light and let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings. Visualize a light radiance from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are. Might be right next to you, on you, the furthest corners of the universe, across the 6 realms, whatever form or shape, whoever they are, whatever they have done. The Guru's compassionate light finds them all and fills their bodies through the crown of their head, the compassionate light nectar, purifying all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. We call upon Mother Sentient Beings to join us now and take refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who invent like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the keys. We go for refuge to the anti-clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who invent like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and the keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And as the Guru smiles, the purified light nectar intensified. The more and more of our karmic dust and grime and stains and taste and smells are being removed from our bodies, atom by atom, the space between those atoms. We begin to fill with that compassionate light. So much so that our bodies can hold no more. We exchange ourselves with the Guru and all mother sentient beings, who likewise exchange themselves with the Guru and other beings. We all become one with the Guru. We become one source of compassion. We become one. And holding on to that, that image that we keep exchanging ourselves with others and the Guru, that we all become one. Visualize as we recite the Mani mantra, that more and more we join, purified. The more we purify, the brighter we shine and collectively dispelling the darkness of samsara. Like a bright beacon act for those who are lost in the darkness of samsaric existence, seek a way out, and like a searchlight, we pick those who are aimlessly wandering in samsara, so that we ourselves may return to samsara to lead them to liberation. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Having taken refuge in the Guru, having exchanged ourselves with Mother Sentient Beings and the Guru, and having recited many mantras, may we visualize ourselves now as pure and holding on to the pure state. May we, for at least the duration of these prayers, may we now call upon the Great Mother Tara to join us to remove any obstacles that may arise as part of our practice, any obstacles that may arise for those who are sick to be reinstated to good health, and the cures be found for all sicknesses and diseases. May all obstacles be removed for those who are about to enter the bardo, who have entered the bardo, to favorable and swift rebirth. Ideally, may all sentient beings reach enlightenment. May all obstacles be removed for those who are experiencing hardships, be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome these hardships, and be reinstated to a state of happiness which is free from suffering. May all obstacles be removed for the long lives and well-being of all our precious gurus. May all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. And may all obstacles be removed to finding peaceful solutions to all the conflicts in this world, particularly the one that makes the headlines right now, Ukraine and Russia, which represents very much all the conflicts around the world as they exist. So as we recite the Tara mantra, keep on visualizing Great Mother Tara in the space in front, emerald green color, light radiating from Tara's body. And again, each light being finding one of the infinite number of Mother Sentient Beings. Ram represents holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of Tara. Tara liberates from samsara, to Tara liberates from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates from the diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. Do a wonderful mala. Om Tare Du Tare Dure Suha, 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 Om Tare Du Tare. Om Tare Du Tare, Om Tare Du Tare. Om Tare Du Tare, Om Tare Du Tare, Om Tare Du Tare. Om Tare Du Tare. So we removed all obstacles. Maybe now recite the main prayer, Thangtong Gyalpo. Recite 3 times. If you think about the suffering of body, suffering of speech, and suffering of mind, so we can apply one of the recitations to one of the 3 aspects, as they may apply within the individual realms. Read from the depth of your heart. May all sentient beings be liberated, and may all diseases, particularly with COVID, and those diseases and illnesses affecting someone's mind, to encourage conflicts, etc., be pacified and destroyed, so that all sentient beings can live in harmony for long and happy lives. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the arms of grass, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names stand for beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm me, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the arms of grass, pits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the arms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Amsani, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, maybe add to this prayer another one of Thangtong Gyalpo's prayers, the words of truth pacifying the dangers of weapons, very suitable for the conditions we're in right now. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, great loving victorious one, I sublime compassionate eye looking one, wrathful victorious Hayagriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth, objects of refuge, as all your names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing. who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion, also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on transmigrating beings whose hatred is like a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase, and by their recognizing each other as being like parents, through you defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead others to that pure land. Please curse all those who were born and die, to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Dedications. Okay, may the precious Supreme Bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that of wisdom not decline, but increase more and more. For the sake of however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses, and may all sicknesses, without exceptions, of transmigrated beings never occur again. May all my lives never separated from perfect gurus. May I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and path, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Lord Zandrakpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Like earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all the negative karma ripen upon me and all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to all the past, present, and future nouns collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Long life prayer to His Holiness and Lama Zopa. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Also, you uphold the subdued small way who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you very much. that is the end of this session. So I'm handing over to Venerable Tundun. Is she here yet? No, finish the touch. Oh, there she is. Oh, she with a big smile. I like that. You know, that's great. Lovely to see you again.
Lovely to see you.
Yeah, look at this. Look, I wish I would have this energy to always smile that joyously. That is really great. You must have a lot of happy people around you. Well, they should be happy with that smile. Anyway, I feel happy. Wasn't there a song? I feel happy. I think that goes back, doesn't it? Anyway.
The Tibetans like, don't worry, be happy.
Yeah, that's true. All right. I let you crack on, and because it's such a beautiful day, and I don't want to lose that energy that you bring to the table. Venerable, look after yourself. Take care.
You
Bye-bye.
too. Take good care. Okay. So good morning or afternoon or evening or whatever it is. So hi, Patty. Thanks for your help. Okay. So let's take a moment to really get a sense of being surrounded by all sentient beings, because we are. We just think about the people outside of this, wherever you are, live next door, or perhaps share your home, the people who drive down your street, your neighbors. And you can just keep going. And it's hard today. It's hard to find any space that's not filled with human beings, much less all the insects and animals and the beings we can't see. So really try to feel the fullness of existence with all these sentient beings in all these galaxies and all the universes. And imagine them sitting in the form of human beings around you, extending to infinite space. And all these sentient beings who haven't been liberated, who are not enlightened, are suffering just as we are. And they only wish to be free of suffering and to have happiness. But just like we do, we create the causes of suffering again and again. Not because we want to suffer, but because we don't know what we're doing. We don't have an accurate picture of how to have happiness, how to have freedom from suffering. But those of us who have practices such as this have the good fortune to have a teacher who can lead us in actions that will reduce our suffering, will help us learn the path out of suffering so that we too can teach others in the future. So take to your heart all the beings that you have a karmic connection with personally in this life, this time that you're concerned for. And take a moment to acknowledge their suffering and to wish them to be free from it. And then generalize that feeling towards all sentient beings. All of them have been someone's loved one. All of them have worries about others. Recognize the suffering and try to generate this genuine wish that they be free of the suffering. Whether it's the suffering from great hardship, like the pandemic, or living in a war zone, or being oppressed, or small suffering, like stubbing your toe. Whatever the suffering is, how great or how small, just have that wish that none of us are suffering. Then try to generate that highest intention, that desire to find the way out of suffering, to become completely enlightened in order to lead all sentient beings out of suffering, to know only the bliss of enlightenment. Now imagine in front of all of us is a refuge that we can turn to. Imagine that Shakyamuni Buddha arises, seated on a great throne. He's the embodiment of all of our gurus. The color of his holy body is the purest gold. It's in the nature of transparent light. It is because of the teachings of the Buddha, the teachings of our gurus, that we're learning the steps out of suffering, out of the cyclic existence of suffering. So just rejoice that you've met the teachings. And rejoice that you're following the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, because this is how we'll learn how to get out of suffering and lead others out of suffering. And how wonderful that would be. So take a moment to generate confidence in our sources of refuge, our gurus, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. So we'll recite the Vajraspiti of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, this blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. And imagine that you're leading all the sentient beings around you in these prayers and going for refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now imagine that Shakyamuni Buddha comes to the crown of your head, to the crown of every sentient being around you, to their countless sentient beings with incandescent Buddhas above the crown of their heads. Shakyamuni Buddha's radiating white light, which enters our crown, purifying all the causes of suffering, all our negativities, all our mistaken habits. Feel completely cleaned in this way. Now imagine golden light radiating from Shakyamuni Buddha, entering the crown of our heads, filling us with all perfected good qualities. All the causes of happiness. And imagine yourself and all sentient beings completely purified of negativities, completely filled with perfected qualities, abiding in bliss. As Shakyamuni Buddha dissolves into light, enters through the crown of our heads, where he comes to abide at our heart, always accessible, always available, helping us in every moment that we create the cause. Now imagine the space in front of all of us sentient beings. Thousand-armed Chenrezig arises. Chenrezig's youthful, peaceful, radiating white light, looking upon us with eyes of compassionate love. It's the embodiment of all compassionate wisdom, all the Buddha's compassionate wisdom. There is no discrimination. There's no need to deserve Chenrezig's love and compassion. Chenrezig's fully confident in our Buddha potential, knowing that it is just our ignorance that obscures us from creating the causes of only happiness. So bring to mind anyone you're personally concerned for over this pandemic or any other illness. And hold them in your heart. And as we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize rays of light from Chenrezig's heart, from every pore, radiating out, filling all sentient beings, transforming into whatever is needed for all temporary and ultimate happiness. And Rinpoche asked us to do these prayers in particular to try to mitigate this pandemic, so there's less suffering, so that suffering will end. So we'll recite this mantra for about 3 or 4 minutes, holding suffering sentient beings in our heart. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So now take a moment to really try to strengthen that motivation that it is doing this, that we're doing these activities, saying these prayers, reciting these mantras on the behalf of all suffering sentient beings, with the wish that they be free of suffering, that we become enlightened quickly in order to lead them on the path out of suffering. and rejoice that we have the merit to meet a teacher who gives us advice to help us learn the path out of suffering. So we're dedicating these merits of ourselves, ordinary beings, and all holy beings, on behalf of all suffering sentient beings, particularly those still suffering from this pandemic, which apparently is everywhere still. So, as we recite these prayers and dedications, keep sentient beings close to your heart without discrimination. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I'll cite this 2 more times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now I'm going to include another prayer by Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the words of truth pacifying the dangers of weapons. So again, we're going to recite the mantra of great compassion on behalf of all suffering sentient beings, in particular, those suffering from the harms of weapons, those in war zones, those in dangerous areas, those who are oppressed, all suffering sentient beings. So we'll recite Om Mani Padme Hum for just a couple of minutes. And again, bring to mind all the beings you're personally concerned for, knowing that you're reciting these prayers on their behalf, in addition to all the suffering sentient beings, wherever they are. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate, I, looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, were compassionate in nature. Please pay attention to us. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also, by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigratory beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura, from now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma that cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may all our pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So now imagine that Chenrezig dissolves into light and absorbs into each and every sentient being, blessing our body, speech, and mind with his holy body, speech, and mind. So again, rejoice in your efforts and your motivation in fulfilling the teacher's advice. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equally in the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. So thinking of emptiness, that nothing exists inherently, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by us, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by ourselves alone. His Holiness, the long, healthy life of His Holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may you have a long life and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So, sorry, I'm a little late. Thanks, Patty. Hello. Take it away. Tenzin Namgyal. Hello.
Venerable, we can't hear you.
Okay, I think you can now. Sorry, I was muted.
Thank you.
So hello and welcome to everyone. Thank you for joining our continuing series of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer-a-thon session. Although now, when we look at the world events, particularly the horrible war that's going on in Ukraine, then we can all, as a global community, come together and also recite prayers for the complete pacification of the war in Ukraine, as well as more generally all the war going on in the whole universe. So now here at the beginning of our session, let's just refresh our motivation. So please think that on this occasion, we've come to this session in order to benefit all sentient beings. And in particular, in order that we may be able to be of utmost benefit to sentient beings, we must first achieve the state of complete enlightenment, characterized by the complete pacification and elimination of all faults of the mind, as well as the development of all good qualities. Then and only then will we have the skills, the ability, the knowledge to free sentient beings, liberating them from the oceans of samsaric suffering and leading them to the state of liberation and enlightenment as well. And since the attainment of enlightenment is not without causes and conditions, here today in this prayer-a-thon session, we are doing it so we can quickly accumulate the vast accumulations of merit and transcendental wisdom so that we can quickly achieve that state of enlightenment. So I am going to just be leading for half an hour. So let's jump right into it. And I thought we could do some of the prayers recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche to help pacify the war currently in the Ukraine. So he has recommended quite a few different prayers. Oops. And two of them are actually prayers to Guru Rinpoche. And so I'll share this one prayer. It's called Samba Lundrupma, the prayer to Guru Rinpoche that spontaneously fulfills all wishes. So I think many of you know, but Guru Rinpoche was very instrumental in helping spread the Buddha Dharma to Tibet. And in particular, when they started to try to spread the Dharma, there was many malevolent spirits that were causing obstacles. And Guru Rinpoche then was able to bind these spirits under oath and make them promise, not to cause trouble, and instead help with the Dharma and the flourishing of the Dharma in Tibet. So now we're supplicating our own Guru, who we see is inseparable from Guru Rinpoche. And we think of all the various aspirations that we have for sentient beings, that sentient beings be free of all the various types of suffering that exist in samsara, and also particularly in this degenerate age where there is a proliferation of various types of illness, as well as conflict, afflictions, and things that would bring obstacles to one's Dharma practice. So now with a fervent faith in Guru Rinpoche, having the power to pacify all these sufferings that we see in the world, we then recite this prayer. Emaho, in Dewachen, blissful realm of the West, Amitabha's compassionate blessing was aroused, and he blessed his emanation, Padma Sambhava, to come into this world to bring benefit to all beings. Compassionate One, you never cease to bring us help and well-being. To the lotus-born Guru of Organ we pray, grant your blessing so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. All the Dharma kings from Chusong Detsen down to the very end of the royal line, throughout past, present, and future, know your constant blessing. You are the only protection for rulers who follow Dharma, as in Tibet. Compassionate One, you safeguard the lands that practice Dharma. To lotus-born Guru of Organ we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. While your wisdom body subjugates the Rakshasas in the southwest, you look on sentient beings everywhere with compassion. Magnificent guide for sentient beings that astray by ignorance, skillfully you teach them with their emotions so difficult to attain. Compassionate One, your love is constant in its kindness and care. To lotus-born Guru of Organ we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Now when this degenerate dark age reaches its final depths, at dawn and dusk you come for those that have devotion, riding on the rays of the rising and setting sun, and on the 10th day of the waxing moon you come in person. Compassionate One, you act with vast power to help all beings. To lotus-born Guru of Organ we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Now in this dark age, the age of conflict, the final error of 500 parts, the 5 poisons of the negative emotions grow ever more violent in all sentient beings. Recklessly, we indulge in destructive emotions and let the poisons dominate our minds. At a time like this, let your compassion be our refuge and protection. Compassionate One, you lead those with devotion to the higher realms. To lotus-born Guru of Urgen we pray, grant your blessing so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When terrifying armies of oppression encircle us, menacing the great centers of Dharma with destruction, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, with your retinue of the 8 classes of gods and demons, You will repel aggressors and their armies. Of this we have no doubt. To lotus-born Guru of Urgen we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When sickness strikes to destroy the fragile bodies of sentient beings, when diseases plunge us into unbearable suffering and agony, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, embodiment of the Buddha of medicine, you will remove the obstacles that bring untimely death. To lotus-born Guru of Urgen we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When nature turns against us and earth's resources fail, when sentient beings are tormented by the plague of famine, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, with all your dakinis and deities of prosperity, you will dispel all deprivation, all hunger and thirst. Of this we have no doubt. To lotus-born Guru of Urgen we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When the destined revealers retrieve hidden treasures for the benefit of beings, courageous and confident of our pure unbroken Samaya, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, inseparable from our own Yidam deity, you will ensure the true heirs receive their father's treasure. Of this we have no doubt. To lotus-born Guru of Urgen we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When traveling through hidden lands, forests, and deserted places, when our way is blocked and we are cut off by storms, by rain and snow, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, surrounded by mighty local deities, you will lead us practitioners to the right path. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Urgen we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When vicious wild animals menace us, tigers, leopards, bears, and poisonous snakes, on our way through wild, terrifying, and desolate places, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, along with your Ging warriors and protectors, you will drive off these ferocious creatures. Of this we have no doubt. To lotus-born Guru of Urgen we pray. Grant your blessings so all the wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When obstacles arise in the earth, water, fire, and air, to threaten these illusory bodies of ours with destruction, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, with the goddesses of the four elements, you will harmonize the elements into their natural state. Of this we have no doubt. To lotus-born Guru of Urgen we pray. Grant your blessings so all the wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When traveling on dangerous routes, if murderous bandits and robbers attack us, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, through your realization of the four mudras, you will dispel the terror of all brutality and greed. To the lotus-born Guru of Urgen we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When faced by killers on all sides, who threaten us with lethal weapons, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, the protection of your Vajra tent will cause killers to panic and weapons to be scattered. To lotus-born Guru of Urgen we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When this lifespan is exhausted and we come to die, if we are racked by the intense anguish and pain of dying, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, as you are the emanation of Buddha Amitabha, it is certain we will be born in the blissful pure realm of Dewachan. To the lotus-born Guru of Urgen we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Once this borrowed and illusory body is destroyed in the Bardo realm, when our deluded experiences and our further delusions arise to make us suffer, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, you who know past, present, and future, through your compassion, you will let all delusions be self-liberated. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Urgen we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When we are overwhelmed by karma and circumstance, and suffer through grasping at delusion as real, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, King of great bliss, you will utterly destroy the delusions that bring suffering. To To Lotus-born Guru of Ugyen we pray, grant your blessings so all the wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When beings of all 6 realms are tormented by immense pain, and especially when our leaders and people are engulfed in suffering, with intense longing and devotion from the depths of our hearts, have no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, with your unchanging, unwavering compassion, watch over us. To the Lotus-born Guru of Ugyen we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Okay. And so now we'll continue with the prayer that we normally do. The prayer composed by the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. So we'll readjust our motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we'll recite the mantra of Avalokiteshvara, Om Mani Padme Hum. But before we do this, if you have received the initiation of Avalokiteshvara in the past, you can generate yourself as a deity. So we do that by first purifying all the impure appearances into emptiness. So at the very least, recalling the meaning of emptiness as being the lack of inherent existence, true existence, existence from the object's own side. So although phenomena lack even one atom of inherent existence, they appear to the deluded minds of sentient beings as if they were inherently established. But the way they actually exist and the way they appear are not the same. And therefore, that's why they call the phenomena like illusions, like a mirage, and so forth. So then if you have the initiation, then this very mind of yours that's realizing emptiness, that one arises as Avalokiteshvara. If you don't have the initiation, then you can visualize Avalokiteshvara in the space in front. Either way, now when we do the mantra recitation, visualize at the heart of Avalokiteshvara a moon disk on top of a lotus, on top of which is the seed syllable free, surrounded by the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we recite the mantra, countless light rays radiate out from the lotus and the mantra garland. These light rays then come to touch all sentient beings, purifying them immediately from all their sicknesses, all of their suffering of body and mind, as well as all the obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment. And then by the time we are finished with our mantra recitation, all sentient beings will be enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. So we'll chant the mantra a few times and then go to a quicker, a more silent recitation. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. So now take a moment and rest in the awareness that now, due to having recited the mantra and the powerful purifying light rays from Avalokiteshvara, that all sentient beings are now completely purified of all their sufferings of body and mind, all of their negative karma, as well as all of the obscurations toward liberation and enlightenment. And think that actually all sentient beings are now completely enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. Okay, and now the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graya spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, and so I thought we could recite some other prayers by the same author, Thangtong Gyalpo. So this one is words of truth, pacifying the danger of weapons. So particularly thinking about the horrible situation in the Ukraine, then we recite this for the benefit of all sentient beings, that all the war stops immediately. Om Mani Padme Hum, great loving, victorious one, Arya sublime, compassionate eyed looking one, wrathful, victorious Hayagriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth, object of refuge, whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing. You who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change instantly into the mind of an asura, from now on may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war, from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all the habitats, and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Okay. And one more, also by Thangtong Gyalpo. A request to pacify the fear of famine. So this is a very real concern due to, changing weather patterns. And all of the economic implications of the war being felt in different parts of the world. The horrible situation also happening in Sri Lanka. So to make sure that everyone has adequate nourishment in the world and no one goes hungry, we recite this prayer. Having generated the mind, aspiring to highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, and Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, lords of the treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times of love, and then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grain, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy, long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teaching of the victorious one spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. Okay, so we will wrap up with just some standard dedication prayers. So most important, to dedicate that bodhicitta be generated in everyone's hearts, particularly Vladimir Putin, but for all the sentient beings, please dedicate like this. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings. May bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. Then we'll dedicate for the long lives of the spiritual friends, first for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then, for long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunatha's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So last, we'll seal it with the understanding of emptiness. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. I lead all the sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Okay, so my time is up, and we have Venerable Dunye.
Okay, I am here.
Okay.
And then, we can start now in French. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And see you again.
Yes, à bientôt.
À bientôt. Merci. Bye bye. Ben, bonjour tout le monde. Donc, on va commencer sans plus tarder en français. Et donc, il faut juste que je fasse le partage d'écran. Il faut juste que je fasse le partage d'écran. Et voilà les ajouts. Voilà. Et voilà. Et ben donc on est donc comme toutes les semaines, on est là pour faire cette pratique pour les malades, pour les mourants, et puis maintenant aussi pour toutes les victimes de la guerre, pour essayer de pacifier le danger des armes. Donc on va faire on lira également cette deuxième prière. Donc les événements sont ainsi. Le karma fait que là, cette pandémie, même si elle baisse un petit peu en intensité, on nous communique quand même tous les jours des nombres de morts. Et en ce moment, je suis en Italie, mais il y a aussi tous les jours une statistique sur les personnes qui meurent de cette maladie. Donc, on ne peut pas dire que c'est complètement terminé, même si les morts diminuent, ce sont toujours des morts. Et donc nous continuons notre effort pour essayer de contrer toute cette énergie négative par justement l'énergie positive de la prière et des dédicaces qu'on fait. Et on rajoute aussi toutes les personnes victimes de la guerre, spécifiquement ce qui se passe en Ukraine, mais pas seulement. Il y a d'autres pays du monde où il y a de la violence, où il y a des choses très difficiles. Donc, pour toutes ces raisons, nous sommes là. Et donc, on commence par je vois que quelqu'un met un message. Bonsoir tout le monde. Et donc, on commence par générer les 4 pensées incommensurables. Comme ça serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'il demeure dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur, puissent-ils les obtenir? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance, puissent-ils en être libérés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur, des renaissances supérieures et de la libération, puissent-ils ne jamais en être séparés? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et voilà, nous pouvons souhaiter que tous les êtres puissent être inspirés et ressentir ce que cette prière inspire. Et donc, nous avons maintenant Chenrezig que nous visualisons au-dessus de nous. Et comme nous allons l'invoquer tout à l'heure pour la prière, donc on commence par amener sa présence au-dessus de nous, sur le sommet de ma tête et de celle de tous les êtres, dont le nombre est aussi vaste que l'espace, se trouve un lotus blanc et un disque de lune, sur lesquels apparaît la syllabe Ri, qui est blanche, et qui se transforme en Chenrezig. Chenrezig est blanc, lumineux, et il diffuse des rayons de 5 couleurs, des rayons de lumière. Il a un sourire magnifique et son regard est plein de compassion. Et donc de ses 4 mains, les mains sont jointes au niveau du cœur et tiennent un joyau qui exauce tous les deux. Les autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est paré de soieries et d'ornements de joyaux. Une peau de biche couvre son épaule. Le Bouddha de lumière infinie, Amitabha, couronne sa tête. Et il est assis, ses 2 jambes sont dans la posture adamantine, les jambes croisées. Il est adossé à une lune immaculée. Et au sommet de sa tête, à sa gorge et à son cœur, se trouvent les syllabes Om, A, Om. Donc tel qu'il est en essence, il est tous les refuges réunis. Donc maintenant, on va ça ne me le donne pas, donc il faut que j'arrête ici. J'ai toujours des difficultés à faire les partages d'écran. Voilà. Un jour, j'apprendrai quand je serai... Voilà. Agrandir un petit peu. Tous les êtres, même mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakini. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et maintenant, en nous adressant à Chenrezig, qui est donc au-dessus de nous, nous allons l'invoquer par ce mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Et maintenant, nous passons à la récitation de la prière proprement dite. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, séparent le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir disparaître à tout jamais, et puisse le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puisse dédicace et prière être pleinement exaucée. On va la réciter encore 2 fois. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement affligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les souffrances, dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucés. Et encore une dernière fois, puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, séparent le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis tous les êtres incarnés, ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puis tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement affligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucées. Et donc ça, c'était la prière pour la pandémie. Et maintenant, on va essayer de réciter également la prière pour celle qui suffit le danger des armes, donc spécifiquement pour tous les événements difficiles qui se passent en Ukraine avec tous ces morts qui n'arrêtent pas d'être découverts, toutes ces horreurs qui se produisent. Et nous avons, nous, cette chance de pouvoir être, au moins pour le moment, à l'abri de ces événements. Et donc, tout étant impermanent, nous sommes aussi exposés à ça, nous pouvons l'être. Et donc, on fait bien d'apprécier chaque moment de paix et de tranquillité que nous avons dans cette existence. Donc on commence par réciter quelques malas. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Grand et bienveillant, victorieux, transcendant et sublime, à l'œil de compassion, victorieux Ayagva Korusé, Tara pleinement accompli à la pureté totale et tous les autres. Le simple fait d'entendre vos noms sacrés élimine tous les dangers. Objet de refuge de la nature de la compassion, je vous prie, accordez-moi votre attention. Quand les êtres de l'ère des querelles et des cinq dégénérescences, à l'explosion du grand océan de négatif et de jalousie, sont tourmentés par les souffrances intenses des conflits et des querelles, je vous prie d'y mettre fin par le pouvoir de la sagesse et de la compassion transcendante, en répandant de grandes pluies de nectar d'amour bienveillant sur les transmigrants qu'enflamme le brasier de la haine. Je vous prie d'accorder vos bénédictions pour que nous reconnaissions les uns les autres comme pères et mères et que croissent le bonheur et les circonstances favorables. À partir de maintenant, les multitudes d'esprits malfaisants convertis qui, en s'introduisant dans un continuum mental, le transforment aussitôt en l'esprit d'un Dieu jaloux, ne plus jamais rôder dans cette région, dans ce pays et dans ce monde. Je vous en fais la requête, que tous les êtres qui sont morts à la guerre soient dès cet instant purifiés de tout leur karma négatif, cause et effet, et qu'ayant pris naissance dans le champ de félicité, la terre pure d'Amitabha, ils y conduisent tous les autres. Je vous prie de bénir tous ceux qui subissent la naissance et la mort, les êtres samsariques, afin qu'ils aient une vie longue, sans maladie, et que tout conflit et querelle soit apaisé, qu'ils jouissent des 10 vertus, bénéficient de pluie aux moments opportuns, et de récoltes abondantes en tout temps, et que l'environnement et ceux qui l'occupent soient favorables et prospères pour tous. Par la réalité ultime qui est pure par nature, par l'infaillible loi de causalité qui possède cette réalité ultime, par la compassion du Maître, de la déité, le sceau de l'esprit et les rares et sublimes, puissent ces vastes et pures prières être exaucées. On va la réciter encore 2 fois. Quand on pense à tous ces cadavres que nous voyons à la télévision, qui jonchent les rues de ces villes, c'est vraiment terrible. Grand et bienveillant, victorieux, transcendant et sublime, de compassion, Victoria Yagriva Kuruse, t'as pleinement accompli à la pureté totale, et tous les autres. Le simple fait d'entendre vos noms sacrés élimine tous les dangers. Objet de refuge de la nature de la compassion, je vous en prie, accordez-moi votre attention. Quand les êtres de l'ère des querelles et des 5 dégénérescences, par l'explosion du grand océan de karma négatif et de jalousie, sont tourmentés par les souffrances intenses des conflits et des querelles, je vous prie d'y mettre fin par le pouvoir de la sagesse et de la compassion transcendante, en répandant de grandes pluies de nectar d'amour bienveillant sur les transmigrants qu'enflamme le brasier de la haine. Je vous prie d'accorder vos bénédictions pour que nous reconnaissions les uns les autres comme pères et mères et que croissent le bonheur et les circonstances favorables. À partir de maintenant, puissent les multitudes d'esprits malfaisants pervertis qui, en s'introduisant dans un continuum mental, le transforment aussitôt en l'esprit d'un Dieu jaloux, Asura, ne jamais rôder dans cette région, dans ce pays et dans ce monde. Je vous en fais la requête, que tous les êtres qui sont morts à la guerre soient dès cet instant purifiés de tout leur karma négatif, cause et effet, et qu'ayant pris naissance dans le champ de félicité, la terre pure d'Amitabha, ils y conduisent tous les autres. Je vous prie de bénir tous ceux qui subissent la naissance et la mort des êtres samsariques, afin qu'ils aient une vie longue sans maladie et que tout conflit et querelle soit apaisé, qu'ils jouissent des diverses vertus, bénéficient de plus au moment opportun et de récoltes abondantes en tout temps, et que l'environnement et ceux qui l'occupent soient favorables et prospèrent pour tous. Par la réalité ultime qui est pure par nature, par l'infaillible loi de causalité qui possède cette réalité ultime, et par la compassion du Maître, de la déité, le sceau de l'esprit et les rares et sublimes, puissent ces vastes et pures prières être exaucées. On va lire encore une fois, en allant peut-être un peu plus vite. Grand, bienveillant, victorieux, transcendant et sublime, à l'œil de compassion, Victoria Yagriva, que vous s'étara pleinement accompli à pureté totale et tous les autres. Le simple fait d'entendre vos noms sacrés élimine tous les dangers, objets de refuge de la nature de la compassion. Je vous en prie, accordez-moi votre attention. Quand les êtres de l'ère des querelles des 5 dégénérescentes, par l'explosion du grand océan de karma négatif et de jalousie, sont tourmentés par les souffrances intenses des conflits et des querelles, je vous prie d'y mettre fin par le pouvoir de la sagesse et de la compassion transcendante, en répandant de grandes pluies de nectar d'amour bienveillant sur les transmigrants qu'enflamme le brasier de la haine. Je vous prie d'accorder vos bénédictions pour que nous nous reconnaissions les uns les autres comme pères et mères et que croissent le bonheur et les circonstances favorables. À partir de maintenant, puissent les multitudes d'esprits malfaisants pervertis qui, en s'introduisant dans un continuum mental, le transforment aussitôt en l'esprit d'un Dieu jaloux, ne plus jamais rôder dans cette région, dans ce pays et dans ce monde. Je vous en fais la requête que tous les êtres qui sont morts à la guerre soient dès cet instant purifiés de tout leur karma négatif, cause et effet, et qu'ayant pris naissance dans le champ de félicité, la terre pure d'Amitabha, ils y conduisent tous les êtres. Je vous prie de bénir tous ceux qui subissent la naissance et la mort, afin qu'ils aient une vie longue sans maladie, que tout conflit et querelle soit apaisé, qu'ils jouissent des 10 vertus, bénéficient de plus moments opportuns et de récoltes abondantes en tout temps, et que l'environnement et ceux qui l'occupent soient favorables et prospèrent pour tous. Par la réalité ultime qui est pure par nature, par l'infaillible loi de causalité qui possède cette réalité ultime, et par la compassion du Maître de la déité, le sceau de l'Esprit, les rares et sublimes, puissent ces vastes et pures prières être exaucées. Donc on va dire la dédicace. On va abréger un peu la dédicace. Puisse le joyau suprême de la bodhicitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Grâce au mérite accompli, accumulé par ses actions vertueuses, puisse-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'un maître Bouddha et conduire tous les êtres, sans exception, à cet état d'éveil. Donc là, on va passer ce paragraphe, on va directement aux prières de longue vie. Gong Li Lao Wei Gong Wei Jin Kam Di Ben Dang De Amaru Jung Wei Ni Chenrezig Tenji Yatsui Shape Site Pardu Tenju Chi. Et pour la Zopa Rinpoche, Tu su chang chi chang gen ye lue, ten ji jian pe lue, ku zhe do po de, zhou su gu wei le me zhu ru, pa dak sa du chi, ge tu shab ten chu. Et voilà, on a fini juste à l'heure, en tout cas à ma montre, juste pour laisser la place à la suivante, à Agatha qui est là. Quindi, donc je vous dis au revoir.
Ciao.
Agatha, ti lascio il posto, saluto tutti e je m'en vais. E me ne vado. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
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 Ciao, ciao. Buonasera a tutti, grazie di essere qua. Sono Agata del centro Chalchucholing di Polava e sono felicissima di essere qui, nonostante tanti ostacoli. Stiamo facendo questa meravigliosa, ciao Irene, stiamo facendo questa meravigliosa pratica da tanto tempo insieme, quindi è una cosa veramente positiva. Quindi purifichiamo subito il nostro corpo, parola e mente con la purificazione attraverso la pratica in 9 cicli. Quindi chiudiamo il nostro, usiamo il respiro, chiudiamo la nostra narice sinistra e inspiriamo luce bianca attraverso la narice sinistra e tutte le realizzazioni e la forza dei 4 elementi terra, acqua, fuoco ed aria, e la chiara luce e tutte le realizzazioni che ci sono nell'universo. Quindi ispiriamo attraverso la narice sinistra questa meravigliosa energia sotto forma di luce bianca ed tratteniamo l'aria per qualche secondo all'altezza dell'ombelico, poi buttiamo fuori l'aria, espiriamo con forza e pensiamo che attraverso l'aria sotto forma di luce come fumo nero escono tutti gli ostacoli, tutte le negatività, il karma negativo e tutto quello che ci crea problemi e va lontano, viene spazzato via nell'universo. Quindi facciamo questa pratica 3 volte con la narice sinistra, 3 volte con la narice destra e poi con entrambe le narici. Vi chiedo solo non occorre che teniate la posizione 7 punti,
però la schiena va tenuta molto dritta proprio per dare la possibilità al prana di scorrere attraverso il canale centrale. Ok, cominciamo. Cambiamo la narice. Adesso con tutte e due le narici inspiriamo luce bianca, tutte le realizzazioni e la chiara luce e la forza dei 4 elementi: terra, acqua, fuoco e aria. Bene, abbiamo rilassato il nostro corpo, parole e mente. Adesso pensiamo alla motivazione che ci spinge ad essere qui e ora, ed è quella che deve essere custodita nel profondo del nostro cuore come il gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri. Ed è la bodhicitta, il sentimento che ci spinge a diventare illuminati per aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti attraverso 2 fattori: il metodo e la saggezza. La bodhicitta convenzionale e la saggezza che porta alla visione della vacuità o bodhicitta ultima. Quindi la bodhicitta convenzionale è la nostra motivazione di interessamento altruistico, cioè vogliamo diventare illuminati per aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti, e l'opposto è l'egoismo. Ecco perché è così importante essere capaci di tenere ben presente, soprattutto la mattina, mentre quando ci alziamo, avere ben chiaro questo obiettivo di voler raggiungere, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, per poter diventare illuminati, proprio perché
così eliminiamo il nostro egoismo dalla nostra mente, che ci crea molte interferenze, e anche l'attaccamento all'io. Per cui appunto sviluppiamo la bodhicitta convenzionale che elimina l'egoismo, e la bodhicitta ultima che elimina l'attaccamento all'io, che si sviluppa raggiungendo la realizzazione della vacuità vera e propria. E infatti noi abbiamo due impedimenti molto forti nella nostra vita, e sono quello dell'egoismo e quello dell'attaccarsi all'io, che ci provoca appunto tanta sofferenza. Liberarsi da questi due ostacoli è quello che noi vogliamo raggiungere per fare spazio nella nostra mente a qualcosa di meraviglioso come la chiara luce e il risveglio. Eliminando questi due ostacoli principali, poi ne abbiamo tanti altri, riusciremo ad attuare questo meraviglioso percorso spirituale che ci porterà al risveglio. Quindi la pratica, come spesso diciamo, per eccellenza, per aiutare lo sviluppo della bodhicitta e per eliminare appunto gli ostacoli principali, è la pratica del Tonglen. È quello di prendere su di noi la sofferenza degli altri e donare loro la felicità. E immaginiamo che davanti a noi, a 360 gradi, tutto intorno a noi, ci sono tutti gli esseri senzienti, dei sei reami, tutti quanti, ognuno con la sua sofferenza. Appunto possiamo pensare anche a tutte le vittime dell'Ucraina, ma non solo, perché nel mondo ci sono tantissime guerre, quindi diciamo cerchiamo di avere una visione globale di tantissime persone che soffrono di tante malattie, atrocità e pericoli. Se abbiamo un particolare dolore o anche una preoccupazione, o abbiamo qualche pensiero che ci attanaglia, una paura, pensiamo che tutti quanti come noi ce l'hanno. Questo aiuta a condividere, cioè ad avere una soluzione, a pensare che anche le altre persone stanno male come noi. Questo aiuta a diminuire la preoccupazione del problema e quindi a fare spazio alla guarigione e alla soluzione del problema. Quindi immaginiamo appunto che davanti a noi ci sono tutti gli esseri senzienti dei sei reami, come gli animali, gli esseri umani, gli animali, gli spiriti affamati e assetati, i dei, i semidei, tutti soffrono per tantissimi problemi. Pensiamo appunto di percepire questa grande sofferenza intorno a noi e pensiamo che tutti sono molto soli, non hanno nessuno a cui affidarsi. Allora noi abbiamo la possibilità di fare qualcosa per loro, perché grazie ai nostri maestri, al Dalai Lama, a tutto il percorso che abbiamo fatto, abbiamo avuto il karma di incontrare il Dharma. Quindi abbiamo una soluzione, una pratica che può alleviare le sofferenze di tutti e diminuire il nostro ostacolo maggiore, che è appunto l'egoismo e l'attaccamento all'io. E teniamo bene presente che tutto quello che noi percepiamo è comunque una realtà virtuale, una realtà che non è vera dalla sua parte, ma che abbiamo creato noi col nostro karma, perché il karma comunque, se viviamo qua, è collettivo. Quindi cerchiamo una soluzione anche per noi stessi. E quindi pensiamo che se non facciamo qualcosa noi, nessuno lo farà. E pensiamo che ispiriamo luce nera come fumo nero e che raccoglie tutte le negatività e le cause della sofferenza, le cause che hanno provocato questo karma, e con grande coraggio diciamo: possano maturare su di me tutte le negatività e le cause. Quindi ispiriamo la luce nera come fumo che attraverso il nostro chakra del capo entra dentro il nostro corpo, attraverso il canale centrale, e all'altezza del nostro cuore visualizziamo una palla nera molto pesante, fastidiosissima, proprio non la sopportiamo proprio, però c'è, è lì all'altezza del nostro cuore. E pensiamo che il fumo nero, la luce nera, sfiora la palla nera che rappresenta la preoccupazione egoistica e va in 1000 pezzi, come un'esplosione, e i frammenti della palla spariscono. Pensiamo così. Pensiamo di ispirare la sofferenza e la luce nera, negativa da tutti gli angoli dell'universo. La luce entra dentro di noi e all'altezza del nostro cuore sfiora la palla, appena la tocca va in 1000 pezzi e i frammenti della palla spariscono nell'universo e si dissolvono nel nulla. Concentriamoci sulla non vera esistenza dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause. Le cause delle negatività degli altri non sono veramente autonomi, esistenti, indipendenti. Se andiamo a cercarli non li troviamo. Meditiamo sulla vacuità dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause delle negatività, dove sono? Adesso sorge un gran senso di liberazione perché abbiamo eliminato le cause della sofferenza e abbiamo eliminato anche la nostra preoccupazione egoistica. Quindi ci troviamo in uno stato di grande gioia perché abbiamo fatto una cosa di grande significato. Questa gioia la immaginiamo come una luce bianchissima che riempie completamente tutto il nostro corpo. E la facciamo uscire attraverso i pori della nostra pelle e la luce va ad inondare di felicità, guarigione, purificazione, eliminazione di ostacoli, tutti gli esseri senzienti di tutti gli universi, tutti i 6 reami. La luce rientra dentro il nostro cuore ora pensiamo che la luce torna a uscire facendo offerte a tutto il campo dei meriti, Buddha, Bodhisattva, Daka, Dakini, Dharmapala protettori. Offriamo acqua da bere, acqua purissima, cascate che sorgono nei migliori posti del mondo, acqua per lavare i piedi, meravigliosi fiori, giardini che abbiamo visto, il cui ricordo, la cui vista ha provocato in noi un senso di beatitudine. Quindi riproponiamo questa immagine, magari che vi ricordate, come offerta al campo dei meriti, oppure un mazzo di fiori, tutti i fiori che vi rendono felici, perché il gesto di generosità e l'energia che provoca questa immagine proiettata che offriamo al campo dei meriti. Montagne di incenso, tantissima luce. Immaginiamo miliardi di soli e tutta la luce che potete immaginare. La luce è importantissima, proprio perché fa spazio, cioè riempie completamente la nostra mente e la mente di tutti gli esseri. E quindi non c'è spazio per l'ombra, no? Quindi più luce immaginiamo, più diminuisce la preoccupazione, l'ombra. Profumi deliziosi. Montagne di cibo. E tanta musica. Pensiamo che tutto il campo dei meriti, Buddha e Bodhisattva, sono compiaciuti, veramente felici per quello che stiamo facendo e rimandano l'energia positiva attraverso la luce bianca che rientra dentro il nostro cuore. In particolare scende davanti a noi Buddha Chenrezig, che dal chakra del suo capo fa uscire un fascio di luce bianca che entra dentro il nostro chakra del capo e ci riempie completamente. Dalla sua gola esce un fascio di luce rossa che entra nella nostra gola e si mescola con la luce bianca che abbiamo accettato prima. Ora la luce esce dal suo cuore, una luce blu che entra dentro il nostro cuore e ci purifica completamente e entra e si mescola insieme all'altra energia, purifica tutti gli ostacoli relativi alla mente. Adesso dal suo corpo, parola e mente, dal chakra del capo, della gola e del cuore escono simultaneamente 3 fasci di luce bianca, rossa e blu che entrano dentro il nostro corpo, parola e mente attraverso i 3 chakra. In questo modo abbiamo purificato le 3 azioni non virtuose del nostro corpo attraverso la luce bianca, come uccidere, rubare, usare un comportamento sessuale scorretto. Le 4 azioni non virtuose della parola attraverso la luce rossa, che sono mentire, calunniare, creare divisioni e usare parole offensive e fare pettegolezzi. E le 3 azioni non virtuose della mente, che sono provare brama, attaccamento e desiderio, provare malevolenza e cattiveria e sostenere visioni distorte. Adesso siamo contenitori adatti per poter fare la pratica, la vera e propria pratica della parola del Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, ma non prima di aver emanato ancora una volta tantissima luce per purificare corpo, parole e mente di tutti gli esseri senzienti attraverso il potentissimo mantra dell'amore che è il mantra di Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om. Ora leggiamo la pratica vera e propria, la motivazione, cercando sempre di tenere a mente questa visualizzazione che continuiamo a emanare tanto amore e compassione verso tutti gli esseri senzienti che in questo modo guariscono e si purificano da tutte le negatività. Quindi leggiamo la motivazione. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel glorioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel glorioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Continuiamo a recitare il mantra di Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om. Sviluppiamo un sentimento molto forte che è quello del rigioire per aver incontrato il Dharma, per avere questa possibilità incredibile di essere in questa dimensione. E per questo ringraziamo dal profondo del nostro cuore i nostri maestri che ci hanno portato a questa grande consapevolezza e cerchiamo di essere felici perché in questo momento storico così disastroso noi siamo esseri speciali che comunque praticano un grande sentiero voluto da tutti i vittoriosi e mentalmente diciamo grazie, un senso di gratitudine molto importante rispetto a tutti quelli che ci hanno aiutato, a tutte le persone che hanno contribuito a formare questo karma collettivo che è veramente speciale. Noi abbiamo veramente dei grandi Buddha che stanno pregando per noi, come il Lama Zopa, il Dalai Lama, tutti i maestri, e noi facciamo parte di questa grandissima famiglia, ci siamo comunque e cerchiamo di essere grati, quindi mentalmente facciamo una mala di grazie. Il grazie è rivolto anche a noi stessi, perché abbiamo creato noi questo karma, quindi stiamo facendo la cosa giusta. Ogni tanto è bello, no? Rendersi conto dove siamo, cosa stiamo facendo. Siamo qua, stiamo facendo una pratica fantastica, nonostante 350.000 problemi nell'universo. Quindi grazie a noi, grazie ai maestri, grazie a tutti voi che siete esseri speciali, no? Bisogna pensarla a questa grande possibilità che abbiamo. E quindi questo per dire che adesso con grande coraggio, determinazione, forza, perché l'abbiamo ricevuto tanta forza da tutti i Buddha e Bodhisattva, abbiamo fatto il Tonlem per essere contenitori pure, adesso con coraggio, senza nessun dubbio, leggiamo la preghiera effettiva. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi nei reami nel mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannosi, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi, dovute dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche, preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha e dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Inondiamo tutto l'universo di amore e compassione e tantissima luce. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Continuiamo con il mantra di Chenrezig e pensiamo che tutte le persone a cui dedichiamo questa pratica, a cui mandiamo questa luce, si trasformano a loro volta in Buddha Chenrezig e volano nella terra pura di Akanishta. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Questo serve moltissimo anche a noi, perché adesso noi lo facciamo come dinamica mentale per abituare la mente, però i maestri lo fanno veramente, cioè loro sono in grado di trasformare veramente gli esseri in Buddha Chenrezig e andare nei reami inferiori, trasportarli in una terra pura, e questo appunto dipende dal karma di ognuno. Però cosa succede? Che siamo consapevoli che se lo facciamo sempre, questo esercizio, ci rimane nella memoria questo concetto che, ok, sono finito nella peggiore delle ipotesi, in una situazione terribile, non importa, il maestro prima o poi mi salverà. Cioè, c'è questa possibilità, non sarà, rimane questo senso di cambiamento sempre continuo, la soluzione, se siamo collegati veramente attraverso il nostro cuore al nostro maestro e anche a tutti i maestri che vivono, che attraverso di noi si mettono in contatto, potranno aiutarci effettivamente anche in tutte le vite future. Quindi impariamo a trasformare tutti in Buddha Chenrezig. È un esercizio molto potente. lo dice sempre quando fa gli insegnamenti lunghi, no? Lama Zopa, lo dice spesso. Ogni tanto arriva un maestro e ne salva 1 milione, dice così proprio. No? Però se ci abituiamo a crederlo, a credere, poi nei momenti di difficoltà ci ritorna in mente questo pensiero e ci tranquillizziamo. Adesso lo facciamo noi però. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Ok, adesso passiamo alle dediche. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che già è stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezioni. In particolare dedichiamo la pratica a tutti gli infermieri, i dottori degli ospedali, delle case di riposo e dei centri di salute mentali, a tutti i dottori che sono in guerra, non solo in Ucraina, no, dappertutto. E in particolare grazie appunto a tutto il personale sanitario per questo grande dono che ci fanno. Si prendono cura veramente delle persone malate, che è il miglior atto di generosità. Quindi possano il Covid sparire immediatamente e le persone malate guarire. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Pensiamo a tutti quelli che sono morti, in particolare tutti i bambini, a causa della guerra e tutti i morti in generale, che possano trovare la pace nel bardo e avere una rinascita fortunata e incontrare il Dharma appena rinati. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. A tutti i maestri, perché possano avere lunga vita e continuare a darci preziosi consigli, in particolare al Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa, e a tutti i praticanti, perché possano non avere mai dubbi e continuare con sforzo entusiastico tutte le pratiche con continuità. Questo è importante per essere sempre collegati uno con l'altro come in una grande famiglia. Quando magari sorge qualche ostacolo, pensate che comunque ci sono tanti praticanti che vi vogliono bene e che fanno parte di un grande oceano di luce, amore e compassione. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Om. Facciamo una dedica particolare anche a tutti i maestri elementari delle scuole, dall'asilo all'università, perché possano trovare le parole giuste, un giusto messaggio di pace, di etica universale, come vuole il progetto Alice, come vuole il Dalai Lama, con un progetto di etica secolare, perché possano i ragazzi, i bambini crescere con una giusta visione e retta visione, amore e compassione verso gli altri. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Una dedica grande come 5.000 universi a tutti i politici, perché possano prendere le decisioni giuste per il bene di tutti, nessuno escluso. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato dal guru perfetto. E questo aiuta anche ad avere un comportamento giusto in tutta la vita, no? Perché non bisogna solo non avere paura della morte, ma della rinascita. Questo si ricomincia da capo, no? Con una madre, si ricominciano i problemi. Quindi avere questo proposito di avere un maestro vicino subito appena rinato è una grandissima cosa, no? Perché facilita le cose. Possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrappa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo. Era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei vittoriosi ed ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stadi della suprema beatitudine e vacuità, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere dei monasteri. Possa io sempre essere usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, posso io, che sono completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri, come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del Re del Dharma, Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei due tipi di meriti dei tre tempi di me stessa e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile, Thangtong Gyalpo, ti prego, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manionat, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli. Per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie e ci vediamo la prossima settimana.
Ciao, grazie.
Ciao.
Aga, grazie.
Ciao, ciao.
Per ogni
Grazie a voi.
Ciao.
Ciao. Ciao, ciao, ciao. Devo salutare, non so chi c'è. Hello.
Hello, Venerable Agatha. How are you?
Ecco, how are you? Yes, very fine, thank you.
You know, always lovely to take over from you. You're always smiling. You always have such a warm, supportive group. So it's always a joy to follow on from you. So thank you very much, and you know, for leading, you know, such a beautiful language as well. So it's good to know that we expand the languages and have a good solid
Yes.
following in those. So thank you very much, Venerable Agatha.
Thank you for you.
No, thank you.
Have you a nice session.
Thank you very
Ciao.
much. Take care. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Hello, Irina. Who is here? Lars is here. Lucia is here. Hello, Jeannie. So yeah, we've still got a few lovely people with me here on on Zoom, and then hello to everyone who's following us on YouTube. Hello, Anna. Hello, Fernando, Zara, and whoever else is following us now on YouTube. Thank you very much indeed. So we have an hour this evening. Well, in this session we have an hour, and so we're taking a nice quiet approach. We take our time, and let's just take a moment and refocus. So he's just joining us now. Just take a moment to settle the mind and really a few deep breaths. If you're staying on from a previous session, thank you very much. Just retune. So if you think for our reasons of being here, what is our motivation? Is it because of the community? Is it because of difficulties in our lives? Is it because we're here to support friends and family, the community of sentient beings at large? Just trying to make sense of it. Maybe you just came across this channel for the very first time, so that's perfectly all right. You're always welcome. You don't have to be Buddhist to be here. So if I start with four of the verses from the King of Prayers, I might have to write this out so that you all can read with me. May ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor, never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings. Thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach, be limitless as well. So if we think of how we can be of benefit, what can we possibly do just in this simple form that we're in? We're just one of 7 billion. What difference can we make? We all influence the people and beings around us. If we do want change, we have to also commit ourselves to that change. But I mean, we might not be able to change the world in one instant. We can start with ourselves. We can bring the change within us. And through changing ourselves and interacting with the world around us in a different way, we can influence. So here the 3 levels of motivations are usually very beneficial as far as I'm concerned, especially with the wording. Those of you who have heard me speak about it before know what's coming. If you hear me for the first time, it says, today as much as possible. And within that opening, much is being said today, in the here and now, while I'm alive. I will do whatever I can to the very best of my understanding, my circumstances, my environment, my resources, and my conviction to the path, to be of benefit, not to harm. And that is the important thing. Today, as much as possible, I will not harm any living being with the actions of my body, speech, or mind. Today, as much as possible, I will benefit beings in whatever way I can. And here we have to be mindful, because what we think people need and what people actually need can be 2 different things. For some people, the smile that we may disregard as small and meaningless can mean the world. Random acts of kindness, opening a door, offering somebody a seat. We used to call them good manners. Simple things can change things in big ways. And then as we progress, we can offer more and more. Again, based on our circumstances, our resources, our reach, but most importantly also our motivation. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. All the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with that profound motivation. So much emphasis is put on body, speech, and mind. Having a clear understanding of the truth, not swaying for a wrong view. What we think will express itself in words. What we say express itself in actions. There's a trickle-down effect. It is through the actions of our body, speech, and mind that we have contributed to the suffering of others and our own. When we feel stressed, when we feel unwell, how easy is it to communicate in harsh tones, being snappy, not thinking before we speak, saying things we later regret, a misplaced joke. And if the other person gets upset, we assume they should understand that we came from a point of distress, discomfort, pain. Yet are we extending the same to other beings when they snap at us? When we don't get the respect we think we deserve? Acknowledging that we have carried out actions with body, speech, and mind that were not particularly wholesome. We may find it difficult to change, but we must have done something right. For here we are in human form, engaging in Dharma practice for the benefit of other sentient beings. Even those we despise maybe in this world for their actions causing harm and suffering to countless numbers of people and beings through their greed, their hatred, their acts of violence and war. If we think about it, even those beings have been given human form. So they must have done something right in a previous life to gain this perfect human birth. Maybe be mindful of our own actions and not use other beings' actions as an excuse to let go of wholesome actions. Positive actions, positive karma. Negative actions, negative karma. But how can we expand on that? One song I really have come to appreciate, particularly in the last few months, is Mercedes Sosa's Solo le pido a Dios, I only ask of God. I ask only that I'm not indifferent to suffering, that I'm not indifferent to injustice, that I'm not indifferent to war, that I am not indifferent to deception, and that I'm not indifferent about the future. Isn't that a universal message that we all can adhere to? Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Jew, atheist, black, white, man, woman, old and young. If you visualize in the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, if you had the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, visualize the deity just in the space in front or above the crown of your head. And if you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion for all. And anyone joining us who feels uncomfortable with visualizing deities or engaging with deities, just visualize a clear light and let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings. Whoever they are, whatever they've done, whatever form they've taken. Be compassionate to all. Visualize how light radiates from the Guru's body. And each beam of light finds one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings, wherever they are, across the 6 realms. Entering their bodies through the crown of their heads and filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar. Cleansing away all negative karma and delusions. Feel how all that karmic weight that we have accumulated since beginningless time is being lifted. How all the grime and stains are being removed. The bad taste and bad smells. Your clocked ears being freed so that we can hear the truth. Our eyes are being opened to see things for what they really are. With all the negativity removed from your hearts, so that you may have a compassionate heart, a true loving heart. Feel how you're being cleansed atom by atom and the spaces between those atoms. You're being filled with that loving light, revealing more of your true nature, your Buddha nature. And holding on to that vision, we call upon Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hirams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hirams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Hirams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. The Guru smiles, being filled more and more with that loving, purifying light, And we absorb the light atom by atom until our body can hold no more. And we radiate light back to the Guru, exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings, who likewise exchange themselves with the Guru and others. We all become one with the Guru, we become one with one another. We become one source of love and compassion, shining brighter and brighter as more purified beings join us, dispelling the darkness of samsara. And like a bright beacon, shine for those who lost in the darkness of samsaric existence, looking to find their way out. And like a searchlight, we seek those who are aimlessly wandering in samsara, so that we may return to guide them to liberation. As we're about to recite the Mani mantra, we remember again that Om represents body, speech, and mind of the Gurus. The ultimate goal, the holy aim for us to transform to. Om also represents body, speech, and mind in our defiled form. But in order to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padme. And combined in whom we can transform. This was the explanation given by His Holiness. There are other ways to consider Om Mani Padme Hum from a meditation point of view. In some cases, it refers to the 6 realms. Om Mani. Om for the realm of the gods, with the gateway of pride. Ma for the realm of the demigods. The gateway to that realm is jealousy. Ni, the realm of humans. Gateway desire. The 3 lower realms, Pat, for the animals, with the gateway of ignorance. Me, the hungry ghosts, driven by greed. Hung, the hell realm, with the key to the realm being hatred and hostility. So we can combine the 6 elbows with the 6 realms and 6 poisons. And that's why it's important that we guard body, speech, and mind and Om by acquiring wisdom and compassion. So as we're reciting the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all other sentient beings. And as more and more purifying light nectar is being poured into you, the more you purify, the brighter you shine. And the more we exchange ourselves with others and the Guru, and the more join us, the brighter we collectively shine. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme No mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me. Oh mani per me, oh mani per me, oh mani per me. Having nourished our faults of previous lifetimes through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, having committed to engage in wholesome actions, having taken refuge in the Guru and recited many mighty mantras while exchanging ourselves with the Guru and other mother sentient beings, may we visualize ourselves now as pure, and holding on to the pure state, may we call upon the Great Mother Tara to join us and to remove any obstacles that may arise as part of our practice, and any obstacles to be removed for those who are sick, that they may be returned to good health and well-being. May cures be found for all diseases and illnesses. May obstacles be removed for those who are about to enter the Bardo, have entered the Bardo, to have swift transitions and favor rebirth. Ideally, may they be enlightened and be in blissful lands. May all obstacles be removed for all those who experience hardships. We give them whatever resources necessary to overcome those hardships and be reinstated into a state of happiness free from suffering. May all obstacles be removed for the long lives and well-being of all our holy gurus. May they live long and healthy lives and all their holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May all obstacles be removed to find peaceful solutions and dialogue to end all the conflicts in this world, in particular right now, the Russia-Ukraine conflict, who is billboarding the conflicts for all around the world. So, reciting the Tara mantra, we do one round of Tara, reminding ourselves that Om represents Tara's body, speech, and mind. Tara liberates us from the 8 fears. Tara liberates us from samsara, and Tara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates us from all diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha, 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 Om Tare Dudare Om Tare Dudare Om Tare Dudare. Okay, and visualize that all obstacles have been removed. Maybe now call upon the guardians for the recitation of Vajra. Visualize a dark blue Vajrapani in the space in front, his 2 feet stretched out. He holds a Vajra in his right hand and his necklace in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire. And from his body are emitted 5 Garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferes. And we're reciting the mantra 21 times. Yes, I think we need that in this world right now. Okay. Vajapay Dum Padmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Vajapay Dum Padmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Vajapay Dum Padmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Vajapay Dum Padmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Vajapay Dum Padmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Shapedu Madmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Shapedu Madmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Shapedu Madmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Shapedu Madmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Shapedu Madmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Shapedu Madmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Vajapayam Padmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Vajapayam Padmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Vajapayam Padmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Vajapayam Padmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Vajapayam Padmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Vajapayam Padmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Vajapayam Padmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Vajapayam Padmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Vajapayam Padmaswari Pay Nipashenaganang Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Vakshakshasua. Okay, and now Black Manjushri. So he's with a graceful phase. And again, he stands in the midst of a mass of fire, his 2 hands, has a sword in his right, and a book in his left. It's adorned with precious bone ornaments. And from his heart, clear light emanates, destroying all negative karma and delusions, burning away all curses, black magic and so forth, and diseases. Again, we recite 21 times. Om tam chu chu su du du su du mi su ningo la chu ka la ja kam sham tam pe pe su om tam chu chu su du du su du mi su ningo la chu ka la ja kam sham tam pe pe su om tam chu chu su du du su du mi su ningo la chu ka la ja kam sham tam pe pe su om tam chu chu su du du su du mi su ningo la chu ka la ja kam sham tam pe pe su chu chu su du du su du mi su ningo la chu ka la ja kam sham tam pe pe su om tam chu chu su du du su du mi su ningo la chu ka la ja kam sham tam pe pe su om tam chu chu su du du su Ningola Chakala Jakam Shantam Pepiso, Om Tam Chu Sir, Tutor Demiso, Ningola Chakala Jakam Shantam Pepiso, Om Tam Chu Sir, Tutor Demiso, Ningola Chakala Jakam Shantam Pepiso, Om Tam Chu Sir, Tutor Demiso, Ningola Chakala Jakam Shantam Pepiso, Om Dam Chu Chu Su Du Du Su Du Mi Su Ningo La Chakala Chakam Sham Dam Pepe Su Om Dam Chu Chu Su Du Du Su Du Mi Su Ningo La Chakala Chakam Sham Dam Pepe Su Om Dam Chu Chu Su Du Du Su Du Mi Su Ningo La Chakala Chakam Sham Dam Pepe Su Om Dam Chu Chu Su Du Du Su Du Mi Su Ningo La Chakala Chakam Sham Dam Pepe Su Om Dam Chu Chu Su Du Du Su Du Mi Su Ningo La Chakala Chakam Sham Dam Pepe Su Om Dam Chu Chu Su Du Du Su Du Mi Su Ningo La Chakala Chakam Sham Dam Pepe Su Om Dam Chu Chu Su Du Du Su Du Mi Su Ningo La Chakala Chakam Sham Dam Pepe Su Om Dam Chu Chu Su Du Du Su Du Mi Su Ningo La Chakala Chakam Sham Dam Pepe Su Om Dam Chu Chu Su Du Du Su Du Mi Su Ningo La Chakala Chakam Sham Dam Pepe Su Om Dam Chu Chu Su Du Du Su Du Mi Su Ningo La Chakala Chakam Sham Dam Pepe Su Making sure. Okay. So having fully prepared ourselves, we now start with the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. And maybe combine that with the praises to the sublime Chenrezig. Another one of the prayers Thangtong Gyalpo recalled from the previous life when he was the monk Pema Karpo. And so given that within that prayer, we're still being reminded of the gateways to the separate realms. And as we wish to liberate beings in all the realms, may we recite prayers for each of the realms. So look what time now? 25. Yeah, we should be okay. We should be okay with 3 recitations each for each realm. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara and to endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the realm of hell. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfections. So we recite the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer 3 times. 46, 54, I should find. May all the disease that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, deprived from the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, for the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Rakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the hounds of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of ground spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with life, good health, and well-being. For the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of ground spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of ground spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. The sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O Protector. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma as results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled one last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names, therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there due to disturbances of the elements depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names, therefore beings, so they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings, so they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma practice and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of the jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 24 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements depart from the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the house of grasping, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and may instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of his name stand for beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that are saddening the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled one last time. And all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as those of gross bitterness and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May all this, may whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sign of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sadly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So doing one more set of recitations for the final round. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Buddha. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the arms of grasping, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sadly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body, mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body, mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grasping, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sadly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body, mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body, mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. And by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One final time, may all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasping, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sign of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsadni, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Completing now the praises. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra of Mani Padme Hum throughout the 10 directions. With the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. And may we do the same. So we have a little bit of time left, so we read another Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, the words of truth pacifying the dangers of weapons. Almighty Padme Hum, great loving victorious one, I, a sublime compassionate eye-looking one, wrathful victorious Ajak Riva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth, object of refuge, whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon your hearing, who are compassionate nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and the flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness and transmiting beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase, and by their recognizing each other as being like parents, through defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon evil karma and the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right times, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure nature, I'm betraying cause and result, which has that true ultimate reality. And the compassionate Guru reminds your deity and rare sublime ones. May my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So, dedications may be dedicated to the long life of all other sentient beings. May they be free from all suffering. May peaceful solutions be found in this world, particularly. May we pray for all the brothers and sisters of the Sangha community who give the time in studies, giving teachings and preservation work to make sure that the Dharma is accessible for eons to come. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus who haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness Lama Zopa Rinpoche, may all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet arisen, May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exceptions of transmigrated beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and path, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Lord Zandrakpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom and non-dual bliss and emptiness. like earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold the sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as sentient beings, as long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I've achieved highest enlightenment. May I become a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings, by merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me. May all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and the numbers of Buddhas and numbers sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Long life prayer for holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Lama Zopa, you uphold the subdued small way, who serves as bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjuna's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute, Jeannie in charge of media today. Thank you very much, Jeannie. Thank you very much to everyone on Zoom. Big shout out to Amanda. I know that I missed her a couple of times, leaving a little message on YouTube. Thank you very much, Amanda, and everyone who's joined us there. Hello to the wonderful Spanish Dharma family. Fabio, hello, Venerable Fabio, Venerable Gonya, and of course, Tukube is here.
Especially for you, he said, I want to say hello to Dancho. I said, okay.
Oh, that is so nice. Thank you very much, Puruma. And who else is here? Do we have the Juans?
No. In the morning, just in the morning, the Juan, no?
Oh, I don't know.
Only one Juan in the morning.
Only one in the morning. What happened to
only
the
one
other
Juan?
one?
The other one disappeared. The other one disappeared.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Lars,
thank
for
you,
being
dear.
there.
Take care.
Have a lovely one. Be good. I see you later.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Lars. Bueno, pues aquí estamos.
Sí.
Ay, madre mía. Qué calor tengo ahora.
Pues dale.
Mira, de verdad.
Pasamos de los inviernos polares a los calores.
Yo paso de eso en un día. Por la mañana me levanto y estoy pela de frío. Y ahora estoy que me aso.
Así es. ¿Y en Granada cómo va el tiempo, Fabio?
También... Hace bueno, pero ahora, por ejemplo, hace fresquito ya. Pero hace bueno, hace muy bueno.
Bueno, mi amiga de Canadá dice que está nevando.
Así es.
¡Qué horror! Estamos en abril. Es que es tremendo.
Hello,
Yes.
hi. My name is Ginny. I'm the host. I'm supposed to be the host for this.
Thank
Can
you.
you click on my name and make me host again, please?
Yes.
Fabio, la tienes que hacer host a ella, que se ve que has sido tú el anfitrión. ¿Sabes cómo se hace, verdad?
Hacer hospedador. Yeah.
Merci. Thank you.
Okay, ya está.
Gracias.
Vale.
Bye.
Perfecto.
Thank you. Bueno, Bego, cuando quieras.
Venga, arranca.
Bueno, pues estamos aquí otra vez para hacer esta preciosísima práctica que nos ha proporcionado Lama Zopa Rinpoche. ¿Cuánto tiempo llevamos? ¿2 años ya?
Desde el mes de agosto del 20, o sea, casi 2 años.
No está mal.
El otro día me equivoqué porque os dije desde el 3 de agosto, no, fue el 1 de agosto del 2020 cuando empezamos.
¡Qué barbaridad! Bueno, pues nada, aquí estamos para crear unos poquitos méritos que bien los necesitamos.
Y podemos pensar en la situación del planeta a todos los niveles, a niveles de convivencia, a niveles económicos, en fin. Pues es un poquito desastre, ¿no? Entonces ya aquí nos iba a decir hace un tiempo que íbamos a tener una guerra en marcha tan fuerte como la de Ucrania, ¿no? No lo podíamos ni siquiera pensar. Sí, en África, por ahí puede haber, pero en Europa, una guerra en Europa, eso era impensable. Bueno, pues aquí está. Entonces, bueno, como esto es el karma y el karma aparece así y madura cuando tiene que madurar, pues tenemos conflictos muy fuertes que nos están influenciando y que nos pueden influenciar muchísimo más. Entonces, tenemos que parar, si no físicamente, porque así no podemos, pero lo podemos hacer por medio de nuestras prácticas y sobre todo de esta, ¿no? Para que pare también la COVID del todo, que todavía hay contagios, todavía hay gente que está malita, y no sé en otros países, pero aquí todavía hay sus casos. Y en general, pues para la marcha de los países que no se vean afectados ni económicamente, ni a nivel político, con malas decisiones pues, de líderes no muy allá, ¿no? Y bueno, pues vamos a tratar de hacer esta práctica con todos los seres a nuestro alrededor, como siempre. Visualizamos a nuestra derecha nuestro Padre y a la izquierda nuestra Madre. Detrás de nuestro Padre todos los miembros masculinos de la familia y detrás de nuestra Madre todos los miembros femeninos de nuestra familia. Y así poco a poco vamos colocando y vamos visualizando a otros parientes, amigos, conocidos, compañeros en la vida cotidiana o del trabajo. Poco a poco todo el espacio se va llenando de seres hasta llegar a un momento en que ya no los conocemos, pero los visualizamos aquí, aunque sean animales o espíritus. Los visualizamos como si tuvieran un renacimiento humano perfecto y los visualizamos muy contentos y muy satisfechos de hacer esta práctica con nosotros todos juntos. Y sobre todo pues a las personas con las que tenemos algún conflicto, algún agravio o que no nos caen bien simplemente, ¿no? Y en el caso pues, de esta situación que nos ocupa, pues los líderes políticos que no tienen un comportamiento muy aceptable, pues también los visualizamos aquí muy necesitados de nuestra compasión y de nuestro apoyo también, ¿no? Porque también ellos quieren ser felices y no quieren sufrir como todo el mundo. Así que ya no tienen los medios, sino que han entrado en unas fases de enfado muy fuerte y bueno, pues lo pagan con otros. Entonces, pues son merecedores de nuestra compasión con mayor motivo. Entonces, pues recordando a todas las personas de nuestro entorno, de nuestra familia, que también están pasando por obstáculos o que tienen la vida muy complicada o que han perdido los trabajos o que, bueno, pues esta pandemia ha hecho muchos estragos entre la gente, no solo físicamente, también psicológicamente. Pues si conocemos casos o están cerca de nosotros, pues los visualizamos aquí como si fueran amigos muy queridos a los que vamos a proteger y a los que vamos a dedicar esta linda práctica. Así que con toda esa visualización sobre todos nosotros, visualizamos, aparece la figura de Buda Chenrezig en su forma la que queráis, de 1000 brazos, de 4 brazos. Los que tienen Mahanutara Yogatanta también algunos tienen Gyalpo Gyatso, también es Chenrezig, de la forma que queráis. Muy atento a todos nosotros, perfectamente integrado y conociendo el karma y las necesidades de todos y cada uno de los seres que tenemos visualizados alrededor, que son todos los seres que puedan existir, están aquí con nosotros. Y entonces estamos bajo su mirada amorosísima, es el amor hecho imagen. Y entonces pues con esta maravillosa compañía, todos juntos tomamos refugio. Todos los seres cuyo número es tan vasto como el espacio, tomamos refugio en el precioso Maestro Buda. Nosotros tomamos refugio en el Buda, en el Dharma y la Sangha. Todos los seres cuyo número es tan vasto como el espacio, tomamos refugio en el precioso Maestro Buda. Tomamos refugio en el Buda, en el Dharma y en la Sangha. Todos los seres cuyo número es tan vasto como el espacio, tomamos refugio en el precioso Maestro Buda. Tomamos refugio en el Buda, en el Dharma y en la Sangha. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Y ahora vamos a recitar el mantra y en primer lugar pues se me ocurre que podíamos pensar en la Sangha de todo el mundo, la Sangha budista de nuestros linajes que conocemos más y también de otras confesiones que viven pues para practicar, para estudiar, para desarrollar el amor y la compasión. Pues vamos a hacer esta recitación para ellos, para que nunca les falte nada, ni dinero, ni apoyo económico, y que no les falten nunca maestros y todas las condiciones para poder desarrollarse como monjes y como budistas, pues completamente, porque así pues será una sangha adecuada para ayudar a todos los seres, ya sea que estén en los monasterios de India o en los monasterios en Occidente o en los centros de las ciudades o de retiros, o estén donde estén. Así que recitamos el mantra. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Recordamos a todos los enfermos de COVID, a todos los que han pasado esta epidemia en estos 2 últimos años. Algunos pues les ha quedado secuelas y luego pues recordamos también a todas las personas que han muerto, que se pueden contar por millones en todo el mundo. Y esperando pues que la pandemia pues remita ya totalmente y se pueda controlar. Pero vamos a recordar a toda esta gente que, bueno, que a lo mejor no ha perdido la vida, pero sí su medio de vida, su trabajo, en fin, que ha tenido muchísimos obstáculos. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Tenemos la primera recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritu, las enfermedades y los elementos no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre atemoriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llama al Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus maléficos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Hacemos la segunda recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la Muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus maléficos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Hacemos la tercera repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y de condiciones temporales, tal como el mal infligido por espíritu, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llama Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus maléficos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y la mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Voy a leer la alabanza a Chenrezig. Bueno, es una oración que me pasó Paloma. Oh aria de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor, préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar inigualable, vasta y profunda. Con las lágrimas de tu compasión te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karmas. Por favor, condúcenos con tus manos de compasión a mí y a los errantes a los campos del gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas. Mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Fabio, ¿quieres hacer alguna dedicación?
Sí, dedico para que pronto podamos ir a las enseñanzas de nuestros gurús de manera presencial, para que podamos recibir sus bendiciones y que esto sea muy, 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 muy pronto.
Ya mismo. Ok, Paloma, ¿tú quieres decir algo?
Sí, para que los seres que no han encontrado el Dharma puedan encontrarlo y practicarlo con pureza, que los que sí que hemos encontrado maestros Mahayana increíblemente cualificados, que podamos ser muy puros y diligentes en nuestra práctica del Dharma, que podamos volver a encontrar estos maestros Mahayanas en todas nuestras vidas futuras y podamos seguir su ejemplo y así poder ayudar a todos los seres.
Ok. Bueno, pues sí, yo también quisiera dedicar pues, para que termine la guerra de Ucrania, para que esta invasión se pueda controlar y que se sienten en la mesa de negociaciones y que realmente haga una negociación fuerte y profunda y que cada uno vuelva a su casa y se pueda arreglar esta historia. Y también pues, para que desaparezca la COVID completamente y que podamos pues, tener una vida normal y corriente como antes y que la gente pueda recuperar sus trabajos y su vida de antes. Voy a terminar con el sermón de la práctica de la benevolencia. Que todos los seres sean felices cualquiera que sea su naturaleza, débiles o poderosos, sin excepción alguna, largos o grandes de cuerpo, medianos o pequeños, toscos o delicados, los que se ven y los que no se ven, los que están cerca y los que están lejos, los nacidos y los por nacer. Que todos los seres sean felices, que nadie engañe nunca al otro, ni le desprecie por ningún motivo, ni se deje mover por ira ni por odio a desear el mal de otro ser viviente. Igual que una madre que dará la vida por su propio hijo, por su único hijo, ábrase el ánimo sin límite ninguno, rebosante de benevolencia, para con todo el mundo y en todas direcciones, arriba, abajo, alrededor, sin odio, sin enemistad, sin reserva ninguna. Bueno, pues dedicamos pues lo que habéis dicho vosotros, que podamos ver a nuestros maestros cuanto antes, que son nuestra inspiración y nuestra meta en realidad, cumplir lo que ellos nos digan y bueno, pues nos inspira mucho verlos personalmente. que eso pueda llevarse a cabo muy prontito. Y dedico los méritos también para todos los centros de Dharma, de este linaje y de los otros del linaje tibetano, que tengan todo lo que necesitan, ya sea económico, dinero, que tengan sponsor, muchos socios y muchísimos estudiantes, que cada centro en cada ciudad donde está pues cumpla pues todos los deseos de Lama Zopa y su santidad el Dalai Lama, de llevar el Dharma a todas las personas y de ayudar lo máximo posible a los seres que se acercan a él. Y nada, pues eso, que terminen las guerras sobre todo, no nos acordamos de que si no tenemos ni idea de cómo está la historia en Siria, pero la guerra debe seguir. Y tampoco sabemos mucho de las hambrunas de Yemen, pero yo sé que han muerto muchos niños de inanición, de falta de comida, y esto es una barbaridad que en este siglo siga la gente muriendo de hambre, ¿no? Así que porque todo eso desaparezca y bueno, pues que se reparta la riqueza muchísimo mejor de lo que se hace ahora. Ok, pues hacemos las oraciones de larga vida. ¿Dónde está? Os he perdido. Ponlas, sí. No sé dónde está. Cántalas, Fabioski, que la cantas muy bien.
Yite menkan bende maluba gale juwe sampele jisino kadri Tenzin gyatso utse tenshin tuse lunruzo. Joya que concedes y colgas todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti debo que tengas una larga vida y que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Ahí la tienes, luego.
No la veo.
No, ahora.
Tu sun chan chingang gong vuelve. Ten si kyo perwe kusodo pose. Chon sun kuwe le montu. Da sun du ye gon du sate. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjusri. Protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo. Todo
con firmeza.
Es que tengo ahí, se me aparece una cosa. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Te ruego que tengas una larga vida.
Era firmeza.
Ya. Pero que aparece esa cosa que no sabemos por qué.
No tengo ni idea.
Sí, pues me aparece una ventana que dice...
Ya, no, si la vemos todos. La vemos todos, sí.
Pero no sé cómo quitarlo, porque alejo el cursor y no hay manera, no se va.
No se va, es una cosa que aparece ahí, no sé. Bueno, hola Nalanda, hola.
Hola, Tendarla.
Amigo español. How are you? All good?
Fine.
Yes.
Good.
Oh,
muy bien.
Very good.
Tendar, next on Tuesday I will write you with the email you asked me.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Yes.
I already contact.
I cannot speak Spanish, so I don't understand at all.
Don't worry.
First I asked Calden, and Calden said, "Oh, maybe ask Paloma."
Yes, don't worry.
Yeah. So yeah, here many people COVID. So yeah, we have to do some prayers. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, there's never a problem here. Yes, 1, 2, but never that it was spread in Nalanda, I think. But last week, it was really bingo. I think 5 monks, I think, is on their rooms with COVID. Yeah, I think we were not careful anymore. It looked like it's finished and no problem. So
and the monks, they are not with the vaccine. They are not vaccinated.
Yes, I think they are also vaccinated, but still you can get COVID. Some are have a little
you have
bit.
To take care. You have to take care.
Yes, yeah. So everyone can get, huh? Everyone can get.
Gyalpo il est bien maintenant? Sa santé?
Yeah, he's on. Yeah, oui, il va bien. Oui, il est ici maintenant. Il est libre pour 6 mois. Et après, il suivra un cours pour le français dans le futur, pour son visa.
Pour avoir les papiers.
Qué bien.
Non, parce que j'ai entendu dire qu'il avait la tension.
¿COVID aussi?
Tenía la tensión alta.
Vale.
High blood pressure. Oh, yeah. He's not here. I don't know exactly why he came back to the monastery, but I know that he is here. Yeah, maybe he takes a little break. I don't know. Yeah. So,
okay.
But I did not hear. I cannot even follow everything. Yeah, I think also Gyalpo Gyalpo was afraid. He has a Tibetan lady in his house, and she was sick, and then Irene was sick, and then Tachi became sick, and I think everyone was at the same ordination. We had here one ordination from a French lady and a Dutch guy. And
yes, I saw the pictures, right?
Yes. And then I think they must.
all of them with COVID.
They blessed each other. Yes, I think so.
Mamma mia, France.
But the new monk is not sick, so.
But Nalanda, welcome for the news.
Yes, for 2 years it went very well. Now it's another yes.
Yes, anyway.
So yeah.
Very well.
So I want to ask fellow Fabio, where's this tune from? Because we sing always this long life tune from for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, a little bit. I think Kadrola tradition.
I learned in Kalmykia.
Kalmykia.
Yes. I can send you one video by Rinpoche by singing the prayer.
Oh, from Lama Zopa Rinpoche even.
Yes.
Ah, yeah. Oh, good. Yeah. I don't know, like the I think the one we sing is most from Kandrola. Yes. It gets a little bit like da 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 da.
Very difficult.
Yeah.
This is very difficult.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's not, you get used to everything.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye. And all the best to everyone.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Ciao. So good evening, good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Very welcome in this prayerathon, especially Jeannie. I think she is the IT person, make this possible. So in Manchester. So very welcome. So I will see like if I can share the screen. Yeah. See. So we will do again the prayers for specifying the danger of weapons. Let's see, do I have here the? Oh, maybe I forgot to upload it. Anyway, so we can start with prayers, specifying the prayer. Yeah, this is the Vajra speech of Mahasi Thangtong Gyalpo. So we do this practice at the request of Lama Zopa Rinpoche for everyone who is a victim of the corona, especially. As I told you, here in Nalanda, here in the monastery where I live, there's quite some people infected, but there's many people in hospitals everywhere. Some people have lost their lives, or still many people die of the COVID. even if it's not hot news anymore, at least not in the Western countries. So everyone can travel free again, like it's the virus does not exist, but still it causes problems for many people and takes lives. And also still many people are hurt by COVID economically, and especially also in the third world countries or in the more poor countries. Of course, we can do this practice for everyone we know, those who have lost their lives, those who have weak health. So for those we see on the television suffering, especially of course Ukraine attracts a lot of attention these days. There's a lot of suffering going on, and everything which happens there has quite an impact on millions of people. So we can create a lot of merit this hour by putting our mind in the right frame, doing mantras which have power from their side, and and especially our mind, that we do everything we do with the highest motivation, that we want to benefit others, and that we have pure love in our mind and compassion, but we have as much as possible to our level wisdom in our mind, that we do this practice for all sentient beings, but in itself don't exist on their own side. And so we do this with the highest motivation. Then we create so much merit, and then we can dedicate it to all kinds of causes. So not only COVID or the war situations, but to the welfare of all sentient beings. So so we can start with setting our motivation. So we can start with anyway, the practice we will do is an Mahayana practice. So we do it for the welfare of all sentient beings, and this practice is a compassionate practice. So where we visualize Buddha Chenrezig in front of us. So we can start this session with setting a calm mind. So focus on the breath without changing it. Just try to be relaxed, forgetting our past, forgetting our future. Just become quiet in our mind. If it's difficult, because there's a lot of chatting going on, or judgments, or going to the past, to memories, or worries about the future, then we can always rely on the breath. We manage to focus, say, 10 times on our breath, and we feel already many times more quiet, relaxed, in tune with ourselves. So now we can start to visualize in front of us Guru Chenrezig, four-armed. You can also visualize the 1,000-armed Chenrezig with the essence of the compassion. Wants to work as a Buddha, so he works 24/7 for the welfare of all sentient beings, and has developed all powers, developed all qualities. Guru is the Guru Chenrezig is one with our spiritual teacher. If you have no spiritual teacher, you can see His Holiness the Dalai Lama as a spiritual teacher. But still, men, and otherwise it's, for example, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Kantarola, one of our geshes or any other teacher, can be a Western, Eastern, male or female. He or she is one with Chenrezig, so we can see the person who inspires us most on this planet, one with Buddha Chenrezig. So Buddha Chenrezig has at his heart the moon disk, upon which is the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Can be in Western letters, can be in Tibetan letters, Om Mani Padme Hum. It goes clockwise. So from this mantra, beams of light go into all 10 directions. As we are also in this universe, so we can visualize all sentient beings around us. We are not alone. We can visualize all sentient beings, the males on our right side, the females on our left side. Everyone we know very well who are our family members, those we like, those who help us, our friends, in general who support us in our goals. They are behind us, and in front of us we can visualize those who cause obvious harm, who hurt our feelings, or who have done us harm. Not only us, but maybe millions, like Hitler or other people who must be somewhere in other realm, who have done very bad things, cheated. So those we see as animals, we can visualize in front of us. So that we can, while we visualize the Buddha in front of us, do the visualize that this mantra goes clockwise and spread the light, and we can do this mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. So we do a few together, and also I turn the prayer wheel so you can we do together a lot of mantras. We do a few together, and then you can do your own mantras. We do them for 3 or 4 minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme. So while we do this mantra, we visualize that the rays of light touch all sentient beings around us in all 10 directions of many universes. Also, even the animals were in the form of humans around us, from hell realm beings, heaven realm beings, ghosts, and so forth. All they are around us. You get blessings from the Om Mani Padme Hum from the Buddha. If you have your initiation yourself, you can visualize yourself as the Guru Chenrezig and send light to all directions. And you visualize very strongly that they get what they look for. So those who have lost their lives, that they get human body. Those who are sick, that they get good health again. Those who are lonely, who have lost their fathers, mothers, and so forth, or are isolated, may they get company or may they get solace. And also those who lost income, are uncertainty about their existence due to the COVID, but also without COVID, those who are very poor on this planet and not sure if they are still alive tomorrow and what they should eat. So maybe find food, maybe have the karma to have food and find income. So 2, 4, 3, 4 minutes. Oh, money payment. So I will focus now on the specifying danger for weapons. You know what's happening in East Europe, but there's many regions on this planet which have are threatening to and are in war with each other, especially also Yemen, Saudi Arabia, this region. And anyway, there's also some weapons used in other regions. There's still many places on this world in a kind of war zone. So we do the Vajra speech of Master Thangtong Gyalpo, words of truth specify the danger of weapons. So Mani Padme Hum. So we've done created just another merit by doing this mantra. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate, I, looking one, wrathful, victorious, high Griva, perfect, pure, Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge, whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When you see ascended beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing, the 5D generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil, karma, and jealousy. Please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also, by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits, who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an Ashura, from now on may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, to cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives, and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all inhabitants and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. That's a prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. I propose this now to go to the King of Prayers to dedicate. This prayer is very powerful. King of Prayers, extraordinary aspiration, the practice of Samatapatra. It's highly recommended also in situations where people are about to die or have just died, just on their deathbed, or even your friends or family have died. You can do this King of Prayers. It's very powerful and very beautiful, and then you can dedicate it to also the beings, of course, and our teachers and those around you who have passed away or are very sick. King of Prayers, the extraordinary aspiration of the practice of Samatapatra. I bow down to the useful Arya Manjushri, you lions among humans, gone to freedom in the present, past, and future, in the worlds of 10 directions. To all of you, with body, speech, and sincere mind, I bow down. With the energy of aspiration for the Bodhisattva way, with a sense of deep respect, and with as many bodies as atoms of the world, to all you Buddhas visualized as real, I bow down. On every atom are Buddhas numberless as atoms, each amidst a host of Bodhisattvas, and I'm confident the sphere of all phenomena is entirely filled with Buddhas in this way. With infinite oceans of praise for you and oceans of sound from the aspect of my voice, I sing the breathtaking excellence of Buddhas and celebrate all of you gone to bliss. Beautiful flowers, regal garlands, sweet music, scented doors and parasols, sparkling lights, and sublime incense, I offer to you victorious ones. Fine dress, fragrant perfumes, sandalwood, powder heaped high as Mount Meru, all wondrous offerings in spectacular array I offer to you, victorious ones. With transcendent offerings, peerless the fast, with profound admiration for all the Buddhas, with strength of conviction in the Bodhisattva way, I offer and bow down to all victorious ones. Every harmful action I've done with my body, speech, and mind, overwhelmed by attachment, anger, and confusion, all these I openly lay bare before you. I lift up my heart and rejoice in all positive potential of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in 10 directions, of solitary realizers, hearers still training, and those beyond, and of all ordinary beings. You who are in the bright lights of worlds in 10 directions, who have attained a Buddha's omniscience through the stages of awakening, all you who are my guides, please turn the supreme will of Dharma. With palms together, I earnestly request you may actualize Parinirvana. Please stay with us for eons, numberless as atoms of the world, for the happiness and well-being of all wonders in samsara. Whatever slight positive potential I may have created, by paying homage, offering and acknowledging my faults, rejoicing and requesting that the Buddhas stay and teach, I now dedicate all this for full awakening. May you Buddhas now living in the worlds of 10 directions, and all of you gone to bliss in the past accept my offerings. May those not yet arisen quickly perfect their minds, awakening as fully enlightened ones. May all worlds in 10 directions be entirely pure and fast. May they be filled with bodhisattvas, surrounding Buddhas gathered beneath the body tree. May as many beings as exist in 10 directions be always well and happy. May all samsaric beings live in accord with the Dharma, and may their every Dharma wish be fulfilled. Remembering my past lives in all varieties of existence, may I practice the bodhisattva way. And thus, in each cycle of death, migration, and birth, may I always abandon the household's life. Then, following in the footsteps of all the Buddhas, perfecting the practice of a bodhisattva, may I always act without error or compromise, with ethical discipline, faultless and pure. May I teach the Dharma in the language of gods, in every language of spirits and nagas, of humans and of demons, and in the voice of every form of being. May I be gentle-minded, cultivating the 6 paramitas, and never forget bodhicitta. May I completely cleanse, without omission, every negativity and all that obscures this awakening mind. May I traverse all my lives in the world, free of karma, afflictions, and interfering forces, just as the lotus blossom is undisturbed by the water's wave, just as the sun and moon move unhindered through the sky. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms, and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening, and be a worldly benefit to them as well. May I practice constantly for eons to come, perfecting the activities of awakening, acting in harmony with the various dispositions of beings, showing the ways of a bodhisattva. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may I practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the bodhisattva way. May I always directly see the Buddhas, masters encircled by bodhisattvas, and without pause or discouragement for eons to come, may I make extensive offerings to them. May I hold within me the Buddha's genuine Dharma, illuminate everywhere the teachings that awaken, embody the realizations of a bodhisattva, and practice ardently in all future eons. While circling through all states of existence, may become an endless treasure of good qualities, skillful means, wisdom, samadhi, and liberating stabilizations, gathering limitless pristine wisdom and positive potential. Or one atom, I shall see Buddha fields, numberless as atoms, inconceivable Buddhas among bodhisattvas in every field, practicing the activities of awakening. Perceiving this in all directions, I dive into an ocean of Buddha fields, each an ocean of 3 times Buddhas in the space of a wisp of hair, so I too will practice for an ocean of eons. Thus, I'm continually immersed in the speech of the Buddhas, expression that reveals an ocean of qualities in one word, the completely pure eloquence of all the Buddhas, communication suited to the higher tendencies of beings. With strength of understanding, I plunge into the infinite enlightened speech of the Dharma, of all Buddhas in 3 times gone to freedom, who continually turn the wheel of Dharma methods. I shall experience in one moment such vast activity of all future eons, and I will enter into all eons of the 3 times in but a fraction of a second. In one instant, I shall see all those awakened beings, past, present, future lions among humans, and with the power of the illusion-like stabilization, I will constantly engage in their inconceivable activity. I shall manifest upon one single atom the array of pure lands, present, past, or future. Likewise, I shall enter the array of pure Buddha fields in every direction without exception. I shall enter the very presence of all my guides, those lights of this world who are yet to appear, those sequentially turning the wheels of complete awakening, those who reveal nirvana, final perfect peace. May I achieve the power of swift magical emanation, the power to lead to the great vehicles through every approach, the power of always beneficial activity, the power of love pervading all realms, the power of all surpassing positive potential, the power of supreme knowledge unobstructed by discrimination, and through the powers of wisdom, skillful means, and samadhi, may I achieve the perfect power of awakening, purifying the power of all contaminated actions, crushing the power of disturbing emotions at their root, diffusing the power of interfering forces as you perfect the power of the bodhisattva practice. May I purify an ocean of worlds, may I free an ocean of beings, may I clearly see an ocean of dharma, may I realize an ocean of pristine wisdom, may I purify an ocean of activities, may I fulfill an ocean of aspirations, may I make offerings to an ocean of Buddhas, may I practice without discouragement for an ocean of eons. To awaken fully through this bodhisattva way, I shall fulfill without exception all the diverse aspirations of the awakening practice of all Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times everywhere, in order to practice exactly as the wise one called Samantabhadra, all-embracing good, the elder brother of the sons and daughters of the Buddhas. I completely dedicate all this goodness. Likewise, may I dedicate, just as the skillful Samantabhadra, with pure body, speech, and mind, pure actions, and pure Buddha fields, I shall give rise to the aspirations of a new Sri for this bodhisattva practice of all embracing good, to perfect these practices without discouragement or pause in all future eons. May my pure activities be endless, my good qualities boundless, and through abiding in immeasurable activity, may I actualize infinite emanations. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach me limitless as well. One may offer to the Buddhas all wealth and adornments of infinite worlds in 10 directions, and one may offer during eons numberless as atoms of the world, even the greatest happiness of gods and humans. But whoever hears this extraordinary aspiration and longing for highest awakening gives rise to faith just once, creates far more precious positive potential. Those who make this heartfelt aspiration for the bodhisattva way will be free of all lower rebirths, free of harmful companions who will quickly see Amitabha infinite light. And even in this very human life, they will be nourished by happiness and of all conducive circumstances. Without waiting long, they will become like Samantabhadra himself. Those who give voice to this extraordinary aspiration will quickly and completely purify the 5 boundless harmful actions created under the power of ignorance. Blessed with supreme knowledge, excellent body, family, attributes, and appearance, they will be invincible to fast, interfering forces, and misleading teachers, and all the 3 worlds will make offerings. Going quickly to the noble body tree, sitting there to benefit sentient beings, subduing all interfering forces, they will fully awaken and enter the great wheel of Dharma. I have no doubt that complete awakening is the fully ripened result, comprehended only by a Buddha, of holding in mind by teaching, reading, or reciting this aspiration of the bodhisattva practice, in order to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality as it is, and just like Samantabhadra as well, I completely dedicate all this goodness just as they did. With that dedication, which is praised as greatest, by all the Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times, I too dedicate all my roots of goodness for the attainment of the bodhisattva practice. When the moment of my death arrives, by eliminating all obscurations and directly perceiving Amitabha, may I go immediately to Sukhavati, pure land of great joy. Having gone to Sukhavati, may I actualize the meaning of these aspirations, fulfilling them all without exception for the benefit of beings for as long as this world endures. Born from an extremely beautiful superlative lotus in this joyful land of the Buddha's magnificent mandala, may I receive a prediction of my awakening directly from the Buddha Amitabha. Having received the prediction there, may I create fast benefit for beings throughout the 10 directions with a billion emanations by the power of wisdom. Through even a small virtue I've accumulated by offering this prayer, the Bodhisattva practice, may all the positive aspirations of beings be fulfilled in an instant through creating limitless positive potential by dedicating this prayer of Samattabhadra's deeds. May all beings drowning in this torrent of suffering enter the presence of Amitabha through this king of aspirations, which is the greatest of the sublime, helping infinite wonders in samsara. Through the accomplishment of this scripture, dazzling with Samattabhadra's practice, the suffering realms be utterly emptied of all beings. So I thought it may be also nice to do the prayer of Saint Francis. So actually it's a very wishful prayer to become Bodhisattva ourselves, and Buddha ourselves, if you read it well. Lord or Buddha, whatever you think, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. O Divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it's in giving that we receive, and it's in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it's in dying that we are born to eternal life. Anyway, when I read this, then I rejoice so much in that so many people work on this planet, because I'm just one person, but you know, like it comes in the news that there's, for example, in a country where millions of people live, if one mother kills her own child, and it comes immediately in the paper. When millions and millions of mothers take care for their children, it doesn't come in the news at all. So there's so many people on this planet, they're giving their best for their family, for the country, or they work in hospitals, they try to cheer up depressed people. So there's a lot of people in this planet who really try to do their best. And if they are not enlightened, but by doing their best and doing the good things, finding other people sometimes more important than themselves, it's a part of purification, and it's a path to enlightenment. So, yeah, also like to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to understand. So maybe not seek the self-cherishing, like what do I get, but instead, what can I give? Then we are on the path. So anyway, it's just something to reflect on. I think everyone is her own good associations and inspiration. I can say inspiration from this practice. So yeah. Then we do the dedication chapter from Shantideva. So that we can dedicate all the goodness we did today, not only this session, the mantras we did, or the good wishes we had. We can dedicate all the small virtue we have created all over the day, being kind to others, having the best motivation, and then even putting on the light or cleaning the house can become dharma. We have the motivation, like may it contribute to becoming enlightened and the welfare of all sentient beings. And may everyone who comes to my house or benefits from this light, may they reach enlightenment without as quick as possible. And may everyone who, by cleaning, when I clean something in the monastery, I try always to remember, like, may everyone who comes here be inspired and feel better, even if it's 1 second, even if it's 10 seconds, even if it's very temporary, just for one day. But may they get inspired to practice the path and reach enlightenment. Anyway, this dedicate, so we can dedicate last chapter of the Bodhisattva. So we have to change a little bit of text because it's a dedication of studying the Bodhisattva Charita, which we did not do, of course. So it's not especially the first verse, but the rest we can dedicate all types of merit we can dedicate. So may all sentient beings be graced with the Bodhisattva way of life by the virtue I've obtained while reflecting like the guide of the Bodhisattva way of life. So we can just replace that by whatever we have done good today, mantras we did. And through my merit, may all those in all directions who are afflicted by bodily or mental suffering obtain oceans of joy and contentment as long as the cycle of existence lasts. May their happiness never decline. May the world attain the constant joy of the Bodhisattvas. As many hells as there are in the world, may beings in them delight in the joys of contentment and sukhvati. May those afflicted with cold find warmth. May those oppressed with heat be cooled by oceans of water springing from the great clouds of the Bodhisattvas. May the forest of sword leaves become for them the splendor of a pleasure grove, and may the sword-like samali trees grow as wish-fulfilling trees. May the regions of hell become vast ponds of delight, and fragrant with lotuses, beautiful and pleasing with the cries of wild geese, wild ducks, ruddy geese, and swans. May the heap of burning coal become a mount of jewels. May the burning ground become crystal marble floor, and may the mountains of the crushing hell become temples of worship filled with sugatas. May the rain of burning coal, lava, and daggers from now on become a rain of flowers, and may mutual battling with weapons now become a playful flower fight. We can especially here think of also of Ukraine, of course. By the power of my virtue, may those whose flesh has become fallen off, whose skeletons are of the color of white jasmine flower, and who are immersed in the river Vaitarani, whose water is like fire, attain celestial bodies and dwell with goddesses by the river Mandakini. May the horrifying agents of Yama, crows, and vultures suddenly watch here in fear, and those looking upward behold blazing Vajrapani in the sky and wonder, whose is this brilliant light that dispels darkness all around and generates the joy of contentment? May they depart together with him, freed from files through the power of their joy. A rain of lotuses falls mixed with fragrant waters. It is seen to extinguish the unceasing fires of the hells. May the beings of the hell suddenly refreshed with joy wonder, what is this? And may they see Padmapani. Friends, come quickly, cast away fear, we are alive. A fragrant, radiant vanquisher of fear, a certain prince in a monastic robe has come to us. By his power, every adversity is removed, streams of delight flow, and the spirit of awakening is born, as is compassion, the mother of protection of all beings. Behold him with lotus feet, are worshipped with tiaras of hundreds of gods, whose eyes are moist with compassion, on whose head a stream of diverse flowers rains down, with his delightful summer palaces, celebrated by thousands of goddesses, singing hymns of praise. Upon seeing Manjugosha before them, may the beings of the hells immediately cheer. Through my virtues, may the beings of the hells rejoice upon seeing the unobscured clouds of Bodhisattvas, headed by Samantabhadra and bearing pleasant, cool, fragrant rains and breezes. May the intense pains and fears of the beings of the hells be pacified. May the inhabitants of all miserable states of existence be liberated from their woeful states. May the animals the risk of being eaten by each other disappear. May the pretas be as happy as the people in Uttarakuru. May the pretas always be satiated, bathed, and refreshed by the streams of milk pouring from the hand of noble Avalokiteshvara. May the blind always see forms, and may the deaf hear. May the pregnant women give birth without pains, as did Maya Devi, Mother of Buddha. May they acquire everything that is beneficial and desired by the mind: clothing, food, drink, flower garlands, centerpiece, and ornaments. May the fearful become fearless, and those struck by grief find joy. May the despondent become resolute and free of trepidation. May the ill have good health. May they be freed from every bondage. May the weak become strong and have affectionate hearts for one another. May the regions be advantageous to all those who travel on roads. May the purposes for which they set out be expediently accomplished. May those who journey by boat succeed as they desire. May they safely reach the shore and rejoice with their relatives. May those who find themselves on wrong paths in dreary forests come upon the company of fellow travelers, and without fatigue may they journey without fear of bandits, tigers, and the like. May deities protect the dull, the insane, the deranged, the helpless, the young, and the elderly, and those in danger from sickness, the wilderness, and so on. May they be free from all lack of leisure. May they be endowed with faith, wisdom, and compassion. May they be possessed of stature and good conduct, and may they always remember their former lives. May they be inexhaustible treasuries, just like sky treasure, free of conflict or irritation. May they have an independent way of life. May the beings who have little splendor be endowed with great magnificence. May unattractive wretches be endowed with beauty. May the women who will become men. May they lowly attain grandeur and yet be free of ignorant arrogance. Through this merit of mine, may all beings without exception abstain from every vice and always engage in virtue, not lacking the spirit of awakening, devoted to the Bodhisattva way of life, embraced by the Buddhas, and free of the deeds of Maras. May all beings have immeasurable lifespans. May they always live happily, and may even the world death disappear. May all quarters of the world be delightful with gardens or wish-fulfilling trees, filled with the Buddhas and the children of the Buddhas, and be enchanting with the sounds of Dharma. May the grounds everywhere be free from stones and rocks, smooth like the palm of the hand, soft and made of lapis lazuli. May the great assemblies of bodhisattvas sit on all sides. May they beautify the earth with their own resplendence. May all beings unceasingly hear the sound of Dharma from the birds, from every tree, from the rays of light, and from the sky. May they always encounter the Buddhas and the children of the Buddhas. May they worship the spiritual mentor of the world with endless clouds of offerings. May God send rain in time. May there be an abundance of crops. May the populace be prosperous, and may the king be righteous. May medicines be effective, and may the mantras of those who recite them be successful. May the kinis, rakshasas, and other ghouls be filled with compassion. May no sentient being be unhappy, sinful, ill, neglected, or despised, and may no one be despondent. May monasteries be well established, full of chanting and study. May there always be harmony among the Sangha, and may the purpose of the Sangha be accomplished. May monks who wish to practice fine solitude, may they meditate with their minds agile and free of all distractions. May nuns receive provisions and be free of quarrels and troubles. May all renunciates be an untarnished ethical discipline. May those who are of poor ethical discipline be disgusted and become constantly intent on the extinction of their vices. May they reach an unfortunate state of existence, and may their vows remain unbroken there. May they be learned and cultured, receive alms, and have provisions. May their mind streams be pure, and their fame be proclaimed in every direction. Without experiencing the suffering of the miserable states of existence and without arduous practice, may the world attain Buddhahood in a single divine body. May all sentient beings worship all the Buddhas in many ways. May they be exceedingly joyful with the inconceivable bliss of the Buddhas. May the Bodhisattva's wishes for the welfare of the world be fulfilled, and whatever the protector's intent for sentient beings, may that be accomplished. May the Pratyeka Buddhas and Shravakas be happy, always worshipped by the lofty gods, Asuras, and humans. Through the grace of Manjuasha, may I always achieve ordination and the recollection of past lives until I reach the joyous ground. May I live endowed with strength in whatever posture I am. In all my lives, may I find plentiful places of solitude. When I wish to see or ask something, may I see the protector Manjunatta himself without any impediment. May my way of life be like that of Manjushri, who lives to accomplish the benefits of sentient beings throughout the 10 directions, for as long as space endures and for as long as the world lasts. May I live dispelling the miseries of the world. Whatever suffering there is for the world, may it all ripen upon me. May the world find happiness through all the virtues of the Bodhisattvas. May the teaching that is the sole medicine for the suffering of the world and the source of all prosperity and joy remain for a long time, accompanied by riches and honor. I bow to Manjugasha, through whose grace my mind turns to virtue. I salute my spiritual friend, through whose kindness it becomes stronger. That it is. Okay. I can do a few meditation prayers. Still have 7 minutes. So, first, but of course, it would be fantastic if we actualize bodhicitta all the time. Use what we have and increase what is not there. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. It says ye in the text, but it's young. Enter the third line. Excuse me. And also Lama Zopa Rinpoche often elaborates on this prayer. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization, may be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon us, all those for whom we have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to us, may be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has arisen, being generated, increase. And for a long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Incomparably kind, the Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of this land of snowlands, teachings and transmigratory beings who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. We can also do that in Tibetan. Jitan kam dia pande malin pagang le chumbe tampe ye chidom kadrin tsung me tan tsing ya tsu tu ko te Jing tu ze glun zhong xiong zhong ni ning jie sun de jiu bim lam che te se te gan chen ten zhe gen jagda pe mo tan zi ya tu la se la de so se de dun. Yeah, so incredible that we live in a time when the Buddha Dharma is alive, but then especially so when we have these holy beings, His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche are around. So may they really, may all the wishes come true. May even many more sentient beings be able to meet them, to touch them, to hear from them. So His Holiness still gives a lot of teaching online, and now the COVID might come a bit to the end of the pandemic, or at least has diminished. His Holiness gives even some live teachings again, so it sounds promising. So and also Lama Zopa Rinpoche, of course, like benefits. They both benefit millions all sentient beings just by their presence on their planet, and giving so much advice and be so instrumental for millions of lives. So, you who uphold the subduers, moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Tu Chan Chin Chan Ge Yawim Ten Xin Kyung Pelwe Kun Tse Dok Bon Sem Chok Sum Kur Lek Man Tu Trum Padak Sok Du Jigan Du Shap Ten Chu Ge Wadi Lama Sanyem Drum Yonen Drovan Ching Kyang Malupam Deyi Salam to all the past, present, and future merits collective and me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existence from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. So, yeah. Thank you so much for doing this practice together, to create so much merit dedicated to the welfare of all sentient beings in all universes, and contributing to fulfilling the wishes of our holy beings, especially this practice is recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, so we fulfill the wishes and the recommendation, and should benefit not only ourselves, because if we make all these prayers for the welfare of others, it really benefits. We do it for others, but we are the first ones who benefit in the first place. So by having this very big mind and open heart. So yeah, thank you so much. It's really a big pleasure. And I see that Venerable Damche is ready there.
Hello, Brother Tender. How are you?
Hello, good. And how are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Lovely to see you made the journey back all right.
Yeah, that's no problem. But if we talk about COVID, it's quite serious here in Nalanda.
Is it? Oh,
yeah.
dear.
I think about
it's on the
5
up
months.
again everywhere, isn't it?
Yes, I think it's about 5, 6. Yeah, it's never had to really be spread in Nalanda. Sometimes there came a new visitor, and then they test after 2-3 days. They test positive, and then we isolate them. They like to stay, and sometimes they return to their home if they live in France. But yeah, now this is the first time I think people were together and were not precautious anymore. Yeah.
Yes, it's a reminder, isn't it?
Yes,
You think you're on top of things, and then yes, you know, you have to guard. You have to guard yourself, and you have to protect others. Yeah, it's one of those. But no, it's always lovely to see you, Tender.
Yes, and you? How are you? How is that?
Yeah. So I got pretty much, you know, the year schedule sorted. I got a couple of write-ups that came in, so I have to just upload everything to the website.
Oh, congratulations!
For the center here, so you know, I mean, you get this, you know, when you know yourself, you're one of those, you know, when you spend too much time in front of the computer, you just go, you know, it's fussing. You remember the old TV?
Yeah, then you don't see the distance, and you're on top. So yeah, I will if I find time next week, I will visit one time your website. It's very good. I
Oh,
rejoice. I rejoice. Yeah.
Yes. Maybe we get a chance to catch up. Let's
Yes.
arrange a
That would be
Zoom
good.
chat. Would be lovely to
Yes,
catch up
very
with
good.
you.
Shall we do next week? Yeah, we contact Monday and then we can see like which
We
day
sort
suits.
something
Yeah?
out. Absolutely.
Yeah, good, good.
All right.
I see also Aldo there. Hello, Aldo.
Aldo's hiding.
Aldo is hiding.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your pleasant song. You are very, very inspired in your songs.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Also,
okay.
Also, Dancho has a very sweet kind of song.
Oh,
so
flattery.
Yeah,
Flattery. Bring it on, bring it on.
So we should become a duo maybe, Dancho.
Is a genetic origin.
I don't know.
You never know. You know, it's maybe it's the colors bring out the best in us. I don't know.
Good.
Bless. All right.
I wish you all very good continuation of the weekend, and I want to thank everyone who was with us. So yeah, Aldo, Jeannie, and all others. Okay.
Right.
Ciao, ciao.
Look after yourself, Kenda. And my love to all the brothers.
Okay, I will put on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. Good evening, everyone. So we have an hour here together. So, well, just under an hour. So hello, Jeannie. Lovely to see you still, looking after us. And
I'm still here.
Oh, bless you. Anyone who's where do we know Jeannie? Jeannie from? Jeannie really, very diligently followed us for many, many, many months, nearly 2 years. Online and offer the services to help the media team. So it shows you how wonderful, small the world really is. So thank you very much. Plus, you're not that far from my neck of the woods now. So hopefully we see you at the center for certain events anyway. So, all right. So let's see. Oh, I have to apologize because I think you accidentally transferred your host, didn't you, earlier? And I just clicked out and I saw it just on the way out. And sorry about that. Otherwise, I would have switched that for you. Okay. So where are we? Yes. So if you just take a moment to refocus, settle the mind, take a few deep breaths. And if we're sort of sorting ourselves out, peace and calm, 4 verses from the King of Prayers, which to me really form a good stable basis for these practices and other practices. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wonders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet the spiritual mentor, never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. What's really nice about these 4 verses is they show the interconnectedness and the interdependence that we as beings have. Somebody struggling, somebody, it's good. It's always good somebody to help. So if we help those who are suffering, not out of selfish reasons, but genuine support, that's when we develop compassion. And also acknowledging that we're functioning within the community. We always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine. So whether this is those on the path, those within the Sangha, also our teachers. If we all want peace, then it should be easy to achieve peace. We're easily sidetracked in this world. So hence, limitless inner space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. And it's this that we have to overcome. And that we have to push ourselves forward and work on our body, speech, and mind aspect, transform our mind to bring about the necessary changes. And thinking about these changes, I thought it might be nice to go for a slightly longer motivation, something new, something fresh. And I want to use the motivation from text known as Ever-Flowing Nectar of Bodhicitta, Annihilating the Demon of Self-Cherishing. And this practice is based on the 8 verses of thought transformation. And it is there to transform the mind into relative bodhicitta, the wish to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, and also to bring about actual bodhicitta, or absolute bodhicitta, the wisdom of realizing emptiness. And this practice was composed by Langrutampa Dorje Sengye, a disciple of Kadampa Geshe Potova Rinpoche, who was a disciple of Lama Atisha. And of Potova's 8 heart sons, Langrutampa was the only one who received these special instructions on exchanging oneself with others. So the 8 verses basically. And the 8 verses really contain everything that we effectively need to know, to bring about the necessary changes if we read them accordingly. So I want to use the, let's just have a look whether I can change the screen layout a little bit. There you go. Just take a moment. From beginningless rebirth up to now, I have experienced general suffering of samsara and the particular suffering of the lower realms numberless times. There is no suffering that I've never experienced. When I think deeply about this, I feel terribly upset and weep uncontrollably. Therefore, I must no longer allow myself to come under control of the disturbing, unsubdued thoughts, which are the true causes that bring the result of true suffering. As long as I happily continue to follow the disturbing, unsubdued minds of the wrong concepts, with neither fear nor doubt, there is no difference between me and a mindless crazy person. If I continue to follow these wrong concepts, I will definitely have to experience the suffering of samsara endlessly in future lives. When I think about this from the depths of my heart and not just reciting the words, I am unable to eat by day or sleep by night, and it makes me vomit. It also breaks my heart. So in this particular paragraph where it says the disturbing unsubdued minds of the wrong concepts, that refers to the seeing that which is suffering as pleasure, that which is impermanent as permanent, the impure as pure, and that which is empty of true existence as having true existence. However, now I have received the inner conditions, a perfect human body, endowed with the 8 freedoms and 10 richnesses, which give me the ability to achieve all happiness and success. I've also met the outer conditions, a holy Mahayana virtuous friend who is extremely difficult to find, but can grant the state of omniscience in 1 second, and the teachings of the Buddha, the supreme medicine that dispels all of the suffering of transmigrant beings without exceptions. If I continue to seek merely temporary happiness for myself and my own liberation from the bondage of the disturbing, unsubdued thoughts and karma, what difference is there between me and a foolish, dumb animal? Such an attitude would be extremely upsetting from both sides. From my own side, how shameless. And from the side of others, how very ungenerous, how selfish, how cruel. How dare I cherish myself and renounce others? Aren't other sentient beings the precious ones from whom I receive all happiness and success? It is therefore not enough to merely ensure that I will not be reborn in the suffering lower realms, nor is it enough to simply seek my own freedom from samsara. All sentient beings have been my mothers. There is not a single one who has not been. Moreover, each one of them has been my mother numberless times, and each time it has been just as kind to me as my present mother. At this very moment, not only are these kind mothers sentient beings experiencing great suffering, but they're also running constantly to create the causes of more. There's not even a second when they experience ultimate happiness. If a mother's suffering is not alleviated by her own child, who else will do it? Even though it is up to me alone to bear the burden of eradicating the suffering of all mother sentient beings, at the moment I'm incapable of relieving the suffering of even one sentient being. Yet, if I achieve the holy body of a Buddha, just one ray of its light would ripen the minds of countless sentient beings, leading them to the blissful state of peace. Therefore, to free all mother sentient beings from suffering and lead them to peerless happiness of enlightenment, I must obtain Buddhahood. This is not without causes and conditions. Its principal cause is the two bodhicittas. Therefore, I'm going to practice the profound all teachings on transforming the mind into bodhicitta. I thought this motivation is quite fitting, and it ties in with so much of what we're saying, all the different leads. When we take the refuge that we want to benefit all sentient beings, how sentient beings have been our mothers. And we, when we grow up, also support our elderly parents, or should, in returning the kindness. So as to bring about the change in this world, to bring about peace. We need to put the effort in, not bettering ourselves to the state of enlightenment for our own benefit, but for the benefit of others, making sure that they're taken care of. Repaying the kindness of a mother that has given so much and made so many sacrifices for our own happiness, so that we may progress. If you visualize in the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. If you had the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front, above the crown of your head. If you're following us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion for all beings. And if you're following us from a path and you feel uncomfortable with engaging with deities, just visualize a clear light. And let that light be filled with love and compassion for all, no matter what they are, what form they take, where they're from, whatever they've done in the past. Be compassionate. Visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light being finally one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings, wherever they are. These beings may be right next to you, or the furthest corners of the universe. In any of the 6 realms. We wish them all to be free and happy. We wish them to be liberated and achieve enlightenment. Wishing them all the bliss that's free of all suffering. We recognize that we have contributed to other beings' suffering, as we have to our own, through the actions of our body, speech, and mind. When we didn't think proper, opened our mouth before we had all the information, engaged with gossip, harsh words, harsh speech, subsequently ending in unwholesome actions of the body. But we have been given this body, this human form. And in order to achieve this, we must have done something right in the past. So we have the potential not to just create suffering, but also to heal. In order to transform, we need to transform our thinking, the way we speak, the way we act. Taking responsibility for ourselves, for our own actions. And by doing so, returning kindness to our mothers, being patient with those who are in distress, Have compassion for those who commit acts that are not wholesome. We're trying to understand that these actions come from the source of suffering. And like us, no being wants to suffer. As we can feel the light, purifying light nectar, enter our bodies through the crown of our heads, and feeling how all the negative karma and delusions are being washed away, all the grime and dirt since beginningless time, and having that karmic weight lifted. Just feel the joy and happiness, how rejuvenating it is, how liberating it is. And feel how your mind, your speech, and your physical actions in a state of happiness differ so much from when we were suffering. And how our happiness can bring a smile on somebody else's face. Or we can cheer them up. How much more fun it is to be around beings which are happy. Feeling the purifying light nectar intensifying within ourselves and all the benefit that it brings. If we look around, we can see all other sentient beings enjoying the same bliss. And we rejoice that so many sentient beings can transform into a happy state as well. Not having to worry about being thought of, spoken about, or spoken to, or treated badly. Not having to look over their shoulders out of fear. Just being able to live a long, happy and healthy life, free of all suffering. What a wonderful world. And with that in mind, we invite our mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhas, and Lakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhas, and Lakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhas, and Lakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. I've taken refuge in the Guru. The Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles and the purifying light nectar intensifies, and more of our true nature, Buddha nature, is being revealed. Atom by atom begin to fill with light, absorbing the light into the essence, So much so that our bodies can hold no more, and we exchange ourselves with the Guru and all mother sentient beings, who likewise exchange themselves with the Guru and others. We all become one with the Guru, become one with one another. Like a bright beacon of love and compassion, we shine for those who are still lost in the darkness of samsaric existence, to find their way out to liberation. And like a searchlight, we seek out those who aimlessly wander, so that we may enter the samsaric cycle again, to lead those beings to liberation ourselves. So again, we consider that the actions of body, speech, and mind represented by Om have caused so much suffering to others and ourselves. And in order to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om to transform our body, speech, and mind into that of the aspect of the Guru, the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind, also represented by Om. So here we're going to do, we recite Manis for the benefit of the realms, the 6 realms, and then we do the recitation of the main prayer at the end separately. So yeah, we focus now on building up more and more compassion. And I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, Most Sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, Great Refuge and Protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving Protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara, and who endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, Great Protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Should be okay with about 5 rounds of Manis. So keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the mother sentient beings currently in the hell realms, as we go on through the individual realms, and help them transform, and also consider that it's through the actions of hatred that one enters the hell. So, maybe transform our own body, speech, and mind from hatred to loving kindness. May all mother sentient beings in the hell realms do the same. May they be liberated. Maybe the cause for them to do so. All money, pet me, 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 all money. Oh, money, pet me, all money, pet me, all money. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since previous time, under the influence of desire, one is born as in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains and suffering due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time, under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Bhutala. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Bhutala. Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum, Omani Padme Hum. Through the power of all my existence, throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the sixth-word mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of those praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I would have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. We're now reciting the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We recite it 3 times. So this time when we recite, we think of all beings. Just this one, rather than individual rhymes, just think just of beings. All those who are sick, we recite in good health, the cures be found for all sickness and diseases. May those who have entered the body or about to enter the body have swift transition in favor of rebirth. May those who experience hardships be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome these hardships and be reinstated into a state of happiness that is free of all suffering. May our obstacles be removed for the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus. May all their holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May our obstacles be removed for peaceful solutions to be found and all conflicts to end. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that unsad me, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Lakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's had in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of cars, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that unsad me, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Lakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that's had in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that unsad me, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Before we recite the dedications, maybe also recite the words of truth, pacifying the dangers of weapons by Thangtong Gyalpo. Great victorious one, I sublime compassionate eye looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hachagriva, perfect Putara, and so forth, objects of refuge, his holy names eliminate all dangers upon me hearing. Who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up with the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigratory beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by the recognizing each other as being like parents, through defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits, who by entering someone's mental continuum changes instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mindful deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Dedications. By this precious Supreme Bodhicitta, not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and Nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all their sicknesses, without exceptions of transmigrating beings, never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from the perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by accomplishing the qualities of the grounds and path, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Lord Zandrapa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Like earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold all sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified. and may there be happiness forever. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So the long love prayers for Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kawe Shinkandi, Benang Deva Malu Jungwene, Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso Yi, Shapesi Deva Do Thank You Chi. Tu Tzu Chang Jing Yam Gun Gelwe, Tenzing Gan Bewe Kunzo Do Pote, Chok Sum Kewe Lag Mun Dru Dru, Padak Sok Dulce Gundu Shap Ten Show. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for your kind support of prayerathon throughout the day and the final stages. For nearly 2 years, you have been supporting us. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so diligently. And hello, Master Tim. I take it you're taking over from Jeannie. Thank you very much for your kind service, Jeannie. I hope you have a pleasant night and get a good night's rest. And dear brother Gyalpo is there. How are you?
I'm well, Demcha. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Lovely to see you. Lovely. I noticed
Good to see you
sort
too.
of you started in the morning and you're helping me out to finish in the day, which is lovely.
Well, it's 7:30 in the morning where I am now, so
Yeah,
I was
get
9:30
a session in
morning.
before you get busy.
Yes.
I take it you have full program at the moment.
Yes, lots of things going on. I'm actually doing a lot of study online, doing the BP online, the FPMT and things like that. So yes.
Yeah, see, a monastic's work is never done. Lovely
we
to
make
see
our
you.
own busyness. Good to see you too.
Absolutely. I see you at the other end because I'm taking over.
See you on the other side.
All right, see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone. My name is Gyalpo, Lozan Gyalpo. I live in Brisbane in Australia. I'm about an hour and a half drive from Chenrezig Institute, whose Gyalpo you can see behind me. I'm not actually in the Gyalpo. This is just a photo I took when I was there some time ago, about 5:30 in the morning. And I thought having the Chenrezig Thousand Chenrezig above my head as I'm doing this is quite auspicious. So I thought I'd start with that. So, pardon me. Let's just start this session by once again settling your mind and body, just dropping back into that physical presence. So you're aware of what your body's doing. Being completely present in the moment, because your body doesn't have memories and worrying about the past or the future. It simply is in the present. So whenever we drop our attention back into our body, we return to the present moment. Just allowing your body and mind to calm themselves naturally. Being aware of the connection your lower half of the body has, possibly in your feet, in your seat, to stabilizing ground floor beneath you. Just being aware of that posture, gently straight spine and neck. Bringing your attention back to one aspect of your breathing. Maybe your belly, your chest, or even the breath passing through your nostrils. Just allowing your body to breathe itself naturally, as it does every night when you're asleep. As you continue to be aware of your breathing, just refresh your motivation for being here for this session. Generating that merit purifying negativities for yourself, for all your loved ones, for all those people you know, whether you are close to them, they trigger you, they make you angry, or even strangers you've never met or haven't seen passing. All those kind mother sentient beings. All those kind mother sentient beings you haven't met in this lifetime, born as humans around the world, as animals, in all the 6 realms. Wishing to free them all from suffering, just as you wish to be free from suffering. Happiness. So starting with Lama Tsongkhapa's 3 principles of path. I bow down to the Venerable Lamas. I will explain as well as I am able the essence of all the teachings of the Conqueror, the path praised by the Conqueror's offspring, the entrance for the fortunate ones who desire liberation. Listen with clear minds, you fortunate ones, who direct your mind to the path pleasing to the Buddha, who strive to make good use of leisure and opportunity and are not attached to the joys of samsara. Those with bodies are bound by the craving for existence. Without pure renunciation, there is no way to still the attractions to the pleasures of samsara. Thus, from the outset, seek renunciation. Leisure and opportunity are difficult to find. There is no time to waste. Reverse attraction to this life. Reverse attraction to future lives. Think repeatedly of the infallible effects of karma and the misery of this world. Contemplating this, when you do not for an instant wish the pleasures of samsara and day and night remain intent on liberation, you have then produced renunciation. Renunciation without pure bodhi mind does not bring forth the perfect bliss of unsurpassed enlightenment. Therefore, bodhisattvas generate the excellent bodhi mind. Swept by strong currents of the 4 powerful rivers, tied by strong bonds of karma so hard to undo, caught in the iron net of self-grasping, completely enveloped by the darkness of ignorance, born and reborn in boundless samsara, ceaselessly tormented by the 3 miseries. All beings, your mothers, are in this condition. Think of them and generate bodhi mind. Though you practice renunciation and bodhi mind, without wisdom and the realization of voidness, you cannot cut the root of samsara. Therefore, strive to understand dependent origination. One who sees the infallible cause and effect in all phenomena in samsara nirvana and completely destroys all modes of mental grasping has entered the path that pleases the Buddha. Appearances are infallible dependent origination. Voidness is free of assertions. As long as these 2 understandings are seen as separate, one has not yet realized the intent of the Buddha. When these 2 understandings are simultaneous and concurrent, from a mere sight of infallible dependent origination comes certain knowledge that completely destroys all modes of mental grasping. At that time, the analysis of the profound view is complete. Appearances clear away the extreme of existence. Voidness clears away the extreme of non-existence. When you understand the arising of cause and effect from the viewpoint of voidness, you are not captivated by either extreme view. Child, when you realize the keys that are 3 principles of the path, depend on solitude and strong effort, and quickly reach the final goal. Pardon me. Moving now to the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. We'll start with the motivation through several times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the assembly of the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go, all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Taking a moment now just to feel that refuge in our hearts. Before we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, we'll do a very brief visualization of the 1,000 armed Avalokiteshvara. With firm concentration, visualize in the space above your head, crown of your head, the divine form of the 1,000 armed Avalokiteshvara, Arya Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful looking and decorated with magnificent jewel ornaments. He has 11 faces. His central face is white, the right is green, the left is red. Above those, his central face is green, the left is white, and the right is red. Above those, his central face is red, the left is green, the right is white. Above those is a dark blue face in wrathful aspect, with orange hair standing erect. On the very top is a red-colored Amitabha Buddha in peaceful and smiling aspect. Her two hands are clasped together at his heart, holding the wish-fulfilling gem. On his right, the next hand is in the mudra of giving realizations. The next bears a Dhamma chakra, turning the wheel of Dhamma, and the uppermost bears a mala, reminding you to recite the mantra. On his left, the next hand bears a vase containing the nectar of his divine compassionate wisdom. The next holds a bow and arrow, symbolizing the feet of the four Mara. And the uppermost bears a white lotus, the purest of flowers, although born out of mud. The other 992 hands are also in the mudra of giving the highest realizations. The skin of an antelope is draped over his left shoulder, symbolizing that hatred is overcome completely by peaceful, compassionate wisdom. On a moon disk at Arya Chenrezig's heart is a concentration being, syllable free, surrounded by garlands of the mantra to be recited, Om Mani Padme Hum, white in color and standing clockwise. Light rays radiate from them, filling the inside of one's body and purifying all negativities and obscurations. Light rays radiate outward, from which an incalculable assembly of deities, the Great Compassionate One, are emitted, purifying the negativities and obscurations of all sentient beings and setting them in the state of Arya Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Continuing to recite the mantra, visualize all kind Mother sentient beings of the 10 directions, 6 realms, seated around you in human form. All those who are close to you, all those who trigger you, who make you angry, all those you don't know, all those kind Mother sentient beings of the 10 directions, 6 realms. Low rays radiating out from the free at the heart of Ira Chenrezig, purifying all their negativities, obscurations, broken, damaged pledges, placing them in the state of Ira Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Moving now to connect the merit we've just created with the goal we wish to achieve. The actual prayer. We'll say this through several times. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Pardon me. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify our beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be done with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be done with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, may with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Moving now to another prayer by Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo. The words of truth, pacifying the danger of weapons. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassion-eyed looking one, wrathful, victorious Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon me hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of the flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a rain of nectar, great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrated beings whose hatred is blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change instantly into the mind of a asura. From now on, may they never roam this region again. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result. Be miraculously born in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sickness, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy life and the 10 virtues. By making rain fall at the right time, harvest always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and effect, which has the ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, the rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Moving now to standard dedication prayers. Just taking a moment before we say these prayers to bring to mind any individuals or groups or people that you're aware of in your life or anywhere that you want to make specific dedications to. And just where you are, say those names of those people out loud. Make dedications for yourself individually. Moving now to these dedication prayers to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline and increase more and more. For the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the land of Snow's teaching and transmigrated beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to let us hold a Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech. May your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold and subdue His moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Moving now, finally, to dedication prayers of Master Shantideva from the Bodhisattva's Way of Life, moving left to right across this page. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind and obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of our merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored upon finding repose. May the naked find clothing and the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow and joy find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases are around the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be free. May the powerless find power. May people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. It seems to me that right now in the world, those last 3 verses are particularly important, particularly relevant, poignant. We should think of them. Let's say them again. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases are around the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, those bound to be freed. May the powerless find power. May people think better of each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may we too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. That ends this session. I'm actually in the next session as well, so we have 30 seconds or so. Just to relax, come back into your body. So if you need to move your body physically in any way, do that now while we're preparing for the next session. And let's begin the next session. For anyone just joining now, my name is Losang Gyalpo. I live in Brisbane, which is about an hour-and-a-half drive from Chenrezig Institute, whose Gyalpo you can see behind me. I thought, I'm not actually there. That's just a photo I took some years ago in the Gyalpo when I was there in the morning. And I thought it might be auspicious to have the Arya Chenrezig behind my head as we do this practice. So that's why that's there. So I'm going to be leading this next session. Let's begin. Let's begin by just refreshing motivation. So just reminding yourself why you're here this morning. It may be as simple as just to, wherever you are in the world, what time of the day it is, it might be as simple as just wanting to have a few peaceful moments and directing your mind to a virtuous practice. But try and expand it out. It's not just benefiting yourself by having a peaceful moment. Think of all those kind mother sentient beings who are suffering, all those people you know who are close to you, who are suffering from physical and mental illness, all those kind mother sentient beings you know who appear to be quite happy and content in their lives, but may not actually be making the most of the perfect human rebirth, experiencing the suffering of change and seeing that as pleasure, samsaric pleasure. And those of us who have studied a little bit of the Dharma see that suffering, that samsaric pleasure of suffering of change, and how it will lead to attachment and further suffering in samsara in future lives. And all those around you who may anger you or trigger you, who may be merely labeled as enemies. And those people you might see around the place who you don't actually know, who are strangers. And all those human beings around the world today you've never met and will never meet in this lifetime. The animals, kind mother sentient beings born as animals, as pretas in the hell realms, asuras and suras. expand our practice to include those kind mother sentient beings, not just to free ourselves from suffering, but with the motivation to free all those kind mother sentient beings who are so kind to us in innumerable past lives, freeing all of them from all their suffering forever. And that's the reason we do the practice, is to free all kind mother sentient beings, including ourselves, from all the myriad sufferings of the 6 realms. With that motivation, we approach today's practice. Let's begin with a short Lamrim prayer. Foundation of All Good Qualities by Kyabje Lama Zopa. The foundation of all good qualities is a kind and venerable Guru. Correct devotion to him is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon him with great respect. Understanding that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once, is greatly meaningful and is difficult to find again. Please bless me to generate the mind that unceasingly day and night takes existence. This life is as impermanent as a water bubble. Remember how quickly it decays and death comes. After death, just like a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. Finding firm and definite conviction in this, please bless me to always be careful to abandon even the slightest negativities and accomplish all virtuous deeds. Seeking samsaric pleasures is a door to all suffering. They cannot be replied upon. Recognizing these shortcomings, please bless me to generate the strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Led by this pure thought, mindfulness, alertness, and great caution arise. The root of the teachings is keeping the pratimoksha vows. Please bless me to accomplish this essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother migratory beings. Please bless me to see this, train in supreme bodhicitta, and bear the responsibility of freeing migratory beings. Even if I develop only bodhicitta, but I don't practice the 3 types of morality, I will not achieve enlightenment. With my clear recognition of this, please bless me to practice the bodhisattva vows with great energy. Once I have practiced pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to generate quickly within my mind stream the unified path of calm abiding and special insight. Having become a pure vessel by training the general path, please bless me to enter the holy gateway of the fortunate ones, the supreme Vajra vehicle. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the 2 attainments is keeping pure vows and samaya. As I have become firmly convinced of this, please bless me to protect these vows and samayas like my life. Then, having realized the importance of the 2 stages, the essence of the Vajrayana, by practicing with great energy, never giving up the 4 sessions, please bless me to realize the teachings of the Holy Guru. Like that, may the Gurus who show the noble path, the spiritual friends who practice it, have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely all outer and inner hindrances. In all my lives, never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the stages and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. Pardon me. Moving on now. To the actual prayer. The Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. We'll say the motivation through several times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Taking a moment now just to feel that refuge in our hearts. Moving now to recite the mantra. We'll say it out loud several times and then continuing reciting it silently. Or if there's no one around you and you wish to do so, you can continue to recite it out loud. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Continuing to recite the mantra. If you haven't already done so, visualize Arya Chenrezig above the crown of your head in the nature of light, not solid concrete. White light emanating from the Arya Chenrezig's heart, pouring out of the Hari. Visualize around you all those kind Mother sentient beings you know who are close to you. Visualize those kind Mother sentient beings who may anger you, trigger you, may be merely labeled as enemies. All those kind Mother sentient beings you might come across throughout the day, don't really know, who may be merely labeled as strangers. Think of the white light, visualize the white light, the Arya Chenrezig's heart, pouring into these kind Mother sentient beings, completely filling them with light, purifying every single negativity, obscuration, every broken, damaged pledge, placing them in the state of Arya Chenrezig. One puppy, one puppy, one puppy. Continuing to recite the mantra. Bring to mind all those kind mother sentient beings who in this life, particularly in this life, have encountered COVID, either having caught the disease and passed away, caught the disease and are currently suffering, caught the disease and are suffering the condition of long COVID, who are afraid of catching the disease, who have lost loved ones, who have cared for those people and are caring for those people who have the disease. All those suffering, have lost jobs, are worried about their loved ones. All those kind mother sentient beings who have been so dreadfully impacted by COVID-19, physical and mental suffering, and all those other kind mother sentient beings around the world, with all the myriad of other physical and mental health issues. The white light from the Sri Hari Chenrezig heart pouring into them, completely purifying them of all negativities, obscurations, damage, pleasures. Just placing them in the state of Hari Chenrezig. Think of all those other kind mother sentient beings born in human form, you have not brought to mind yet. All those kind mother sentient beings who in this life have been born in the animal realm, who have been tortured and killed, kept in pens just for our sake, whether we want to be entertained by them, unnecessarily consume them for food. Just look at them. All those wild kind mother sentient beings born in animals who have no control over their lives, who don't know where the next meal's coming from, who live in fear for their lives much of the time, who don't have the capacity to practice Dharma, to create positivities, powerful positivities, to purify negativities, future lives. All those kind mother sentient beings who live in the hell realms, the Preta realm, the Asuras and Asuras, Suras and Suras, Asuras. We're suffering in the myriad of ways they suffer in the 10 directions and 6 realms. White light pouring out of the free of the heart, completely purifying all these sentient beings, kind mother sentient beings, placing them in the state of Hari Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Moving now to the actual prayer. We'll say this through several times. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illness of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, may with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of the karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illness of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be down with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be down with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have happiness, have radiance and power, be down with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Moving to another prayer, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the words of truth, pacifying the danger of weapons. Before we recite this prayer, let's just do another 21 Recitations of the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Moving now to recite the prayer. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate-eyed looking one, wrathful, victorious Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names illuminate all dangers upon hearing. You who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the times of quarreling or the flourishing of the 5 generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering one's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an Asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region again. Please cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously born in a blissful land. Please also lead all others to this pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sickness, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest always be good, the auspiciousness to increase, and all habitats in all habitats for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause no result, which has the ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind sealed deity and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Before we move to the standard dedication prayers, just take a moment now to make any specific dedications you might have. Any individuals or groups you know who really need those dedications. When I do that, I try and recall Lama Zopa Rinpoche and how he magnificently dedicates in so many ways and just amazing. And I try and emulate his actions. Let's move on to saying the prayer to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline but increase more and more. For the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the land of snows, teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path, unifies emptiness and compassion. The lotus hold of Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Finally now, the dedications from Master Shantideva's Bodhisattva's Way of Life. Reading left to right across the page. May all beings everywhere, plagued by the sufferings of body and mind, obtain notion of happiness and joy by virtue of our merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms, the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored upon finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water, delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power. May people think of benefit each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may we too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. Pardon me. Thus ends my session. And I welcome back Venerable Dum Cho, who seems to never sleep and always be on the prayerathon.
Well, I had a line this morning. I didn't do the early sessions. See? So therefore I can be at the end of the day. No, it's I appreciate that everybody's quite busy at the moment. And some are on retreat, as you know, some giving teachings, receiving teachings. So yeah, it's anyway, if I had not taken this slot, I wouldn't have met you today. See, there's always a reason, and I like that actually.
Absolutely.
Sometimes, you know, doing different times of the day, because you touch in different time zones, and yes, it's grand. You see, now you're going off to do your daily study. You know, see, that's dedication. Getting up early, get the prayers out of the way, and then straight to the books.
Absolutely, like online studying again.
Yeah. So you got much to do today, study-wise?
Yes, I'm doing the Heart Sutra from the online, and it's just amazing how much depth there is that can be from such a simple prayer, a simple sutra.
Yeah,
it's so much depth in there. It's amazing. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, it's you know, you have to read. This is the thing, you know, even with prayerathon, sometimes you know, we recite it so many times, and all of a sudden you go like, oh, you know, suddenly that word or that phrase just sticks out. You go like, okay, that changed the complete meaning of something, or the way you understood something, you know. And it's the same with, you know, it seems always simple, but it's sometimes the detailing, even in the simple structures, isn't it, or the smaller texts. But
and
yeah,
when I'm doing things like that at home, I usually stop, I pause, and then contemplate that for a while. So it's sometimes hard for me to remember not to do that when I'm leading the prayerathon, because there's other people. I should keep going.
Yeah.
I want to pause and contemplate those things.
Yes. No, that's fine. You know, you have to get the studies in. Venerable Gyalpo, thank you very much for all your kind help and support of the project, and enjoy your day of studying. So karma permitting, I see you next week. All right, you take care. So yeah, that was Brother Gyalpo from Australia, and I see Aldo still here. Actually, Aldo does more shifts than I do. Hello, Aldo. Good to have you back. And yeah, there's some really dedicated supporters here on YouTube and on Zoom. So yeah, thank you very much for all the kindness and the energy you to give to prayerathon. So yeah, just me, and then Venerable Angie is tidying up proceedings for today. So it's half an hour with me, so we take it nice and easy. And so we take a few deep breaths. We're just contemplating on a couple of various verses. Yeah. So some Some are from the text, some are more contemporary, but you will see how they beautifully complement each other. And that's the thing. You know, the Dharma doesn't have to be dry and just within a text. For Dharma to be fruitful, it has to be taken into our daily life, and as Milarepa so beautifully said, even the most beautiful sound is nothing but even the most beautiful tune is nothing but a sound to those who cannot hear the truth. And sometimes we're so busy that we don't see, you know, all the messages and all the clues in front of us. You know, basically like not seeing the forest for the trees. Okay, so if you take a few breaths, calm the mind. Again, we all may have different motivations for being here. Be it for our own reasons, because we face certain difficulties and we just like to have a bit of peace and quiet. Having time to contemplate. You may be here because of wanting to say prayers or engage in practices to benefit friends and family, then the wider community. Whatever your reasons for being here, they're all valid. Shantideva said, "May I be the doctor and the medicine, and may I be the nurse for all sick beings in the world, until everyone is healed." If we look at our world is sick. The environment we live in is out of kilter. We have pandemics, diseases, wars, lots of mental health issues, a lot of anxieties and depression. Of course, with that, there come other manifestations, the way we speak, the way we think, the way we act, how we then perceive others, and how we perceive those who may be acting a certain way, triggered by all these anxieties and fears and depression states. Beautiful film, Patch Adams. Patch is in front of the medical council to plead his case why he should become a doctor. He said, "If we're going to fight a disease, let's fight the biggest disease of them all, indifference." And what a beautiful, beautiful line that is. For those of you who don't know who Patch Adams is, Patch Adams is a real-life doctor. He established the Gesundheits Institute in the States. And I like this line because we're very indifferent to many, many things, especially if they do not affect us. How many of us are concerned about what's happening in the Ukraine with Russia? Very well may depend on where you live, what your proximity is to the conflict. Why are we emphasizing this particular conflict. Yet we look around the Middle East, across some of the African countries, other parts of the world where there is oppression, conflict, war. Why come we don't really engage with those? Why are we not concerned about those? Because we have become indifferent. As long as we're all right. We need to change that. If we want to be compassionate for all beings, we need to stop being indifferent. We think about how attached we are to those who support us, our egos, our ego trips, and how offended we are with those who do not support that kind of behavior, those we deem our foes, enemies. And yet, for the vast majority of beings, we don't even think about, because they neither support us or offend us. They're just there. Indifference. And as it goes in the Seda Sosa song, Solo le pido a Dios, I ask only of God, it says, I ask only that I'm not indifferent to suffering. How many of us really consider the suffering of others? When we walk down the streets, see somebody struggle, the homeless, how often do we drive by when somebody may be injured? We don't want to get involved. I ask only that I'm not indifferent to injustice. If you look at our world, the way politicians behave, how we behave, and maybe our friends behave, when we see somebody being done by, treated badly, how many of us have really the courage to stand up? Stand up for those who are being mistreated. I ask only that I'm not indifferent to war. Why are we tolerating so many conflicts around the world? How has it happened that we have become so dull in our minds? Why is it that we see, in some cases, glorification and nostalgia in going to war when it's our own troops? What about the suffering? the suffering of killing, the suffering of being killed, the suffering of being mutilated, the pain and suffering extended beyond the front line, and the suffering that will carry on long after the wars have ended. And those few who encourage these conflicts have filled their coffers. If we think all about the post-traumatic stress that is going to be experienced by those who have been at the front. All the mothers, fathers, brothers and sisters, and friends that are being lost. How can there be justification in war?
Sorry, Venerable Dancho.
Yes.
Could you raise the volume just a little?
Have a look. Is that better?
Volume, just a little.
Is that better?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I only ask that I'm not indifferent to deception. If you think about all the misinformation that has been taking place over the past few years on a global scale, planting the seeds of mistrust, what about the deceptions of beings just to gain an advantage for their own benefit? I ask only that I'm not indifferent about the future. If we give up now, how can we shape the future to come? Shouldn't we preserve our energy, our humanity, our compassion for the future? Maybe sow the seeds of compassion to shape a peaceful world, a compassionate world, a kinder world, free from war, free from injustice, free from suffering. On that note, let's visualize in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. Visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are. Light enters the body through the crown of the head, filling with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. Feeling the blissful nectar being poured into ourselves and the benefits of rejuvenation and cleansing, and the joy it brings, the happiness it brings, the clarity it brings to our senses. As we look around, we can see all mother sentient beings enjoying the same benefits. And ultimately, we realize that, like us, all mother sentient beings want to be free from suffering and its causes. And with that in mind, We call upon Mother Sending Beings to join us in taking refuge. All sending beings, my mother's infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending beings, my mother's infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending beings, my mother's infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Holding on to the visualization that we're being filled with that pure light and purifying light nectar. Visualize how you absorb the light, how you're being filled with the light, and exchange yourself with the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings who likewise exchange themselves with the Guru and Mother Sentient Beings. The more they purify, the brighter they shine. And the more beings join the collective, the brighter we shine as a collection of beings, dispelling the samsaric existence, the darkness of which, we stand in the darkness of samsara. Reciting a couple of rounds of Mani mantras. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Having recited the Mani mantra, whilst exchanging ourselves with the Guru and Mother Sentient Beings, and having taken refuge, may visualize ourselves now as pure and holding on to the pure state for at least the duration of these prayers. May we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Dedications. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exceptions, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and path, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drakpa, who lived an eminent life, endowed with pure morality, a brave heart, in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Like earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forests, may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings, as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings dear as my life, may sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Long life prayers, His Holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Lama Zopa, you uphold the subduer's moral way, you serve as bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. So thank you very much, everyone who joined me in the session. That's it for me this week. Our dear Angie, Venerable Angie, she's doing the wrapping up. Thank you, Chenrezig Institute, for hosting us so diligently again. Thank you, Aldo. Thank you, everyone on YouTube, for all the kindness. And yes, there she is. The Dharma flower of Scotland. When will I see your likes again, eh? See, you weren't expecting that.
Yeah, good for you. Good for you. You just need the Scottish accent, and you're there.
I'm nearly there. You know what? No, I have to say, that was the one little regret. I really enjoyed my 3 years in 5, and it was quite nice. I loved the good Scottish winter.
What were you doing in 5?
Oh, I lived there for 3 years. I moved up.
Were you working or were you?
Well, originally I went up for work, but the moment I moved up there, I was at the time in the financial industry, and then I moved up to Scotland, and they were moving to India. It's like, okay, that didn't quite work out well, did it? But it's funny. They said, "Do you want to move to India?" It's like, I just arrived here. But it was lovely. I did some work in a wildlife center. They had that wildlife center near Dunfermline, so we looked after seal pups. So that was quite rewarding. Okay. So yeah, but it was a lovely time. It was a hard time at times, but it brought me onto the path. Put it this way. So I'm grateful for that. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. But lovely to see you. And have a lovely evening. Take care, everyone. Take care, Aldo.
Thank you. Thank you, the Venerable Dancho.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hi, Aldo. Okay, welcome again to the last session today of this 24 prayerathon. And today I'm going to do the focus on the prayer for that Lama Zopa Rinpoche has advised us to do, one of the Guru Rinpoche prayers, Padmasambhava prayer called Kyabje Lama Zopa, to dedicate and pray for Ukraine, for all this terrible things going on there, to be pacified as quickly as possible. So I'm going to recite that prayer, and also going to do the King of Prayers for all those who have passed away there. And also, because I live here at Lama Zopa Rinpoche's house, then we do satsas and for people who have passed away on our prayer list. So we have quite a lot of people on the prayers for the dead list. So we also try and do the King of Prayers for them too. So we're going to dedicate for them, as well as, I guess, I say, all the people who have died in Ukraine and Russia as a result of this, and all over the world due to COVID or other things that are going on. So to pray for all those who have passed, and particularly if you know anyone who's passed away, you can dedicate the King of Prayers for them. And I think that's about all we fit in this time. I've done that before, and I've a lot, apart from doing at the end the multiplying mantras and a few other dedications, that's about all there is time for those two prayers. Okay, so let's just take a moment to just remind ourselves of our motivation, as I mentioned just now, but just more specifically. As Lama Zopa Rinpoche always says at the beginning of a teaching, anything that Rinpoche is doing, leading a practice, we have to remember that the purpose of life in every moment and every second, with the actions of our body, speech, and mind, is by through recognizing that we're under the control of karma and delusion, we're under the control of suffering and the causes of suffering, then all our actions of body, speech, and mind to dedicate them so we can free ourselves from these, two causes of suffering, karma and delusion. The mental freedom to free ourselves mentally from karma and delusion. So all our actions of body, speech, and mind dedicated to that. And also recognizing that just like ourselves, all sentient beings are continually cycling in cyclic existence, and death and rebirth, old age and sickness, and all the other problems that come along with that, just like ourselves. So recognizing that, to develop the compassion and bodhicitta and all the skill, and through the practice of the 6 perfections, to free sentient beings from suffering and causes suffering, to become a perfect guide for them. Just as we see in the example of our teachers, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, any other gurus, how much their lives, their actions of their body, speech, and mind are, imbued with bodhicitta, and that all their actions are continually liberating sentient beings from suffering and causes of suffering. So may we become like that. This prayers particularly cause ourselves to become like that, so we can free all sentient beings, all the beings that we have karma to benefit, to bring that to dharma, to bring to liberation and enlightenment. May this happen as quickly as possible for ourselves, and dedicate and pray for that. And particularly for all the the results of these prayers to manifest immediately for all the beings that we're praying for, more temporarily, in Ukraine, and all those who have passed away, to have a good rebirth in Pure Land, and if not, to have a perfect rebirth where they achieve all the conditions to achieve liberation and enlightenment in that life. Okay, so we start with the Kyabje Lama Zopa Prayer. Request the supplication to Guru Rinpoche, clearing the obstacles on the path. Om Ahom Vajraguru Pema Siddhi Hum. Dharmakaya Amitabha, I supplicate you. Sambhogakaya, great compassionate one, I supplicate you. Nirmanakaya Padmakara, supplicate you. My Guru, wonderful Nirmanakaya, in the land of India you were born, you studied and contemplated. Journeying in person into Tibet, you tamed it in Ionic forces. Residing in the land of Udayana, you acted for the welfare of beings. Through your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. Through your affection, guide myself and others on the path. Through your realization, grant me the siddhis. Through your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahom Vajraguru Pema Siddhi Hum. When seeing in the wonder of bodily forms, you make the sword mudra with your right hand. With your left, you make the summoning mudra. With gaping mouth, bare fangs, and upward gaze, Gyalpo Dungzin, Lord of beings, with your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the siddhis. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahom Vajraguru Pema Siddhi Hum. When receiving the precious and sacred teachings, your radiant body is endowed with a luminous complexion. Your right hand holds the scriptures of the Tripitaka. Your left holds a volume of Kalaya. You comprehend all the profound teachings. Pandita of Yang Leshul, with your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the siddhis. With your powers, dispel obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahom Vajraguru Pema Siddhi Hum. When binding the vow holders under oath at the beautiful and immaculate supreme place at the borderline between India and Tibet, You bestowed your blessings on the moment of arrival at the mountain endowed with enveloping fragrance. Even in winter-time, lotus flowers bloom. At this supreme and blissful place, the spring of enlightenment with nectar-like water, Kyabje Tulsan, dressed in the robes of the Dharma, your right hand holds a 9-pronged vajra, your left holds a jewel casket filled with rakta nectar. You bound under oath the dakinis and vow holders. Seeing the yidam face to face, you accomplish the siddhis. With your kindness, bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the siddhis. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you. Lama Hum Bhadra Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. When establishing the doctrine, the victorious one, you perform sadhana in the forest of the Slate Mountain, throwing your recitation dagger in the sky's expanse. You caught it and rolled with your Vajra Mudra, rolling you threw it into the sandalwood forest. The fire blazed and the lake dried up. Instantly you burned away all the places of the Tirtikas and reduced the black yakshas to dust. Matchless slayer of demons, with your kindness bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection guide myself and others on the path. With your realization grant me the siddhis. With your powers dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Bhadra Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. When you subjugate the rakshas, young boy in their Manakaya attire, wondrous form of goodness with magnificent colour, with even teeth and beautiful golden hair, in the manner of a 16-year-old youth, you wear various kinds of jewel ornaments. With your right hand you hold the bell metal dagger. Subjugating the Maras and Yakshas, with your left you hold the teak dagger, protecting your devoted disciples. Around the neck you wear the iron dagger, invincible from the Yidam deity. Non-dual Nirmanakaya ornament of Jambhavipa. With your kindness bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection guide myself and others on the path. With your realization grant me the siddhis. With your powers dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Bhadra Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. When intending to go to land of glows in the area of massive fire within a lake the expanse of an arrow shot, on a lotus you were cooled and refreshed, meditating within a lotus flower. Known as Padmasambhava, you appear as the perfect Buddha in person. Such a wondrous Nirmanakaya, with your kindness bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection guide myself and others on the path. With your realization grant me the siddhis. With your powers dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Bhadra Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. When becoming the son of Tibet, glorious guide of devoted beings, you manifested in different forms to tame beings according to their needs. At the Kala Palace in Zang, you bound Rala Genyan under oath. At the district of Sabi Sajo, the 21 Hoti Deva Genyans you bound under oath. At Jamtrin of Namgyal, you bestowed siddhis in the 4 monks. Supreme Eminent Vajradhara, with your kindness bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection guide myself and others on the path. With your realization grant me the siddhis. With your powers dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally, clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Bhadra Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. At the glorious plain of Palmultan, you bound the 12 Tema goddesses under oath. At the Kala Palace of central Tibet, you bound fleshless white glacier under oath. At Damshil Labu Ningruk, you bound Tagla Yarshu under oath. At the very summit of Hepori, you bound all the devas and rakshas under oath. Of all these great devas and demons, some offered the core of their life force. Some undertook guardians' teachings, and some pledged to be servants, mighty one with powers and miracles. With your kindness bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection guide myself and others on the path. With your realization grant me the siddhis. With your powers dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally, clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully I bow down and take refuge in you. Om Ahum Bhadra Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. When establishing the doctrine, the sacred Dharma, like a banner of victory, Samya without being erected, was spontaneously accomplished. And you fulfilled the wishes of the king. You were endowed with the names of the 3 great beings. One was Padmakara, one was Padmasambhava, and one was Lake-born Vajra. Your secret name is Dorji Dragpulsel. With your kindness bestow your blessings upon me. With your affection guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the siddhis. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you, O Mahom Bhadra Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. At Sami Chimpu, when practicing sadhana, you repelled negative conditions and bestowed the siddhis. You established the king and ministers on the path of liberation and caused the bond doctrine, negativity, and manifest form to wane. You showed the precious and immaculate Dharmakaya and placed destined ones in Buddhahood. With your kindness to bestow your blessings upon me, with your affection, guide myself and others on the path. With your realization, grant me the siddhis. With your powers, dispel the obstacles of myself and others. Clear the outer obstacles externally. Clear the inner obstacles internally. Clear the secret obstacles spontaneously. Respectfully, I bow down and take refuge in you, O Mahom Bhadra Guru Pema Siddhi Hum. Having left for the land of Urgyen, you now subdue the Rakshas.